Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into third part of What If Harry Potter Declared War on the Corrupt Wizarding Elite. Here is short summary. Rescued by the Grangers, Harry's life changes forever when a mysterious soul bond with Hermione uncovers truths that challenge the wizarding world's foundations. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. For a moment it seemed like Sirius was miles away, that he'd forgotten they were with him, so Hermione didn't bother to correct his mistake about the word Godfather, but then Sirius continued as if he hadn't paused at all. But Miss Collier pointed out that your mother still couldn't look after herself yet and that you'd be safer with a wizard to protect you. She even contacted Dumbledore of all people. What did he say? Harry asked moodily. That I have to stay there to be safe. He said the word safe as though it was poison. No, actually, I've no more reason to like Dumbledore than you have, less in fact, but say what you will, he does want to keep you safe. He said that if you were determined to leave Hogwarts, then you'd be safer out of the country with me than staying in England. On that surprising note, Sirius got up and said, "Come on, let's see what their train food is like." Should have been a Weasley, Hermione whispered to Harry. It was evening as they approached Washington Union Station. Where do we go now? Hermione asked. We'll have to find a Muggle hotel for the night, then I want to visit the Ministry in the morning. But it's Sunday tomorrow, Hermione pointed out. Okay, clever clogs, I'll visit the Ministry on Monday morning. Tomorrow we'll be visitors. Tourists, Hermione corrected him. What Sirius' reaction to being corrected might have been, they never found out as Sirius grabbed both their hands and began to run. As they turned a corner, a green flash of light hit the wall behind them, then another spell with a blue light hit Harry, but didn't seem to have any effect. Sirius quickly cast a disillusionment spell over the three of them, and without taking too much notice of where they were going, they ran down some stairs and found themselves on a platform between two sets of underground railway tracks for the Washington Metro. Still not satisfied that they'd lost their attacker, as soon as a train came in they got on it, without worrying about where it went. Who was that? Harry asked, breathlessly. I saw that Warner bloke, from the library, Sirius replied. 2 stops later, Sirius insisted they change trains. Which line? Hermione asked. I don't know, said Sirius, heavily. I just want to get you two away from Washington. Well, we can't go back to the station. How about flying? Anything, so long as it's quick. Hermione was soon looking at a map. It says the yellow line of the metro will take us to Washington National Airport. We can fly from there. Fine, let's go. Wait, she said as Sirius was about to get on a metro train. This platform's for northbound, we want southbound. And calm down, we've lost him. For now, Sirius said grimly. Once they arrived at the metro station for Washington National Airport, the transfer from the metro station to the airport terminal was quite quick, but it couldn't be quick enough for Sirius, who was still looking anxiously over his shoulder. I hope you relax once we're in the air, said Hermione, with a grin. I don't think they'll be flying after the plane on brooms. Sirius wasn't in a laughing mood. Third time lucky, he muttered to himself. Twice before he'd been responsible for Harry's safety and both times he'd failed. The first, when he'd been asked to be the Potter's secret keeper and he'd suggested the rat instead. The second after James and Lily had been killed, when, instead of taking care of Harry, he'd run off determined to kill the said rat, ending up in Azkaban and Harry ending up with Lily's damned sister. When they reached the airport and found the nearest departures lounge, Hermione asked, Where are we going, Sirius? I don't know. What's the first plane? Hermione looked at the departures board. There's one boarding now for Chicago. Right, Chicago it is. Where do we go to get that one? We need a ticket first. Over there, I think, she said, pointing to one of the ticket counters. Sirius handed her a fistful of $100 notes. Will that be enough? We only want seats on the plane, not to buy it, Hermione said, but Sirius still looked too worried to even smile at her joke. By the time they landed at Chicago's O'Hare Airport, Harry was sleepy, so Hermione asked where the nearest hotel was. A short trip on the free shuttle bus took them to the Hilton Hotel. More used than Sirius to such procedures, Hermione helped him check in and soon all three were asleep. The following morning, Sirius insisted that they have breakfast in their rooms, then they took the hotel shuttle bus back to the airport. Sirius had told Hermione that as visiting the international ministry in Washington was obviously too dangerous, he thought they'd have to risk visiting Wichita, the domestic ministry. Hermione left Sirius and Harry drinking coffee while she went to the tourist information desk. She returned to say, "It's quite easy. There's a train this afternoon from Union Station too." "You mean we've got to fly back to Washington to get the train to Wichita?" Sirius interrupted. Hermione frowned. "No. Union Station in Chicago. And the train doesn't go to Wichita, it stops at Newton. That's the nearest station to Wichita. From here we take the blue line of the underground, they call it, the L, for some reason. That takes us close to Union Station." Hermione noticed with some irritation that Sirius didn't seem to be concentrating on what she was saying. He kept glancing at Harry, who seemed to be nodding off to sleep. She briefly concentrated on the bond, and while treading lightly so to let him sleep, managed to feel something from him. Then she blinked, let go of the bond and turned to Sirius. "I can't feel anything wrong," she said. "He just feels tired." They made their way down to the arrivals level of the airport, past the baggage claims and parking area into the underground station. From there it wasn't long until they were out of the underground tunnels and watching the skyline of Chicago come closer and closer. Once they'd crossed over the motorway, they were amazed at the sights in front of them. The train circled around the loop on the way to their stop, giving the group an excellent view of the Chicago River and the skyline on the way in from the airport. Hermione was astonished at the sight of some of the skyscrapers, buildings taller by an order of magnitude than anything she'd ever seen at home. There was a woman with 2 children sitting in the opposite side of the carriage to them, and the woman asked, "First time in Chicago?" "Yes, first time," said Sirius. The girl said, "See that?" pointing out of the window. "That's the Sears Tower, the tallest building in the world." "Yeah, you can go up it," added the boy, presumably her younger brother. "And it's got the highest toilet in the world." The girl rolled her eyes and said to Hermione, "Boys are gross." Once the train arrived at the Clinton Street stop, they got off, walked down the stairs and turned north along Canal the few blocks to the main railway station. As they walked, they were whipped by the wind off the river just to their right, and stared up at the huge office buildings surrounding them. Walking down Canal towards the station entrance, the group was impressed by the view of the city once again, and even more impressed when they pushed open the doors to the station and looked down the grand staircase into the Great Hall. "Wow, this is almost the size of the Great Hall at Hogwarts," Sirius noted. "I've seen this place before," said Harry. "No surprise there," said a man standing by the staircase, who looked as though he was waiting for someone. "It's been used in loads of films, most famously for a shooting scene in the old movie, The Untouchables, about one of the famous Chicago gangsters back in the 1920s. Leaving the man at the top of the staircase, Sirius and Hermione helped Harry walk down the almost 2 flights of stairs into the wide-open Great Hall before turning to the right and walking up the slight incline from the architectural grandeur of the hall to the chaos of the commuter train station during the day. Hermione wanted to buy their tickets to Newton before they did anything else, even though their train wasn't due to leave until past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This was a bit of a challenge, as it entailed not only finding the correct ticket counter in the bustle of Union Station, which was busy, even on a Sunday morning, but waiting in the 30-minute-long queue while the single agent dealt with tickets, baggage check-in, and any number of other questions at the same time. While Hermione was waiting in line, Harry and Sirius looked around the station briefly, noticing the crowds of commuters and tourists, and walking past the newsstands and souvenir shops towards the tracks, getting their first view of the crowds and sleek silver-colored long-distance trains moving in and out. After a few minutes of looking around, they walked back up the ramp to the ticket counter, meeting up with Hermione. Harry seemed slightly giggly in the station, almost as if he'd been drinking. "We can't catch that train, Sirius," he said, pointing to one where a board said clearly, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Hermione could get it on her own, though. "What are you talking about, Harry?" Hermione asked. "That train. It's for the WI. So Sirius and I can't go." "That's Wisconsin," Hermione said, rolling her eyes. "Oh." Harry looked crestfallen. "In England, WI means the Women's Institute." Hermione might have punched his arm for cracking such a stupid joke, but she was too relieved that he seemed a bit livelier than he had done earlier. As they left the station, Sirius seemed on edge. "What's wrong?" Hermione asked him. "I've got a feeling we're being followed," he replied. As they turned a corner, they heard a man call out, "Mrs. Potter." Instantly, Sirius and Hermione had their wands out. Harry just looked round, seeming slightly dazed. He seemed weaker again, and was swaying slightly. "Mr. Black, is it?" the man said, his accent a curious mixture of American and Welsh. "You don't need your wands. If you do want to point them at me, can you do it more discreetly? We're in a Muggle area and we don't want to attract attention." Hermione lowered her wand, but kept hold of it. Sirius moved his wand arm down but kept the wand pointed at the man from his waist. Hermione glanced at him and then copied his posture. "What do you want?" asked Sirius. "Right now, just to talk, but I think that young man needs help." "Who are you?" "Charles Evans." Hermione raised an eyebrow at that. The man smiled. "No relation to your husband's mother, I'm afraid. At least, not as far as I know. Evans is a very common surname in Swansea where I come from. To give you my full name, it's Charles Philip Evans. I was born in 1948, not long after Prince Charles. I'm just glad I didn't end up with the full Charles Philip Arthur George Evans as my mother wanted. At least my wife managed to get my name right when we got married." "Very interesting, I'm sure," said Sirius, his voice sounding slightly impatient. "You still haven't said what you want, and how you know Hermione." "Don't worry. I intend to do so, but not in the open. There's a small cafe near here. We can talk there. Whether you know it or not, you need help." "You lead the way," Sirius replied. "We'll follow." "Okay. But can I suggest that she holds the wand and you help Harry before he falls down? If it makes you feel safer, you can summon whatever wands I might have on me." After Sirius disarmed him, Charles led the group to the plaza behind the station just above the Chicago River, before crossing Adams Street and then walking across the bridge over the river towards the Mercantile Exchange. Ducking into a small, dingy cafe just a few steps away from the many offices, he led the group to a back, corner booth, furthest away from the few other customers that were all sitting by the windows. They all sat down, with Charles taking one side and Hermione and Sirius sandwiching Harry on the other. "Coffee or hot chocolate?" "I prefer tea," said Hermione. "Not here, you wouldn't. You can't get decent tea in America, believe me." "Chocolate then, I guess." "I'll help you," said Sirius, getting up. The look on his face made Hermione realize that he was only helping to make sure that Charles couldn't put anything in their drinks. Once they returned with 3 cups of coffee and 1 of chocolate and sat down, Charles began. "I'll make this quick," he said. "Firstly, I'm a Muggleborn, well, sort of Muggleborn." "How can you be sort of Muggleborn?" Hermione asked. "Father a Muggle, mother a squib. A few years after you know who started getting really powerful, we all left. By that time I was 21, with a baby to bring up alone. My wife, a pure blood, was killed in 1976, a lesson not to marry mudbloods, apparently." Even 20 years later, he couldn't keep the bitterness out of his voice. "I'm sorry," said Hermione. Sirius still remained silent. "After that, I wanted to get my daughter, Nivian, as far away from Britain as possible. My parents came with me and we settled not far out of Chicago, close to one of the Great Lakes. I'd intended to leave the wizarding world forever, but had to change my mind when Nivian began showing accidental magic. In 1980 I met and married Lisa and we had a baby girl, Jennifer, in 1984. Quote. Sirius interrupted him. "The family history is all very nice, but that doesn't explain what we are doing here. I just told you all that so you'd understand that I'm the last person to support you-know-who or his Death Eaters. I still want to know how you found us." Checking that nobody else could see, Charles pulled out a newspaper. From the fact that the photos moved, it was obviously a wizarding newspaper. Discreetly pulling out his wand, Charles tapped the front page and the page changed. "How?" asked Hermione. "Variation on the Protean charm," Charles explained. "The what charm?" Hermione's eyes gave away her irrepressible desire to learn everything she could, whenever she could, and it was clear that she had never heard of the Protean charm before. "The Protean charm. You won't have covered that yet. I work for the Herald, one of the main wizarding newspapers here. Actually I run the Chicago office. Got the idea for the updating newspaper from the mark the Death Eaters have on their arms." Simple tap of the wand and it updates to whatever is on the master paper in Wichita. Beats the hell out of all delivery. Sirius looked impatient. Anyhow, I received an all from Madame Yoling yesterday to tell me that Jennifer had been hurt in an attack in Salem. Apparently the target was one Harry Potter. How is she? Hermione asked, genuinely anxious. She'll be fine. My wife's going to bring her home for a few days to rest. Then the final headline last night was about an attack in Washington. It didn't take my editor long to find out through his Muggle contacts that one Harry Potter, his wife Hermione, although her passport still says Hermione Granger, and the notorious Sirius Black had taken a plane to Chicago. Up to now, except for the escape last night, you've used trains to get around, hence why I staked out the station. I've got a friend at the airport and another at the Greyhound terminal, just in case you left town that way. That explains how you found us. It doesn't explain why, Sirius pointed out. We're a story, of course, said Hermione, bitterly, remembering another reporter back in England. The reports said that one of you was hit in the attack. I wanted to check he was all right. He obviously isn't, unless Harry normally falls asleep mid-morning. Plus, you're going to need help and I've got obvious reasons to want to help the boy who got rid of you-know-who. It could be just a bug, said Hermione. It could be. Is there a wizarding hospital near here? Asked Sirius. Nearest is Wichita, Charles replied. But after Washington, I'm not sure it's safe for you to walk openly into a wizarding hospital. Not if there are alerts out for Harry everywhere, said Sirius. There aren't, or at least there weren't. But all the schools have been warned. Who told you that? Madame Yoling. Yeah, her. Well, she was wrong. That may be what the letter told her, but whoever's behind this obviously didn't have time to send that message to all the schools, they just picked the one where they thought you'd take them. I was too predictable, groaned Sirius. First Salem, then Washington. Well, your flight to Chicago might have thrown them off. That librarian followed us to Washington. You're sure he can't find us here? Firstly, it wasn't that librarian, I assume you mean Warner. But I saw him, Sirius protested. That's right, insisted Hermione. You are both wrong. Warner didn't leave Salem. As soon as you arrived at Salem, he let us know. Us? Asked Sirius, suspiciously, discreetly reaching for his wand again. Us. Not everyone believes in just letting Dark Lord after Dark Lord happen, so long as it isn't here. Even in Grindelwald's time, there were Americans fighting him in Europe, when the ministry here and in Britain wanted to keep out of it. Not many, admittedly, but some. In the war against Voldemort, it was a partly American organized underground which got us out. We're ready for the next war. Hopefully to reduce casualties this time. But we saw Warner at the station, Hermione repeated. You saw his twin brother. Warner's brother is a Death Eater, Sirius finished for him. No, nothing so dedicated. He just takes any dirty job for anyone that will pay. A paid assassin? Sirius asked. So it's said, Charles replied. Nothing ever proved, of course. He's too good. Stealing, killing, whatever you like. He'll do anything for money. The rest of the family, like my friend, Warner, they're fine. Good people, I'd trust them with my life. But Warner's brother is plain evil. At this point Harry seemed to be choking. As Hermione turned to him with a look of panic, he began to breathe more easily again. I think we'd better take him to a Muggle hospital, she said. Do you have insurance? Charles asked. No. Pity. They'll take him. They're not allowed to turn away an emergency, but, let's just say the level of care without insurance isn't what you're used to under Britain's NHS. NHS? Asked Sirius. National Health Service, Hermione explained. Sorry, Sirius, said Charles. I assume you're pure blood. Sirius nodded. So what do we do? Asked Hermione. He needs a hospital. No. And a Muggle hospital couldn't treat him anyway. He needs a specialist. Did the curse have a blue light? Yes, replied Hermione. I thought so. Nasty. What does it do? Hermione asked, in a tone of voice, which, if he had been awake, would have had Harry expecting Hermione to take out a notebook and pen. Splits a person's magic in two. The two halves fight each other, drawing all the body's energy in the process. You get weaker and weaker, soon even a common cold can be fatal. Even without an infection, eventually the magical battle simply saps the life force from a person, the organs slowly shut down. And, untreated, you die. Every time. Treated too late. You might survive, but your magic will have destroyed itself. You'd be a squib. But it's perfectly treatable, caught in time. It's lucky I found you. By the time you got to the ministry in the morning, it would have been too late to start treatment. To be fully effective, treatment has to start within 24 hours. So what do we do? Charles pulled out a mobile phone and dialed a number. Nivian, can you flow Dr. Mark? Ask him to come at once and tell him he's treating the Blue Death in a teenage boy. There was an audible gasp at the other end of the line. Yes, Nasty will be home shortly. Get a bed ready. Okay, bye. He cut the call. A short walk took them down to the river, where they took a water taxi down to the lake. Although it was a warm day, the wind kept them from feeling hot. You get quite a view of the city from the river here. A lot of people think it's the best view of the city. Charles said. I certainly see why it's known as the Windy City, Hermione commented. Charles smiled. Actually, that nickname originally came from our local politicians and all the hot air they spouted off, rather than the wind from the weather, but it's pretty accurate either way. From where they left the water taxi near the locks to Lake Michigan, it was less than a 2-minute walk into the magical section of Chicago, called, unsurprisingly, Lakeside. From there they flew to Charles's home. Charles was obviously fairly well off as the house was quite large, even though they hadn't seen much of it yet, and the back garden led down to the lake. Hi, Dad, said a young girl, barely lifting her head from the book she was reading. Hi, Jennifer. This is. His young daughter had noticed that someone had come through the flow after her father and finished his sentence for him, Harry Potter. Her eyes were wide open with surprise and her voice betrayed excitement. Her father smiled. And this is his wife, Hermione, and his godfather, Sirius Black. The girls in my class are gonna be green. Harry Potter in my house. They couldn't believe it when Madame Yoling wouldn't let him stay at Salem. They were ready to. But they never found out what the girls in her class were ready to do as an older girl entered the lounge. Bed's ready, she said, speaking rapidly. And Dr. Mark's coming at 11. He wants him rested until then. Are these two staying as well? If so, I'll have to transfigure some camp beds. The flow of words stopped for a moment as she looked at Harry. Is that Harry Potter? She asked. Both of you, stop staring at our guest, Charles snapped. Sorry, said Nivian. I'm forgetting my manners. Give me a minute to transfigure some extra beds and we'll help you with your baggage. Mom's working till 5, so she should be back by 1:15. My wife runs a bookstore in Lakeside. In spite of her worries about Harry, Hermione's eyes lit up at that statement. Nivian left the room again, taking Jennifer with her. Please excuse my daughters, said Charles. We're used to it whenever someone new meets Harry, said Hermione. The doctor had come, given Harry enough potions to keep Snape happy for a year, and left, promising to check on him the next day. Charles had used his mobile phone to call Amtrak and have their tickets changed to the following afternoon instead. While the potions made Harry sleep, Hermione talked with Nivian. Horrible name, isn't it? Nivian asked. No worse than Hermione, Hermione replied. Personally, I think my mother knew she was going to die and gave me the name to remember her by. Her family were old Northumbrian pure-bloods obsessed with everything to do with Merlin and King Arthur. They continued talking over dinner, with Charles, Sirius and Charles's wife. So for your own safety, said Nivian with a grin, you're going to go west. She sang the last two words, much to the surprise of Sirius and Hermione. Please excuse my mad daughter. There's a song on the Muggle radio by the Rescue Center Boys, Nivian corrected him. They're a British Muggle boy band. Go West is #1 in the Muggle US dance charts. That's why they're always playing it on the Muggle radio. Asked Charles. They're not always playing it. Anyhow, it's good. No comment, her father replied. Anyhow, yes, they are going west. Mr. Black needs to visit the ministry, but I don't think it will be safe to take Harry there. I want you to go with them, keep Harry and Hermione in Muggle areas and show Mr. Black how to get to the ministry. After visiting the ministry, they're going to go west, to coin a phrase, to San Francisco. My contacts there will help you from there. Thank you for all you are doing for Harry and Hermione, said Sirius. Can't completely let the old country down, can I? Charles joked. Anyhow, it's one in the eye for whatever supporter of you know who is behind this. Voldemort, said Hermione. Harry's defeated him twice now. Or actually he was born Tom Riddle. He is a half-blood, you know. That revelation hit like a bombshell and the man looked at Hermione in something close to shock. What? Are you serious? Hermione's grin blossomed. Well, yes and no. He's serious, she said, trying to withhold her laughter. But yes, I am Lord Voldemort, is simply an anagram for Tom Marvolo Riddle. She took out her wand and effortlessly did Riddle's trick of Goobrathian fire letters suspended in midair. When she was finished, Charles was goggle-eyed, both at the revelation and at Hermione's casual use of extraordinarily advanced magic. I never expected that one. Are you absolutely sure? Have you heard of the Chamber of Secrets? Yes, I read about what happened at Hogwarts this year. It even made headlines over here. Then you know that the basilisk was being controlled by a magical incarnation of Tom Riddle, a memory-taken shape if you like. After the basilisk petrified us, our friends went to kill it. Tom taunted them with the fire letters, just as I showed you. Charles looked stunned. Can you imagine what the pure bloods would say if they knew their old master was a half-blood? Hermione couldn't help a grin as she decided that she could come to like this newspaperman. She wondered if she could get him to explain the protean charm that he had mentioned earlier and wondered if he might be willing to give her an impromptu lesson in magic. Not long after dinner they decided on an early night, but when Hermione got to Harry, she found him not asleep, but curled up in pain, unable to tell her what was wrong. In a panic she yelled for Sirius, who called Charles, who immediately flew the doctor, who came at once. He insisted on being alone to run his diagnostic tests and when he came out of the room, his face was grave. The potions aren't working, so I tried to find out why. Normally there would be two magical presences, both with the same magical signature, but fighting each other. And in Harry? Asked Hermione. 4. Two with the same signature as I'd expect, and two others, with different signatures. Could it be the bond? Hermione asked. At the doctor's puzzled look, she explained, Harry and I are soul bonded. He couldn't quite keep the surprise from his face, but quickly returned to being professional. That would explain one of them, but not the other. So what do we do now? The doctor looked defeated. I don't know. I've given Harry something to make him sleep. Not dreamless sleep potion. Hermione asked anxiously. No, I didn't think it wise. In that case, I'm going to bed. If the others were surprised at her reaction, they kept it to themselves. Where's Luna? Neville asked Ginny. She was right behind us as we came into the station, Ginny replied. I've looked up and down the train and I can't find her anywhere. Okay, I'll go forward and look, said Susan. Ginny, can you go back with Neville? We'll split up. I'll come with you, George with Ginny, said Fred, and Ron can come with us. You think something might have happened to her? Asked Neville. I don't know, Fred replied. But we noticed Malfoy on the platform, said George, and he looked far too happy. Between them they searched every space on the train. Luna wasn't on board. Maybe she had other arrangements. Suggested Susan. She'd have told me, said Neville anxiously. Do you think something's happened to her? For a tiny moment, Fred looked as though he wanted to tease Neville about getting a girlfriend, but a look at George and even he realized that now wasn't the time. We'll know if her father's at King's Cross to meet her, Fred said simply. Luna's father was at the station to meet her, so, after Susan performed the task of telling him that his daughter had somehow missed the train, it was a worried group of children who left King's Cross for their respective homes. Luna awoke with a headache and tried to look around her, but the room was in darkness. She felt around the wall. There didn't seem to be any windows and the one door was cold solid metal. The only furniture seemed to be a mattress on the floor. She wasn't sure how much later it was when she heard the door open and her cell was suddenly flooded with light so bright that for a moment she couldn't see. She reached for her wand, but it wasn't there. Loony Lovegood. Locked away at last. Even though her eyesight hadn't fully returned, there was no mistaking that voice. Draco Malfoy. Hello, Draco, Luna said evenly. Don't talk to me, you blood traitor. If you don't want me to, I won't. A voice shouted angrily from above. Stop chatting her up, Draco. Show her where the toilet is, give her her food and get back up here. With her eyes getting slowly back to normal, Luna could tell that Draco was embarrassed and angry at whoever had spoken. Toilets at the end of the corridor. Here's your tray. Bread and water. That's all you're getting. Thank you, Draco. You know, Muggles say that drinking water keeps your body pure. Unable to think of a reply, Draco turned to go. As he did so, the voice called out again. Not says you can use her if you want. That crazy bit of filth. Draco almost snorted. No, thanks. He just thought you might want it, as nobody else is going to want you with your father in Azkaban and all your money gone. Draco didn't answer, but walked through the door at the end of the corridor. As he began to close it, he said, "Don't worry. You'll be kept alive to bring the Longbottom idiot here. Potter's already dead." Luna's composure broke at that and Draco smiled, then slammed the door. She heard the key turn in the lock. Hermione began the mind exercises Professor Dumbledore had taught them both years ago. Somehow she needed to find out what was happening. If she could only reach Harry, but if his magic was divided and fighting each other, what would it do to her? Was it her imagination, or did Harry's mind seem like a blue mist, swirling in angry circles? It seemed an age of searching, unable to see anything, until she found Harry. Or rather, two Harrys. The two were standing, their hands on each other's shoulders, in some kind of struggle. "Hello, Harry," said Hermione. "May I have this dance?" The two Harrys took their hands away from each other like they'd been burned. Taking the opportunity, she seized both hands of one of the Harrys and pulled him to her. Even in their minds, her feet hurt as this Harry managed to trample all over them, but she could feel him becoming calmer. Letting this Harry go, she took the other. After a while, she could see the mist attacking the first Harry, so she pulled him to her in a three-way dance. The mist had become thicker now. It almost felt as if it was trying to punch her and strangle her at the same time, trying to make her let go. Her Harrys were now gripping her tightly, all three aware that they had to stay together to live. Suddenly the mist parted, and it seemed that victory was in sight at last. "Hermione Potter," said a voice, sneering. "How did a mudblood like you get in here?" Hermione and the two Harrys turned to where the voice was coming from. Through the parting mist was the unmistakable, almost reptilian face of Voldemort. She said, shocked. Augusta Longbottom was having a bad day. For some reason she had awoken early. Unable to sleep, she made herself a cup of tea. Neville had been so worried about Luna that he had been unusually forceful with the Aurors who had come to ask him about her disappearance. Luna's father, Xenophilius Lovegood, seemed to be a broken man, showing none of the eccentricity which she had expected from him. Molly had insisted that he shouldn't go home alone in the state he was in. Poor Xenophilius was so distracted he had merely nodded agreement, his fingers pulling on his hair. To her own surprise, Augusta uncharacteristically pointed out that she had much more space than the Weasleys, so Xenophilius should stay with her. Having drunk her first cup of tea, she found that the tea in the pot was almost cold. She made another pot and poured out 2 cups and put them on a tray. She carried the tray to where Xenophilius was sleeping and knocked on the door. It was opened with a violence which almost made her drop the tray. "Is there news? Have they found her?" Xenophilius asked anxiously, his eyes wild. "No. I brought you some tea." Xenophilius seemed to shrink before her eyes. He took the cup of tea from the tray and turned back into the room. Almost as an afterthought, he turned back and said, "Thank you." Then she knocked on Neville's door. There was no answer. She opened the door quietly, not wanting to wake him if he was asleep. The room was empty. Hermione woke with a start. "Thank Merlin," cried Sirius. For a moment Hermione wasn't sure where she was. "Welcome back, young lady," said the one she vaguely remembered as Dr. Mark. "You gave us quite a scare." "I have to go back," she cried. "Harry's with Voldemort." "You can't do that," said the doctor, firmly. "We nearly lost you. You're burning up, and your magic is spiking like nothing I've ever seen. I have to go back." "Didn't you hear me? Harry's with Voldemort." "Delirious," said the doctor, quietly to Sirius. Turning back to Hermione, he said, "I can't allow that. It's too dangerous. We're going to take Harry to the hospital in Wichita." Hermione turned to Charles. "But you said that was dangerous." "We have no choice," Dr. Mark snapped. "No. I have to go back to him," said Hermione. "He can't fight this alone." Hermione was becoming almost hysterical. "That's very brave, but you need to rest. I'm going to give you some dreamless sleep potion." "You don't understand," Hermione screamed at him. "It's not brave at all. We're bonded. If he dies, we both die. Even if I didn't love him, I have no choice." I'm sure the healers in the hospital will be able to stabilize him, the doctor responded, advancing on her with the potion. Hermione took Harry's hand and reached for her wand. Protega. The Weasleys and Professor Dumbledore had arrived at Longbottom Manor. The Aurors will do all they can, Professor Dumbledore assured Augusta, but to be honest, they don't even know where to start. He could be anywhere. Neville isn't stupid, said Ron, suddenly. He was really worried about Luna, Ginny pointed out. But he didn't go running off yesterday, did he? He knew that he had no idea where to look. Something must have made him go. You think he was taken from here? Augusta asked him. But the wards. Either that, or. Ron, Ginny and the twins got up as one. Where's Neville's room? This way. But I don't understand, said Augusta. They couldn't take him, Fred explained. So they sent him something to make him leave of his own accord, finished George. It took less than a minute for Ginny to find the note, crumpled up in a corner. We have your girlfriend. If you want to see her alive, go to the entrance to Nocturne Alley at 6 in the morning. There's nothing else. May I have that note, please? Professor Dumbledore asked. Ginny gave it to him. Thank you, Madam Longbottom. If I may use your flow. She nodded, and a minute later Dumbledore had left in a flash of green flame. The others were left in the Longbottom lounge. With nothing to do, Augusta had become as distracted and anxious as Xenophilius. Molly made them all another pot of tea, but Augusta's cup was left to get cold. I never treated him right, she murmured, half to herself, half to anyone who might be listening to her. We always thought he was a squib. When they told me what he'd done in the chamber, I actually wanted to ask if it was really my Neville. He'd never been brave, you see. I never thought he was worthy of his parents. And now, her voice was rising in distress. I'm never going to be able to tell him how proud I am I? Molly reached for the older woman and pulled her to her, waving the others out of the room. Augusta cried on Molly's shoulders as if her world had ended. I'm trying to help you, Dr. Mark pleaded as he was forced away from Hermione by their joint shield. You don't understand, she replied. You can't. So then, explain it to us. I can reach Harry in our dreams, through our bond. I've found out why there are 4 presences in his mind. Go on. I'm listening. 2 are Harry, as you said. 1 is me. But the other is Voldemort. That's impossible. It's not. Ginny said it was like a part of Voldemort possessing her when she had the diary. But Harry hasn't had anything like the diary, has he? Asked. Sirius. Hermione shook her head. No. I don't understand it, but he's there, somehow. And I can't leave Harry alone with him. Hermione, you can put down your wand. I won't try anything. I have to go back to him, you understand. Very well. But if it becomes dangerous, I'm waking you up. You won't try the dreamless sleep potion. I promise. If you don't trust me, trust Mr. Black, here. Luna awoke with a scream as the door burst open, and then screamed again as Neville was thrown into the room, landing in a bloody mess on the floor. Seems someone was missing you, sneered Not Senior. And we couldn't have that. Luna forced her aching body over to Neville. Neville, don't worry, we haven't killed him yet. Draco wants some fun with you both first. After all, if it wasn't for you two, he'd still have a mansion and a fortune and a father that wasn't locked away in Azkaban. Personally, I think he misses the mansion most, or maybe the fortune. It was almost an hour later when Neville came round. Luna, he took in the bruises on her face and arms. What have they done to you? It's nothing, she said, bravely. How sweet, said Draco in a voice dripping with sarcasm. They hadn't noticed him enter the room. Pretty, isn't she? He asked Neville. Leave her alone, Neville said, trying and failing to sound threatening. Draco laughed. Oh, don't worry, I don't want her. Nor will you by the time we've finished with her. Werewolves tend not to get much in the way of women. Not's been bargaining with them for their support. She's part of the deal. But don't worry, we'll let you watch. As Neville tried to get up, Draco simply kicked him back, and then struck Luna with the back of his hand, his family ring scratching her face as he knocked her to the ground. Must let the lady get her beauty sleep before tonight, Draco sneered. Merlin knows she needs it. The blue mist was darker this time and seemed thicker. It seemed to take hours to find the 2 Harrys. They weren't fighting. They were both sitting, each holding his head in his hands, like Harry did when his scar hurt back in their first year at Hogwarts. Hermione could feel his pain. Voldemort was standing not too far away. What looked like smoke was pouring from his right hand, mixing with the blue mist, making it thicker and darker. The mudblood returns. It won't be long now. The fools actually thought that they could beat Lord Voldemort. Why are you doing this? He smiled, an expression which looked strangely grotesque on him. Because I can. Hermione walked towards the two Harrys and felt the pain become stronger. When they die, you die. And I have a body again. I will show the world that no mere boy can ever defeat Lord Voldemort. He waved his right hand and suddenly ropes bound her. At least now you're here. Hermione was puzzled. Why do you need me? That blood protection from his mudblood mother. Old magic, I should have thought of. It's why I have been bound in his scar for so many years, unable to break free, hardly even sensing what was going on around me, barely able to think. Even now I cannot kill him directly. Oh, I could let the curse do its work, but I want to kill him. I deserve to kill him, for all he's done to me. And now you're here, I can. I can kill you and watch the light leave his eyes. But that will kill you as well, Hermione said. Voldemort laughed. You stupid mudblood. You don't understand soul magic at all. Of course it won't. It will leave me in possession of this body. He laughed again. Imagine that. The boy who lived really being the great Lord Voldemort. Even Dumbledore won't suspect until it's too late. Hermione struggled to break free. Harry, said Voldemort, almost gently. Harry, it's time to wake up. The two Harrys lifted their heads. Time to watch your bondmate die. Crucio. Outside, Dr. Mark gasped as Hermione's body contorted in obvious agony. We have to wake her, he said. No, said Sirius desperately, pulling his wand. We have to. It's killing her. Back inside Harry's head, Hermione collapsed. The two Harrys screamed out together, leave her alone. Another wave of his wand and Hermione's right arm exploded into dust, causing her to scream again. The two Harrys dragged themselves towards her. Hermione's right foot went the same way as her arm. I wonder how long before her mind gives up. Laughed Voldemort. The two Harrys had reached her and both gripped her remaining hand, then found they had a wand in their own right hands. Crucio. They cried. Nothing happened. We can only use defensive spells, said one Harry. Our shield should kill him, replied the other. Protega. They cried together. Still nothing happened. Voldemort laughed again. What next? He asked. A leg. Her other arm. How about her head? No. That's too quick. Both Harrys looked at Hermione in despair, realizing that even if they could survive with the bond broken, they didn't want to live without her. As Voldemort prepared to curse Hermione again, the two Harrys suddenly felt a wave of love from Hermione in response to their own thoughts. Neville moved in front of Luna to protect her as the door crashed open. He knew how pathetic he must look, but nobody was going to get to Luna without forcing their way past him first. Mr. Longbottom, Miss Lovegood, take my arm please. Both felt the sensation of being squeezed through a tube that was too small, and then Neville was engulfed in a pair of very familiar arms. He was home. Luna almost had the breath knocked out of her as her father hugged her tightly. I would suggest taking them both to St. Mungo's, just to get them checked out, Professor Dumbledore said quietly. When you have done that, I would very much like to talk to them. It seemed that time had stopped as the two Harrys looked back at Hermione and felt a warmth and a love greater than they knew they had within them. They glanced into each other's eyes, and then turned back to Voldemort. Protega. This time a golden shield erupted from them, spreading outwards. Whatever spell Voldemort had cast disappeared as it reached the shield, but the shield continued relentlessly in all directions. Suddenly worried, Voldemort turned and tried to run, but the golden shield struck him as he did so. Instantly he collapsed to the ground, in obvious pain. The shield became brighter as both Harrys concentrated on their love for Hermione. While both Harrys were watching Voldemort, Hermione couldn't take her eyes off of the two Harrys. They were moving closer somehow, not walking, just moving. Now they were literally merging. Where there had been two, now there was one. Hermione's body tensed upwards almost into a crab position with her back raised off the bed, while her face was contorted in apparent agony. Suddenly she collapsed and was still. She wasn't breathing. The agony was also etched on Harry's face, while his body shook almost as though it was vibrating. His breathing was quick and shallow. Sirius was distracted for a moment and the doctor took that moment to overpower him. Nothing he did could wake them, so in desperation, he quickly poured a little dreamless sleep potion into both children's mouths, and the two seemed to relax, their breathing returning to normal. In a moment the golden shield was gone. The last Hermione remembered was Harry's panicked look as he whispered, "I love you." As darkness overcame them, they clung to each other as if clinging to life itself. Hermione awoke with a start and launched herself at Sirius. You promised." Both Dr. Mark and Charles ran into the room amazed to see Hermione so angry, and Sirius used his arms to shield himself from her blows. At that moment Harry woke up and Hermione turned to him and hugged him, crying, "We nearly beat him." Harry stroked her hair. "It's all right. Now we know we can beat him." Dr. Mark said nervously, "I need to scan Harry." Hermione looked at him angrily, but nodded and pulled herself away from Harry. "That's amazing. There isn't a trace of the Blue Death, and I can only find one presence, plus your link, of course." "Voldemort's hidden again," said Hermione, quietly. "Sorry. It doesn't matter," she said. "It's over." Silently, she added, "For now." Both Neville and Luna were being swamped by his grandmother and her father respectively. Neither of them were used to such physical demonstrations of affection and felt rather overwhelmed. Pulling away from her grandson, Augusta turned to the Medowitch in charge and asked, "Is it really appropriate for them to be in the same room?" Luna looked panicked for a moment and Neville gently pushed her father away and let her cling to him. Glaring at his grandmother, he said, "After what she's been through, you'll have to kill me to make me leave her." His hand was at his pocket as if to pull his wand. "Damn, they snapped it. And you didn't kill a basilisk this time to earn another one," said Luna with a smile returning to her face. Neville almost laughed. "I think I can afford a new one anyway. And this time I did something far more valuable, or tried to, for all the good it did." Luna looked suddenly shy, but her father clasped Neville on the shoulder. "Yes, you did, son." Turning to the doorway, where Professor Dumbledore was standing, Neville asked, "How did you find us, sir?" Dumbledore smiled. "While it may be some time since I taught students myself, there are still quite a few teachers who can recognize Nott's handwriting. I'm surprised that he made such an elementary mistake. Unless it was just a warning," suggested Xenophilus Lovegood, "to show that they can still reach us anywhere." "No," said Neville. "They intended to." Looking at Luna's stricken face he stopped for a moment and simply finished, "They intended to kill us." Everyone in the room knew that there were things Neville wasn't saying, but whatever it was could wait. "Xenophilus," Augusta Longbottom began, "it's rather obvious that Neville and Luna don't want to be separated tonight. Can I suggest they both come back with me? You are most welcome to come with them, of course." The usually abrasively bubbly man simply nodded, "We would be very grateful. And if we are both there, we can make sure nothing inappropriate happens," Augusta finished, some of her normal firm tone of voice returning. It had taken Harry to calm Hermione down when she lashed out again at the doctor for giving them the potion. Dragging her out of the room, he asked her, "What are you doing? We could have destroyed him." Hermione cried angrily. "If it wasn't for him. He thought we were dying. He couldn't wake us. But he promised. He thought it was killing us." "Hermione. What would you have done?" Hermione couldn't answer. "We'll get Voldemort next time he tries," said Harry. "Anyhow, I'm more interested in why the shield didn't work, and then it did." "It's what Dumbledore said," Hermione replied, ignoring the hardening of his expression when she mentioned Dumbledore. "The shield comes from our bond, a bond based on love, which Dumbledore thinks is the power he knows not." "But why didn't it work at first?" asked Harry. "It's based on love," Hermione explained, as if to a small child. "When you tried to use it to destroy him, nothing happened, but when we only thought about protecting each other, when you thought about—" Hermione lowered her eyes. Seeing her embarrassment, Harry said, hesitatingly, "I do, you know, well, I do." "You mean you love me?" she asked, amused at his being too nervous to say it. He nodded. With a grin she said, "Just as well as you're married to me." She ruffled his hair and ran upstairs. They left Chicago the next day. "Now take care, Nivian," her father instructed her for the 5th time already that day. "Don't take any risks. Call me if you even think there's a problem." It was a measure of how seriously she took the situation that she merely said, "I will," to his nagging. The 3:15 Southwest Chief to Los Angeles left Chicago, Union Station on the dot of 4 o'clock. For once, Harry and Hermione seemed like typical kids of that age. After being amazed at their first sight of a double-decker train, Harry had been complaining about the late departure and now both were eagerly watching out of the windows at the sights they passed. Sirius seemed to be on edge, Nivian thought. Obviously, the events which had happened since their arrival stateside had been a shock to the man and had left him worried about his own ability to protect the two children. Nivian would be accompanying them at least as far as Wichita, and she hoped that nobody had worked out where they were going. The journey seemed to drag, though Hermione was quite happy to fall asleep with Harry leaning against her. Despite his excitement, he had fallen asleep not long after they had left the sprawl of Chicago behind them. To her own surprise, Nivian had also fallen asleep. Sirius had woken them all for dinner. Both Sirius and Harry enjoyed a large steak, while Hermione opted for the chicken and Nivian chose a vegetarian pasta. For dessert, Hermione chose a cheesecake, and the other three had ice cream. After that filling meal, they settled back down again and Harry and Hermione quickly fell asleep as they watched the countryside pass by. Despite her determination to stay alert, Nivian found herself being shaken awake. The train had stopped. "What time is it?" she asked. "Where are we?" "We've just pulled into Kansas," Sirius replied. Nivian yawned and looked out of the window of the superliner bedroom suite Sirius had booked for the four of them, considering it easier to hide Harry and Hermione in a suite than in an open carriage, as well as being easier to defend if it was necessary. "It's Kansas City. It's in Missouri. Kansas is the next state." "But," she pulled out a timetable leaflet she had been given at Chicago, "we'll stop at Lawrence and Topeka before Newton. We're not due there until almost 3:30. She looked at her watch. "We've got another 5 hours at least." Sirius looked sheepish. "Sorry for waking you then." "Sirius, you've hardly slept in days. You should get some sleep," she advised him. "I can stay awake." "I'm okay," he insisted. "When we get to Wichita, they'll need you to be alert," she reminded him. "All right," he sighed heavily. "I am a bit tired." "You'll be okay." "I'll be fine. I'll wake you all before we get into Newton. Wake me if you see or hear anything suspicious," he ordered her. "All right," she huffed. "Go to sleep." Although she'd slept for quite a few hours before Sirius woke her, she found that she was struggling to stay awake. Some noise at a station made her alert again. Topeka, she read, meaning that Newton would be the next stop. 2¼ hours to go. Only by sheer determination was she still awake just about as the train pulled into Newton. It was just past 4 in the morning, the train had made up a little time, but was still running late. It seemed that quite a few people were going to Wichita and there weren't enough taxis at first. Hermione couldn't believe that there was no connecting bus and everyone had to take taxis. The waiting area was open, so at least they had somewhere reasonably comfortable to wait for another taxi. By the time another taxi had arrived, it was getting lighter, although with a bright moon, it hadn't been completely dark even when they got off the train. Sirius didn't want to take Harry anywhere near the ministry, so Nivian told the taxi driver to drop them off at the riverside. Sirius slipped Nivian the money to pay the driver. "Where are we?" "This is the riverside area. It's far too early for the ministry, but we can get some breakfast." 10 minutes later they were browsing the menu when Harry said, rather too loudly, "Biscuits and gravy." "Why would you put gravy on biscuits?" "Search me," said Sirius. Nivian laughed. "Of course, you're thinking of cookies." "Cookies?" asked Harry. "What you call biscuits, we call cookies. These biscuits are more like muffins or scones. You have gravy with scones." "What's huevos rancheros?" Sirius asked. "Eggs with refried beans, chilies and tortillas," Nivian replied. Sirius looked none the wiser. "Mexican," said Hermione, helpfully, then asked, "Why is it called the air capital?" "Oh, they've given the omelets local names," Nivian replied. "The Muggles have loads of aircraft factories round here." Sirius decided to play it safe and order a simple cheese and bacon omelet with some English muffins. It didn't take the restaurant as long to cook their food as it had done for the four of them to decide what to have. "What's this?" asked Sirius, holding up the offending article. "English muffin," Nivian answered, trying not to laugh. "Nothing like an English muffin," he complained, before smothering it in butter. "'S'all right though," he said, with his mouth still full. Hermione smirked and said to Harry in a loud whisper, "Must be related to Ron." They took their time over breakfast, none of them being in a hurry. They walked for a while along the riverside before Sirius decided to stop at another restaurant. "You can't be hungry again already." exclaimed Hermione. I just want another coffee, he replied, defensively. It's addictive, you know, she warned him. We didn't have coffee, tea or anything like that in Azkaban, Sirius replied, so I'm making up for it. Dad says there's a butter mountain in Europe, Nivian quipped, perhaps Sirius wants a coffee lake. Funny, Sirius retorted, walking into the coffee shop. Is there really a butter mountain in Europe? Nivian asked. Wouldn't it go off? It's not a real mountain, Hermione explained. Just the farmers made too much so it's being stored. Sounds crazy to me. Dad always blamed it on the French, said Hermione, her face dropping for a moment before she pasted a smile back. After a long coffee, Nivian suggested that she apparate Sirius into the ministry. You've been there before then. I come with Dad sometimes, when he's on a story here. Once they were inside, she asked him, do you know how long you'll be? Not really. Well, I'll take Harry and Hermione to the Indian Center. That should keep them interested. So where shall we meet? How about the entrance to the Indian Center? As you don't know how long you'll be, I'll go by there about every hour on the hour. When Sirius agreed, Nivian apparated away. Of course Hermione was fascinated by the Indian Center, just as Nivian had guessed. If Harry got a little bored after a while, he managed not to show it. It was late afternoon by the time Sirius came for them. He had a frown on his face. What's wrong? First, they told me I had to go to Washington and nobody here would see me, until one of the secretaries pointed out that someone had attempted to kill us in Washington. I finally ended up with some deputy department head who at least seemed to know his stuff. Sirius sighed heavily. And, Hermione asked, the British ministry deny having anything to do with that letter sent to Salem. They are going to ask the personnel department to do an investigation. Personnel department? Why not magical law enforcement? Asked Hermione, outraged. They say it's an internal ministry matter. Or they don't want to find out who did it, said Hermione. Sirius actually smiled. When did you become so cynical? Living with Harry'll do that to you. Hey, don't blame me, cried Harry, who had remained silent throughout the conversation up to that point. Actually, the guy in the ministry here agrees with Hermione. He thinks they want to sweep it under the carpet. Why would they do that? Nivian asked. They're politicians, spat Hermione. If they find out they've got a rat in the ministry, it's embarrassing, and we can't have them embarrassed, can we? Anyhow, Sirius continued. Given the fact that we were attacked in Washington, he suggested getting out of the US. Not that they are telling us to leave or anything, he was very clear on that, but that Harry might be safer somewhere where whoever is behind it will probably have fewer contacts and more problems finding us. Out of the US? Asked Hermione. Where to? He suggested Central or South America. He's given me an address in California for us to go to. A friend of his there will drive us into Mexico. We'll have to learn Spanish, said Hermione. Won't they speak English? Harry asked. You'll probably find a few who do, Nivian answered him, but you'd be better learning Spanish. Harry frowned. It could be worse, she added, with a grin on her face. They could have sent you to Miami. Hardly anyone speaks English there. The guy in the ministry had rented some rooms for Sirius in a Muggle hotel so that they could sleep or at least rest until it was time to go back to the railway station. But before they went to the hotel, Nivian said, there's somewhere I must take you first. It didn't take her long wandering around the old town to find the place she was looking for. She was rewarded by Harry's eyes lighting up. Saro's Candy, she announced. Dad, I never come to the ministry without visiting it. Best chocolates I ever tasted. Nivian had obviously visited quite frequently as the people in the shop recognized her, so they allowed Harry and Hermione to try a chocolate each, and were delighted when Harry said they were even better than the chocolates in England. After a quick stop for a snack and a coffee and they arrived at the hotel. It was near the old town, and Nivian knew of it. This is quite an unusual hotel, Nivian explained. It has a whole magical section which the Muggles can't see. Even the manager doesn't know about, just a few of the staff and one of the assistant managers. How can that work? Hermione objected. Surely the management would notice if staff disappeared with food and stuff, or if guests were eating in the restaurant but were registered to rooms which the management thought didn't exist. Magic, replied Nivian, shrugging her shoulders as she walked straight through the entrance hall, round a corner and disappeared through a wall. Figuring it was similar to the entrance to platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross, the others followed. They found themselves in a luxurious lounge which felt like they had been transported back 100 years or so from the modern Muggle side of the hotel. Wow, was all Harry could say. Nivian grinned. Quite something, isn't it? I guess you've all got plenty of money. When Dad and I come, we usually go to a small hotel run by a squib. It's cheaper. Now it was obvious how the magical side could run without the management knowing. This was a totally self-contained hotel, hidden within the ordinary hotel. When they were shown their rooms, Hermione immediately fell in love with the bathroom. Can we stay here forever? She asked, already running a bath and watching the pink water coming out of the taps foam into a mass of bubbles. In spite of Harry, Hermione and Nivian having a sugar high and Sirius being overdosed on yet more coffee as he had insisted on trying the coffee in the hotel, they did manage to get some sleep. Even so, it was a tired group of people who got out of the taxi at Newton. Nivian was taking the train back to Chicago, which was due about half an hour before their train to Los Angeles. As it happened, both trains arrived at the same time, and after a quick round of goodbye hugs, Nivian left them, and Sirius, Harry and Hermione were once again going west. The journey seemed to drag. The countryside rolled by, endless miles of various crops. Early in the afternoon Sirius got excited and puzzled when he saw signs for Las Vegas. But to throw off anyone who might have found out we took the train, we were supposed to change and get a bus to here. He showed Hermione the tickets. And it doesn't look much. You mean even wizards have heard of Las Vegas? Sirius rolled his eyes at her. I was friends with a Muggleborn. She said I should come here. Why? She said I was too much of a showman and would love all the bright lights. She said the women would interest me too. At Hermione's giggle, he retorted, hey. I was quite something with the girls back in my Hogwarts days. He looked disappointed. What's wrong? Harry asked him. I just thought it would be brighter, Sirius said. I guess we'd better get out before the train goes again. He was reaching for their bags as he spoke. No, said Hermione, looking at the timetable leaflet. This is Las Vegas, New Mexico. The bus will take us to Las Vegas, Nevada. It was past midnight when they finally got off the train at a town called Kingman and onto a somewhat dirty-looking bus, and over 2 hours later they arrived in Las Vegas. Sirius had decided that they needed to rest. From the bus station they took another bus to what the bus driver called downtown. Sirius was feeling more comfortable now with Amerimuggle money, as he insisted on calling it, despite Hermione's rolling eyes every time he used the made-up word. He checked them into a large hotel called the Vegas Club. In the foyer of the hotel was a display of leaflets of the many attractions Las Vegas had to offer. Hermione took one of each and took them up to her room. An hour later she heard Sirius calling, Hermione, go to sleep. You can read them in the morning, and she reluctantly put her light out. Back in England, in the Bones household, it was mid-morning and a very tired owl arrived with a letter. Susan removed it. It was the letter she had written to Harry and Hermione letting them know what had happened to Luna and Neville. The owl seemed dejected. It's all right, boy, you did your best. I guess they don't want us contacting them. They really have abandoned us. Sirius had decided that the kids deserved a bit of a break before they continued their journey west, so they spent the first part of the next day in the Grand Slam Canyon amusement park in the Circus Casino Hotel, mainly to satisfy Harry, although he was disappointed by the lack of water rides. Oh, Harry, said Hermione, in an exasperated tone, how are they going to have water rides inside the hotel? At Harry's rebellious expression, she added, you just like getting me wet. Hermione felt her face getting red as she wondered if Harry might now have another reason for wanting to see her in a wet shirt. Harry seemed oblivious to her reaction, but she decided that she'd have to find out. Then she wondered if he'd be disappointed. She wasn't as big as some of the other girls, like Lavender, who'd needed a beep in her first year. In the afternoon they went on to the Neon Museum, the Fremont Experience and the Lied Children's Museum. By the time they returned to their hotel late that evening, neither Harry nor Hermione objected to going to bed. They were woken up late that night by a rather drunk Sirius. He sat down on his bed and muttered to himself, I don't believe ITSHE wanted me to. What's up, Sirius? Hermione asked. The dancers, he replied, his voice slurring. Then he almost shouted, they had nothing on. Harry looked a little shocked, but Hermione giggled and said, "Well, Sirius. I guess we're not in Kansas anymore." Sirius didn't say anything about his experiences the next morning, merely complaining that he didn't have a hangover potion. With Sirius obviously in a bad mood, Harry and Hermione decided not to say anything about his return the night before. Although Hermione still had a list of museums and other places she wanted to visit, for some reason Sirius seemed to think it was best to move on. They were only just in time to catch the bus to Bakersfield, from where they would take a train to San Francisco. After a 6.5 hour long bus ride to Bakersfield, California, through countryside which seemed rough and dry, Hermione had to help Sirius make a phone call. Sirius was confused. "He talked, but didn't answer me," he said. So Hermione tried. "It's an answer phone," she explained, after leaving a message for someone called Washington. She quickly explained that an answer phone was a machine which answered the phone for you if you weren't at home, and callers could leave a message on it which you could get when you returned home. They then had to run as their train for Emeryville, the railway station for San Francisco, was about to depart. The countryside was much greener now, with lots of trees, especially on the hills and mountains to their right, and they watched them go by as they settled in for another 6-hour journey. Long before they reached Emeryville, all three were hungry, even though the bus had had a short meal stop in Barstow, so they took advantage of the restaurant car. When they left the train at Emeryville, it was already dark and they were relieved that it was a lot cooler than Las Vegas had been. Their ticket was checked again and a tall thin man approached them, his right hand held out. "Sirius Black. I'm Nathan Washington." Sirius hesitated for a moment, then shook the man's hand. "I'm very pleased to meet you," said Nathan, warmly. He turned to the two children. "And you must be Harry Potter and the famous Hermione Potter, or is it Granger?" He flashed Hermione a grin as he said this. Hermione was amused at Nathan referring to her as the famous one, as she had felt the tension from Harry as he expected the usual, "Oh, it's the famous Harry Potter" comment. Harry actually smiled, a rare event when meeting new people, and he quickly replied on her behalf to Nathan's question, saying firmly, "It's Potter," before Hermione could answer. Hermione's amusement was quickly overwhelmed by a warm feeling as Harry claimed her as his own, especially as he gave her hand a squeeze while doing so. For some reason, after their experience in Chicago, both of them had avoided saying anything about their feelings for one another, leaving Hermione with a distinct disappointed feeling, yet she didn't feel able to speak to Harry about it. Sirius coughed, bringing Hermione out of her thoughts. Nathan was waiting to shake her hand. Nathan grinned at her. "Before you ask, no relation to George. At least, not that I know of." Sirius looked puzzled, but Nathan didn't notice. "My car is outside," he said. "You have a car?" Sirius asked, surprised. "Comes in handy sometimes, especially when I want to go somewhere with no chance of being traced." "Why would you need to do that?" Hermione asked, suspiciously, in spite of her initial liking for the man. "What do you know about Wizarding America?" Nathan asked her. "Not much," Hermione admitted. "You're Muggle-born, aren't you?" he asked, not really needing an answer. "Yes," said Hermione, feeling defensive. "Good. Then you'll know that in the Muggle world, many people suffering persecution in other parts of the world emigrated to the United States." Hermione nodded. "It's the same in the wizarding world. Even though we don't get involved in wars around the world, we've often had refugees from other countries. In what the Muggles call World War II, we didn't want the magical Japanese locked up like they did to the Muggles, so we set up a department to hide them. Before my time, of course. After that war, there were always magicals needing protecting and too much corruption in the ministry for them to be safe. Too easy for foreign assassins to enter the country, or for other countries to pay for assassins here. Like the man who attacked us," Hermione commented. "Exactly. So our department, while still part of the ministry, they pay my wages for example, works independently of the rest of the ministry. Our job is simply to keep people safe who might not otherwise be safe. New identities, keeping them anonymous, and so on." Hermione looked impressed, but Sirius asked, "If you're so good at keeping people safe, why was I advised to get Harry out of the country?" Nathan sighed. "We could try to keep Harry safe, but I'll be honest with you, we'd fail. If someone's paid off Warner's brother, they're spending a lot of money to get him, and money talks. It was just as well we suggested your change of route." I hope the diversion via Las Vegas wasn't too strenuous for you. Hermione smirked. No. We enjoyed it, some of us more than others, she said, glancing obviously at Sirius. From the look on his face, Nathan had a good idea what Hermione was talking about, but decided to ignore it. Well, 2 of us boarded your train from Kansas at San Bernardino, the station before Los Angeles, hoping to catch Warner's brother. We almost did. He apparated onto the moving train, which is extremely hard to do. The moment my colleague saw him, Warner's brother stunned him, finished searching the train and then apparated away before I could stun him. Why do you always call him Warner's brother? Hermione asked. You met Warner, the librarian at Salem. Yes. He wasn't always a librarian. All the way through school, he was top in everything he did. He joined our department on the research side and after a very few years became head of department. He was the first person on the research side to become department head, but like I said, he was good. His younger brother was intensely jealous. He was good, but never quite as good as his older brother. All through school, he was referred to as Warner's brother and it stuck. He trained with our department for a couple of years and then he disappeared. Some of the people we were protecting turned up dead. He was almost caught once, ironically by his older brother. He got away, apparated to his older brother's home and killed his wife and children. He killed his own nephews or nieces. Hermione asked, shocked. Nathan nodded. Warner resigned from the department and became librarian at Salem, his way of helping make sure that other children learn enough to defend themselves. It's largely thanks to him that Salem has the best defense section of any library in the country. He still helps us now and then and he still researches the dark arts and ways to defend against them or reverse their effects. He was the one who first researched the spell Harry was hit with. Before his research, nobody ever survived being hit by that spell and it was his brother's specialty. The reason you weren't attacked until after you left the school was that he knew if he attacked there, and his brother caught him, he'd get no trial, no mercy from his older brother. Wouldn't Harry have been safer staying at Salem then? Sirius asked. From Warner's brother, yes. But if they can buy him, they can buy others and nowhere would be safe. In any case, even Warner couldn't protect every student and every teacher every time they left the school. If you're so good at hiding people, why not hide Harry? Sirius asked. Nathan turned to Harry. I hear you don't like to think about your fame, but like it or not, wherever you go, you're the boy who lived. Surviving the killing curse means your story and your face is known everywhere. Your bonding so early, especially to a Muggle-born, makes you even more newsworthy. So we need to find somewhere you can hide amongst Muggles, but where you can do magic and more importantly, learn magic, if you are to defeat, he who must not be named or whatever they call him over there. Voldemort, said Hermione. At the same time, Harry exclaimed, you know about the prophecy. Nathan looked at him. There's a prophecy. Harry's face dropped, releasing that he'd let it slip out without thinking. Nathan took that as a yes, and continued, that explains a lot. No, I didn't know. But Voldemort suddenly attacking a baby for no obvious reason and the baby beats him. Then the rumors about you defeating him again a couple of Christmases ago. And even though I hear that you weren't involved in the goings-on this year, which all the reports say had to do with Voldemort yet again, it was your closest friends, those who had gathered around you too. Harry, even if there was no prophecy, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that it's going to come down to you or him. Harry nodded, reluctantly. You seem to have done your research, said Sirius, not looking too happy. Ignoring the look, Nathan continued, my government can't get involved, officially. What we can do is get you safely to where you can be trained. Why South America? Sirius asked. Not South America, Nathan replied, Mexico. There's a small town called Tepoztlán, in the state of Morelos, not far south of Mexico City on the way to Cuernavaca. What's so special about Tepoztlán? Asked Hermione. Tepoztlán, Nathan corrected her. The town is pretty much the place that many Muggle Mexicans go to if they need a charm or a spiritual cleanse done on themselves, or a curse to be applied on somebody else. Just about every other person who lives there does magic, either on a part-time or full-time basis depending on their family's reputation as witches, and the luck of their clients. Near the town is the Tepozteco mountain. It is a drum-shaped mountain that every believer in the old Aztec gods sees as the center of their devotion, as it is said to be hollow and contain the gods, who slumber until the time when the god Quetzalcoatl will return from his travels and let them walk again among the mortals. It is normal and encouraged to climb it and pray on top of it. There's even a soda fountain on the top, but it is taboo to explore its caves. The Muggles have it listed as a national park. What better place to hide a magical school that the Muggles don't know exists than inside a mountain that nobody enters, and surrounded by a town famous because of magic that few believe in? So Harry and Hermione can go to school there? Asked Sirius. I wouldn't advise it, replied Nathan, but I've spoken to the director of the school, that's like the principal. He suggested you live as Muggles and he will arrange for teachers to meet you privately. The whole area is so full of magic that any magic used will be impossible to trace. Sirius looked suspicious. Why are you doing this? And why would this school in Mexico help? If I can borrow a line from one of our Muggle presidents, he said, it's like you have a neighbor whose house is on fire. Well, of course you're a good neighbor. You lend the garden hose to your neighbor and he puts out the fire and then he gives you the hose back. If Voldemort wins, and can't be defeated, nowhere will be safe. Great, Mo. Ned Harry. Now, not only half of Britain expects me to save it, but so does the rest of the world. Hermione grabbed Harry's hand again and smirked. Good job, you've got me to save you then, isn't it? At this point in their conversation, they passed some toll booths and Nathan drove onto a brightly lit bridge over some water, then they entered an even more brightly lit tunnel and shortly afterwards came out on another bridge. Ahead of them they could see more lights, which were especially bright on their right-hand side. That's San Francisco, Nathan explained. I love the way the lights outline the shape of some of the buildings, Hermione commented. Is this the Golden Gate Bridge we're going over now? No, Nathan replied, that's a bit further north, you can see it if you look ahead of us to the right. This is the San Francisco Bay Bridge. It looks quite spectacular in daylight. Soon, they had left that road, Nathan being forced to drive more slowly through the late evening traffic until they came out on what he assured them was the coast road, although, in the dark it wasn't easy to see the sea. After several miles of avoiding potholes as best he could, eventually Nathan turned off the coast road and drove for just a few yards inland before pulling into a small hotel car park. Welcome to the Landis Shores Wizarding Hotel, Nathan announced, not to be confused with the Landis Shores Inn, which is the Muggle hotel next door. Needless to say, the Muggles can't see this hotel. You'll be staying here at least a few days, perhaps a week or more before I can take you down into Mexico. I'll be busy the next few days, but one of the hotel staff can run you into Half Moon Bay to buy anything you need. As the beach is fantastic, that's where visitors spend most of their time. Nathan's eyes narrowed into a slight grin. If any of you are interested, Half Moon Bay has the most bookstores per capita in the United States, 5 at the latest count. Sirius laughed. See, Hermione, your fame precedes you. To the surprise of neither Harry nor Sirius, the next morning, Hermione wanted to go into town. What did surprise them, however, was that she didn't head straight for one of the bookshops. Instead she insisted that they buy swimsuits. Having thoroughly embarrassed Harry by insisting that he get a suit rather smaller than the shorts-style ones he had been looking through, she irritated him by refusing to show him what she had brought. After Hermione had visited 2 of the bookshops, they had a quick lunch then made their way back to their hotel. Leaving the books in their room, they went across to the beach. Hermione slipped off the wrap she had worn when they left the hotel and Harry immediately turned his head away. This wasn't quite the reaction that Hermione had wanted. Harry, could you put some suntan oil on my back please? Harry took the bottle, obviously unsure where to put his eyes. He'd seen Hermione in a swimsuit before, of course, but she never wore bikinis and he didn't even know they made bikinis that small. He promptly dropped the bottle. Hermione tried not to laugh and turned her back to him and lay down on the sand. She undid the back of her bikini top, just so she wouldn't have a white stripe there, knowing exactly the effect it would have on Harry. When she turned over a while later, carefully holding the material so it didn't fall away, she thought Harry's eyes would pop out before he caught her looking at him and quickly looked away. Her feeling of satisfaction was mixed with relief. She might still feel a bit inadequate in the up top department, but obviously it was enough for Harry to be interested. You are my husband, you know. You are allowed to look. Shall we go and get a drink? Harry asked, almost stuttering the words. Hermione sighed internally. She'd pushed him too far. Okay. She sat up and turned her back to him. Can you do me up, please? She felt a momentary excitement as his fingers touched her skin, then he got up. A little disappointed, she followed him. That evening she asked their waitress where it was safe to swim as the beach near the hotel had warning signs of rip tides. Not only rip tides, the waitress had commented, great white sharks as well, think Jaws, she added. The best place for swimming near here is about 12 miles away, at Pomponio State Beach. There's some nice little lagoons and the water's not so cold as the sea itself. Reception can book a taxi to take you. The taxi driver had helpfully shown them how to get down to the beach and they arranged a time for him to come and pick them up to return to the hotel. Hermione couldn't help a smile the next afternoon at the beach when she slipped off her wrap to reveal a full one-piece swimsuit instead of the bikini she had worn the day before. Harry looked a little disappointed. After a short time sunbathing, Hermione nodded off to sleep. When she woke up, feeling a little hot from the sun on her back, she said, "Shall we go for a swim?" "Water's cold," Harry replied. "I tested it while you were sleeping." "Coward." "I'm not." "You are. And I can see why you're not in Gryffindor." With that she ran into the water. He followed her into the water, then she turned round and splashed him as much as she could. The ensuing water fight lasted just a few minutes until Harry suddenly stopped splashing her. "I win," she announced. Harry nodded vaguely. "Is something wrong, Harry?" "Huh, I'm up here." "What?" Suddenly Harry's eyes shot up to her face. "Sorry. I didn't mean IOH God." "Calm down." "But it's see-through," she finished for him. She looked down. The unlined top of her new white swimsuit had exactly the effect she had hoped it would. And Harry had been right, the water was cold. "I told you yesterday. You were allowed to look." To her surprise, Harry's eyes, suddenly emboldened, looked a lot further down than her East's. It was Hermione's turn to be embarrassed. The lining in the bottom of her swimsuit might as well have not been there. Her embarrassment turned to delight as he looked back up at her face and said, almost in a whisper, "You're beautiful." They had stood there in the shallow water, just looking at each other, for a while, each too scared to make a move. Hermione lay down on the sand, knowing that his eyes were roving over her and she wasn't minding one bit. Finally, she said, "We should probably be getting back." She ran into the water to rinse the sand off. You go ahead," said Harry. "I'll be a minute or two." "Why?" "Wire." Hermione looked down and couldn't help a giggle. "It's all right for you," Harry retorted. "I can't go back like this." "I'll wait for you," Hermione offered. "That's not helping," he said, his face redder than she'd ever seen it. Taking pity on him, she turned away and said, "I'll see you back at the car park." Later that evening, one of the hotel waitresses asked Hermione if she had enjoyed the beach. Hermione blushed. "Oh, it's like that, is it? I wish." The waitress looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Hermione sighed. "Yesterday, I wore a bikini I thought I'd never dare to wear, even made him put oil on my back. He acted like he was scared to touch me. Today I wore a white swimsuit and let him get me wet. God, he could see pretty much everything and he still didn't do anything." "You sure he fancies you?" Hermione giggled. He had to go back into the sea to calm down before he could come back to the car park for the taxi. "He made me come back first." The waitress laughed. "Okay. He fancies you. Perhaps he just needs somewhere more private." The next few days were frustrating for Hermione. Every attempt to get Harry somewhere completely alone with her failed for one reason or another. She was sure that all the accidental interruptions from Sirius were far from accidental. Finally, they were in Nathan's car, on the way to Mexico. A short way out of Half Moon Bay, they stopped for some fresh fruit at one of the many roadside stands. "Is it much further?" Harry asked. They'd been in Nathan's car for almost 11 hours apart from a couple of stops at roadside restaurants and Harry was becoming bored and irritable. "We're nearly at the border," Nathan replied. "Once we've crossed into Mexico, I'll park the car in Tijuana, that's the town just across the border. I've got a friend there. We'll flow to Cuernavaca, and someone from the school will meet us there. Meanwhile, hopefully, anyone after you is looking in Canada." "Why?" said Hermione. "We spread a few rumors. And I took a few hairs from each of you before we started driving." "Polyjuice potion," Hermione exclaimed. Nathan grinned. "She's quick, this one. Best in our year," said Harry proudly, to Hermione's delight. "I can believe it. Right now, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, using their Muggle passports, are crossing the border into Canada with Sirius Black and one Nathan Washington. In a few hours, Nathan Washington will return alone to the United States, but Sirius Black, Harry and Hermione will disappear. Now, we're coming up to the border. Nathan handed their passports to the guard at the border, who stamped them before looking confused and handing them back. "What did you do?" Hermione asked him. "I made him forget what to do, so he hasn't logged our leaving the country. He will also forget that he saw us. I'll do the same on the Mexican side and the same when I return." Less than an hour later, he disillusioned the car and they entered his friend's house in Tijuana. After a quick but warm round of shaking hands between Nathan's friend, Javier Martinez and the others, his friend's wife, Guadalupe, insisted on welcoming them all with a key on the cheek, leaving both Sirius and Harry embarrassed and Hermione amused at their reaction. Then Senora Martinez insisted that they have something to eat and drink before flowing to Cuernavaca. "I'm not sure we've got time," Nathan tried to reply, before his friend said something in Spanish, which Nathan translated as, "His wife will be most offended if we refuse." Sirius looked slightly suspiciously at the tortillas as Senora Martinez told them to help themselves. Fortunately, the Grangers had been quite cosmopolitan in their tastes in food, Hermione's father having been especially enthusiastic in trying foods from all over the world, so Harry and Hermione immediately began to pile beef, beans, fresh tomatoes, onions and various different colored sauces onto their tortillas before rolling them up. "Avoid that one if you don't like it spicy," Nathan advised, pointing to one of the sauces. Sirius, of course, ignored that advice and nearly choked on his first bite, much to the amusement of Harry and Hermione. "Bloody hell, that's hot," Sirius swore, after barely choking down the bite. Harry and Hermione started laughing at their minder's discomfort, having heeded their new friend's warning, and got a wicked, "I'm going to get you for that," scowl from Sirius in return. As fast as the table began to empty, more tortillas and the various other ingredients were brought out. Senora Martinez reminded Harry and Hermione of Molly Weasley, as she obviously seemed to think that they needed feeding up. "My wife thinks there is no food in Cuernavaca," Javier Martinez said with a smile. Finally, when they had persuaded Senora Martinez that they couldn't possibly eat another mouthful, they made it through the flow to Cuernavaca, arriving in what looked like a typical Muggle office. "Welcome to the real Mexico. I'm Rafael Espinoza. You've eaten, I assume." All this was spoken in perfect English, with only the slightest Latin accent. Nathan said a rather fervent, "Yes." Rafael laughed. "My wife wanted to give you something to eat, but I told her that Senora Martinez wouldn't let you escape without eating far too much." "We owe you one, mi amigo," Nathan laughed. "Just make sure they come back for a visit. My wife is convinced that they couldn't have had proper Mexican food in Tijuana." "Well, I'm going back to the States as soon as I've seen the director. But I'm sure that Mr. Black will oblige. Do you know who's coming?" "Nobody," he replied. "El Director Salazar suggested you flow to the school as school's not in session right now. They can stay there until they can buy or rent a Muggle house." "Salazar?" asked Sirius, suspiciously. "Is there a problem?" Nathan asked, looking puzzled. "Voldemort considers himself the heir of Slytherin, Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts." Nathan smiled. "Salazar is an old and honorable Spanish surname. I doubt he's even aware that an Englishman had that name as his first name 1,000 years ago." Sirius looked satisfied, if not totally happy, so Hermione changed the subject. "What is this place?" she asked. "This office is so we can contact families of Muggleborns. They also come here first when they are visiting the school before they decide whether they want their children to attend the school or if they are visiting their children at the school for any reason." As usual, Harry fell over as he exited the fireplace. Nathan, who had gone first, helped him up. Hermione followed and Sirius was last. They were in a small and rather dark office. A man no bigger than Harry was standing in front of a desk. He was looking at Harry and Hermione like a scientist might examine a specimen. He said nothing as he stared. Hermione began to feel uncomfortable and Sirius began to open his mouth, but Nathan tapped him on the arm and quickly shook his head. Finally, he spoke. "Mrs. Potter, your wand, please." He held out his hand, obviously expecting her to give it to him. Hermione glanced at Nathan, who nodded briefly, so she allowed the old man to take it. The man returned to just behind his desk and placed Hermione's wand on this desk. He turned to Harry and said, "Take out your wand." Harry did so. The man pulled out his own wand and a flash of red light instantly sent Sirius to the floor. Then he turned his wand on Hermione. Harry cried out, "No!" and ran in front of Hermione, crying, "Protega," as he did so. The red flash from the man's wand dissipated against the bright orange shield. The shield expanded until another flash from the old man made it disappear. The man clicked his fingers and Sirius woke up. "What happened?" he asked sleepily. "I was having a lovely dream." Ignoring Sirius, the man turned to Nathan. "He is worthy. I said he would be." The man nodded briefly in acknowledgement before handing Hermione her wand. Harry still had his wand trained on the old man. "Senor y Senora Potter. Welcome to Colegio Teposteco." As usual, the first years were amazed when the old hat on the chair began to speak. But this year, more than the first years were to be amazed. "A path has been set and it makes me sad. Though you may think me round the bend. Unless there's a change, when things go bad. This ancient school will come to an end. The dark will rise and cover the land. And destroy the best of you. This comes about because once there were 4. And now there are only 2. I sort you today and have to divide. It's the job for which I was made. But unless all 4 are on one side, the future is already laid. Gryffindor will be destroyed by fire. Slytherin scattered throughout the land. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw end in blood. And even Hogwarts cannot stand. This may seem a riddle to some of you. Only together can you stand tall. You have now but a year or 2. Mighty Hogwarts is about to fall." There was silence for a moment, then everyone began to talk at once. Professor Dumbledore and the rest of the staff seemed stunned. Finally, he got up and after putting his wand briefly to his throat, said loudly, "Silence." His voice reverberated around the great hall. "I am sure that what the hat has told us will be discussed and debated by many of you. To me, it is a clear warning that we must unite or fall. Now let us proceed with the sorting." It was the next day before Susan and Luna could meet with Neville, Ginny, Ron, Fred and George. "Come in, girls," said Fred. "We were trying to remember exactly what the sorting hat said." Luna pulled a piece of paper out of her pocket. It was covered in squiggles. Fred looked puzzled. "I noted down what the hat said," she explained. When Fred still looked none the wiser, she added, "Well, I am in Ravenclaw. It's shorthand, a lot of claws use it to take notes in class, but this is my own version." She read out what the hat had said. "Clear as mud," George commented. "Some of it is quite easy," Luna said. 4 minus 2 is 2. Ron looked like he was going to make a sarcastic comment, but a glare from Ginny stopped him. "Thanks for the maths lesson, Luna," said Fred. "But the hat didn't say that," George objected. "As if he'd just got it," Ron explained. "No. It said, once there are 4 and now there are only 2, so that means 2 are gone." Luna looked pleased that someone else had understood. "Harry and Hermione?" asked Neville. "Unless you know any other 2 who have gone since last year?" Ron asked. "Then we should let them know," said Neville. "I tried to send them a message about you and Luna," Susan said. "But it came back. The owl couldn't deliver it. So they've gone off, Merlin knows where, made it so we can't contact them and left us to it," said George angrily. "That's what I thought at first," Susan admitted. "But you don't now?" asked Fred, genuinely puzzled. She shook her head. "I thought bad things about Harry last year and I was wrong. I don't believe he'd abandon us." "He wouldn't," said Ginny, firmly. A little too firmly as her 3 brothers turned to her and she felt herself going red. "Got a little crushy poo on Harrykins, have we?" Fred teased. Ron couldn't help a smirk as George added, "But you're too late, he's already married." "I know," replied Ginny, angrily. Determined to change the subject from Ginny's alleged crush, Neville said, "There's one way to find out. Send them another owl." After Luna had written out a message, including the full text of what the hat had said, they went to the Ollery. "Don't use one of the smaller ones," said George. "It'd probably die halfway." Choosing one of the biggest school owls, Fred fastened the message to its leg and it immediately flew away. The very next day most of Hogwarts received another shock. They were eating dinner. Ginny and Ron were debating where Professor Snape was. For once, he wasn't at the staff table and Snape never usually missed a meal. "You don't suppose something's happened to him, do you?" asked Ron, eagerly. They had just started on dessert when they got their answer. The main door opened and the missing teacher strode in, his cape flying behind him. Ron's disappointment quickly turned to anger, which was shared by many of the others in the hall as they saw that Snape had been followed into the hall by a student, none other than Draco Malfoy. Snape and Malfoy walked up to the staff table and stood in front of Professor Dumbledore. "I formally release Mr. Malfoy into your custody, Headmaster." "Thank you, Severus. I trust that you will oversee him." "Of course, Headmaster." "Very well. I am sure Mr. Malfoy and you must be hungry. Do take your seats." As Malfoy walked back to the Slytherin table, he looked across at the Ravenclaw table and his eyes narrowed into a satisfied smile. By the time he took his seat, the murmuring in the Great Hall, which has begun the moment Professor Snape had entered, had reached a fever pitch. Wands had been drawn by at least half of the Slytherins and Gryffindors as well as a few of the Hufflepuffs. "Silence," boomed the voice of Professor Dumbledore. A slight wave of his hand and all the drawn wands were on the floor beside their owners. "What's he doing back here?" demanded Neville Longbottom, as angry as anyone had ever seen him. "The minister has decided that there is sufficient evidence to show that Mr. Malfoy was acting under duress from adult Death Eaters and, pending further investigation, has released him into my custody." "Where did you find the money to bribe Fudge this time?" one of the twins shouted. Draco Malfoy just smirked. "That's just great," shouted Ginny angrily. "Now no girl is safe. Professor Snape has undertaken to supervise Mr. Malfoy on my behalf. Like I said, no girl is safe," Ginny snapped back. "He's a wannabe Death Eater, just like his father." "Don't you dare insult my father," Malfoy shouted angrily. "Enough," said Professor Dumbledore. "The minister has also opened an investigation as to whether Mr. Malfoy Sr. was acting under the Imperious Curse when he gave Tom Riddle's diary to Miss Weasley. This time no command to be silent could return order to the Great Hall." The next evening, 3 people made their way to the Longbottom home and knocked on the door. The woman who opened the door had her wand in her wand and said sharply, "I must warn you that I may be old, but I can still use this." Remus nodded. "Madam Longbottom, thank you for agreeing to see us. Come in." They followed her into a large receiving room. She motioned them to sit down. "Matty," she called. A rather elderly-looking elf appeared, startling the 2 women who had come with Remus. "Yes, mistress. Bring us drinks," Remus began to say. "That isn't necess," but the elf had already disappeared and Augusta Longbottom was looking at him in a way which made him feel like a naughty child. "I agreed to see you because you said this was about Neville," she said. "I do read the Daily Prophet. I am aware that the minister has deemed fit to order the Malfoy assets unfrozen. If you are here to warn me that some of that money could be used to attack Neville, I am aware of that. Professor Dumbledore has assured me that my grandson is safe. Actually, it isn't strictly about Neville we have come," Remus said. "Really?" Madame Longbottom asked coldly. "It's about his parents." Her initial reaction of shock was interrupted as Matty the elf had reappeared with drinks and handed round a tray with glasses of wine, then disappeared as quickly as he has appeared. Augusta Longbottom has regained her poise. "Neville's parents are dead, or as good as, despite the fact that I insist that we honor them by visiting them as often as we can." Her voice had turned almost to ice and all 3 of the visitors could see that she was losing her patience. "Madam Longbottom, I am Judith Collier. May I say something?" Augusta Longbottom looked puzzled, then asked, "You're a Muggle?" "Yes. You may say something, but only if you get to the point. We believe we may be able to help Neville's parents' recovery. This is with a Muggle technique." "Yes. I mean no disrespect, but what makes you think that Muggles can do something which the best Medawitches and healers have been unable to do?" "Because I am standing here today, able to speak to you. I am Jean Granger." Madame Longbottom looks like she was sizing Mrs. Granger up. "Neville told me about you. You were under the Cruciatus for seconds. My son and his wife were under it for over half an hour. I had to explain to him that just because you fainted and came round afterwards does not mean that anything can help his parents." "Fainted?" gasped Jean Granger. "Madame Longbottom, Mrs. Granger was unconscious for over a year. Street Mungo's said that she would never recover. If anything, she was less responsive than your son and daughter-in-law. The healers said that Muggles don't have the magical protections that witches and wizards have. You were less responsive, so I am told. After I was transferred to a Muggle hospital, the doctors there also thought I was in a permanent vegetative state. And the Muggles just gave you something and you woke up. No, replied Miss Collier. It was a long, slow process. It took many months before there was even a sign of recovery. I should warn you that it has some success with some patients, but only a small percentage recover. A small percentage. So there is little hope for my son and his wife even if I do agree to try your idea. Isn't little hope better than no hope? Mrs. Granger asked. Madame Longbottom flopped back in her chair, her face an agony of indecision. Finally she looked up at them again and said, I think it is. But I don't want Neville to know. I don't want to get his hopes up. Can you do this treatment at St. Mungo's? This time it was Remus who answered. It would be possible, but they were against even trying it. That might have changed now. I doubt it, he replied. When we asked for an appointment to see them after Mrs. Granger's recovery, we were refused. And when we sent an article on Mrs. Granger to the Prophet, it was ignored. We're not saying it can't be done at St. Mungo's, Miss Collier explained, but it would have a better chance of success at a hospital where the staff actually want to help in the treatment, rather than one where they'd prefer it to fail. How much would it cost? It's free, replied Mrs. Granger. It's on the national health. The Longbottoms don't need charity. We can pay. It's not about charity, Madame Longbottom. The National Health Service is for everyone, regardless of the ability to pay. It's paid for from the taxes. And this particular hospital is the best in the country for these types of problems. If you wanted to help the hospital, you could probably rent a private room or something, or give donations. Augusta Longbottom looked mollified. They don't accept galleons though, Remus pointed out. I am old, Mr. Lupin, but not senile. Before Remus could answer, Madame Longbottom had turned to Mrs. Granger. Mrs. Granger, I read about what happened to you and to your husband. My sympathies to yourself and your daughter. Neville has told me a lot about her. You must be very proud. Thank you. I am. Thank you for coming to see me today. She turned to Miss Collier. Now, what do I have to do? And I thought Madame Pomfrey was bad, Harry complained, when he was finally allowed off the bed. Honestly, Harry, it wasn't that bad. It was only a routine medical. At least they have them here, unlike a certain Scottish castle I can think of. It's all right for you. You don't have her certain parts she can grab while she tells you to cough. Hermione burst out laughing. It's not funny. I was so embarrassed. Sadly, that only made Hermione laugh more. End of flashback. Colegio Teposteco. The 10th of September 1993. Señor Director, Hermione began hesitantly. Podemos preguntarme una pregunta. She was rewarded with a rare smile. I have hurry tonight. Perhaps English is better. Hermione tried and failed not to show her relief. Could we ask you something? Of course. Our new books arrived, but there's some books which weren't on the list. I changed the order, he explained. I want you to study soul magic and the various mental disciplines. Hermione looked puzzled. Is this to do with the bond? She asked. Not strictly. Not your bond, anyway, he said, looking pointedly at Hermione. The sudden panicky look on both their faces told him what he wanted to know. I see. You already know. He sounded displeased. When were you planning to tell me about it? How did you find out? Harry asked, defensively. Actually, I've known a long time. The nature of your scar was spotted in your medical examination. Why didn't anyone say anything? I think that was my question. But why don't you tell me what you do know about it? Hermione and Harry looked at each other for a moment, then Harry began to tell about the scar, from how he got it, to their experience with Voldemort in Harry's mind in Chicago. In spite of the initial decision to keep them separate, the director of the school had changed his mind, saying that for dueling, they needed practice with as many opponents as possible, so they might as well attend the school. As soon as they heard that, Hermione went crazy trying to learn as much Spanish as possible and ensure that Sirius and Harry did the same by the time the term had started. That hadn't stopped some mistakes, of course. Sirius still teased Harry about going into a hardware shop, or ferreteria, and asking for an onion. Trying not to laugh, Hermione had corrected him. A brush is un cepillo, Harry, not una cebola. That means onion. Luckily for them, Colegio Teposteco, in common with many Muggle private schools, taught for half the day in Spanish and half the day in English. This not only made at least some of the lessons easier for them, but meant that most of the students were fairly fluent in English and delighted in correcting their Spanish, although after Hermione had been totally embarrassed when she had unknowingly sworn at a teacher, they made sure to check that the corrections offered by other students actually were correct. One day in late October, Harry and Hermione made their way to defense class, looking forward to the lesson even more than usual as the whole afternoon had been devoted to their first proper dueling session. Once attendance was taken, the professor divided the class into pairs for dueling. As the class progressed, there were many good matches and the students showed a great deal of creativity and variety, much more than either Harry or Hermione had expected, based on their experiences at Hogwarts. It was towards the end of the class when Harry had to face his opponent, a large and very athletic boy with jet black hair, who was one of the oldest in their year and seemed to move with a great deal of confidence. They didn't know him as he wasn't normally in any of their groups for lessons, but they heard him mutter something in Spanish which they couldn't hear clearly enough to understand, but judging by the sneering look and the laughter from those around him, it was some kind of insult aimed at Harry. Harry couldn't help thinking of him as a dark-haired version of Draco Malfoy. Knowing that Malfoy was all mouth, Harry expected his opponent to be the same and began by cycling through the standard set of jinxes and found, to his annoyance, that the older boy just batted them away with the tip of his wand like irritating flies. Then Harry began using some of the charms and curses that he had been taught by Sirius while they had been waiting for school to begin and the tide began to turn. Eventually, the taller boy snarled and threw a borderline nasty curse at Harry, just missing Harry's head, following it up with Eterta, which they knew was a stunning spell. Harry dove sideways behind a chair, then banished it at the boy. Taken by surprise, the boy had to knock it away with his arms, just as Harry cried, "Stupefy." Harry's opponent was knocked backwards hard, slamming his head into the wall behind him. Hermione grinned, then asked Harry when he'd learnt that banishing spell. Harry didn't have time to answer her as they heard a slow hand clapping behind them. "Muy bien, very good." The director quickly revived the stunned boy. "He cheated. He used a non-Spanish spell. So Senior Martinez, if you have to fight someone who speaks a language other than Spanish, you must teach them Spanish first, yes." He turned to Hermione. "I suspect I see the subtle hand of Mrs. Potter in this victory?" he questioned. "Yes, Director. When I found out that although Britain still uses mostly spells based on Latin, but here you use spells based on modern Spanish, I thought that if we used some Latin spells here, it would give us an advantage. And no doubt you will use Spanish spells when you have to return to England." "Yes, Director," Hermione replied. "Good, then your time here will not have been wasted." He nodded at the defense professor and left the room. Things at Hogwarts were not going so well. "That's 5 points from Gryffindor for running in the hallways, Weasley." Ginny turned and saw the new Ravenclaw prefect glaring at her, the one appointed to replace Penny when Professor Flitwick had chosen prefects for the new school year. "There's no point glaring at me, Weasley. Only basilisks kill with a look." Ginny slumped, unable to even think of one of her characteristic barbed retorts. She made her way to her dorm and took out the diary her father had given her to write it if she needed to. During the summer holidays she discovered that her mother had an identical diary, and when she wrote something in hers, the same words had appeared in her mother's diary. Obviously they wanted to keep an eye on her. Realizing that nobody would ever trust her again, she angrily threw the diary back into her bedside cupboard. She knew that she would never use it. She picked up one of her textbooks instead. She was getting behind in all her subjects. She really needed to study. Half an hour later, she slung the book aside without reading more than a few words. 1st of November 1993, the day after Halloween, Hogwarts, Scotland. Susan Bones was sitting at a table in the corner of the Hufflepuff common room writing a letter. "Dearest Harry and Hermione, I don't know if this will get to you. None of us have had any replies to any of our letters since you left. Ron thinks you've forgotten about us all. Have you? The reason I'm writing is that Ginny's in the hospital wing. She won't even tell Madame Pomfrey what happened, but it seems like after the Halloween feast, someone, or a group of someones, beat her up. They didn't even use magic to do it. Madame Pomfrey say that Ginny didn't even try to defend herself or get away. Apparently she can tell as there were no bruises on her arms in the places where she would expect to see them if she was trying to shield herself, and no marks to show that someone was holding her. She wasn't unconscious, but was found by Filch this morning, just sitting in the corridor. Now she just sits in the bed in the hospital wing, just staring into space. She eats, drinks, sleeps, but hardly ever says anything. When we tried to persuade her to tell us who did it, she just says it doesn't matter. She's been a bit out of it most of this term. Luna thinks that she's blaming herself for what happened to Penny, but if we ask Ginny about it, she just tells us not to be silly. I really wish you two were here. Ginny might listen to you, Hermione, and seeing Harry would just cheer her up as everyone knows she's got a major crush on him. I think the only reason she didn't react like this last term is that you two were both here. The twins say that she was weird over the summer at the Burrow. Ron just said that she'd always been weird and he didn't notice any difference. Bit quieter maybe, was his only comment. I'm not asking you to come back, but even if you write a letter to Ginny it might help her. Love to you both, I could hex Sirius for taking you away. Susan Bones. The letter completed, she made her way to the Ollery and gave it to the strongest looking owl. 1st of November 1993, the day after Halloween, Colegio Teposteco, Mexico. Harry rubbed his throbbing head. That was some crazy party, he thought, but he was never ever going to drink again. He felt something warm and soft under his arm. He forced himself to open his eyes, then rapidly shut them again, then opened them even wider. Hermione. BPD. A sudden chill made him realize that he was also BPD. In a sudden panic, he stood up. Where were they? They seemed to be in a cave, but the floor of the cave was soft, a softening charm, he thought. In the lighter part of the cave he saw a pile of clothes. He went to them and said that they were his clothes, so he quickly put them on. To his immense relief, he found his wand under his clothes and he quickly picked it up. From where he was now he could see the daylight outside. Perhaps he should leave. No, he couldn't let Hermione wake up like that, alone. She'd freak out. He looked around, but couldn't see her clothes. Maybe they were further into the cave, round the bend, where he'd woken up. It was too dark to see much, so he cast Lumos. The light was bright enough to see Hermione properly for the first time. He'd walked in on Hermione in the shower once, at the house they had rented, when she'd forgotten to bolt the door. She'd been shocked for a few seconds before she had shrieked and covered herself. She must be getting forgetful as that had happened a few times. She wasn't exactly embarrassed if he saw her in her underwear, which he was sure was smaller than it used to be. But this was the first time he'd just been able to look at her like this. He'd heard her muttering to herself about her beeps not growing. He didn't know what she was talking about, they looked fine to him. The last time he'd really looked was at the beach that day, when Hermione had been acting weird, but even then they weren't completely bare, like this. They seemed quite a bit bigger now, pale compared to her shoulders. They looked so soft that for a moment he reached out his hand, wanting to touch them, then quickly changed his mind. He noticed that she had more hair down below than he had, and it was a lighter color. Her legs were slightly apart. He smiled for a moment as he remembered overhearing Hermione complain to Sirius that he, Harry, would never notice that she was a girl. Hermione was definitely a girl. Some of the other boys were forever talking about getting a girl BPD and getting in there, but Harry felt he could just stare at her for hours. She stirred. Harry froze for a moment, then forced himself to look around and quickly found Hermione's clothes. She'd be furious if she knew he'd just been staring at her like that. Thinking to cover her, he picked up her dress only to find it had been torn apart completely down the front. Still, he could put it over her. Leaning over her ready to drape the ruined garment over her body, Harry knew he should look away, but he found that he couldn't. The wand's light shone directly in Hermione's eyes for a moment and they opened with a suddenness which froze Harry to the spot. Where? Hermione saw Harry standing over her, her dress in his hands. He was staring at her and his shock at her sudden awakening was changing to a bemused smile. Mine, he whispered. Hermione snatched at her dress. Get out. She screamed. Harry didn't move. Irritated that he wasn't immediately compliant after her scream, Hermione moved away from him, stood up and turned around. She tried to put the dress on, only to find it was impossible. Holding the ruined dress in front of her, she noticed a guilty look on his face. She slapped him, shouting, "How could you? and ran out past him, obviously furious. Harry began to run after her. She was holding the remains of her dress to cover her front, but that left her bum totally bare as she ran. Hermione. Wait, he called as they approached the main building of the school, much to the general laughter of many of the other students outside enjoying the sun. A ridiculous thought struck him. The number of times when they've been shopping, she'd asked him, "Does my bum look big in this?" Watching an angry Hermione run into the school, he said to himself, "Doesn't look big in that, not at all." Hermione saw Harry standing over her, her dress in his hands. He was staring at her, and his shock at her sudden awakening was changing to a bemused smile. "Mine," he whispered. Hermione snatched at her dress. "Get out!" she screamed. Harry didn't move. Irritated that he wasn't immediately compliant after her scream, Hermione moved away from him, stood up and turned around. She tried to put the dress on, only to find it was impossible. Holding the ruined dress in front of her, she noticed a guilty look on his face. She slapped him, shouting, "How could you?" and ran out past him, obviously furious. Harry began to run after her. She was holding the remains of her dress to cover her front, but that left her bum totally bare as she ran. Hermione. Wait, he called as they approached the main building of the school, much to the general laughter of many of the other students outside enjoying the sun. A ridiculous thought struck him. The number of times when they've been shopping, she'd asked him, "Does my bum look big in this?" Watching an angry Hermione run into the school, he said to himself, "Doesn't look big in that, not at all." Monday, 1st November, 1993. Girls' bathroom, Colegio Tepozteco, Mexico. Juliana was cleaning the sinks in the girls' bathroom when Hermione came running in, almost beepedy and crying. As Hermione shut herself into one of the stalls, Juliana asked, "What happened?" Hermione's tears were a mixture of anger and betrayal, but she forced herself to calm down enough to choke out, "Harry. What did he do? After the party? He can't even remember. He could have no, he wouldn't, how could he? What are you talking about?" Forcing herself to calm down, she replied, "I woke up like this." "What do you think he did?" "I don't know. And obviously, you don't either." Hermione let out a cry of frustration. Juliana ignored it and continued, "All you know, is that you both went to a party and you woke up beepedy afterwards. So you got drunk and went off and had some fun together. Aren't you two together anyway? I'd like to have remembered my first time." Hermione spat angrily. "You're sure you actually, did it?" Hermione didn't reply. "Can't you check?" After a few seconds, the only reply was a sigh of relief from Hermione. From all the stories you've both told us, everyone at Hogwarts was really quick to believe something bad about Harry last year. Shouldn't you be better than that?" Once again, Hermione was silent for a moment, and then the silence was broken by crying. "I'll go and find you something to wear," said Juliana. Then Hermione heard the door close as Juliana left. When Hermione went to sit at Harry's side at lunch, he said, "Hermione, I swear I would never," only to be silenced by her finger on his lips. "Neither of us know what we did," she said, "though we didn't, Harry looked an odd mixture of relieved and disappointed. "Obviously we got drunk and went off together. End of story. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have blamed you. We were okay then. We're okay." Harry's entire body relaxed, as he took in her forgiveness, and then he grinned broadly, only to have wiped off almost immediately by one of their teachers. "Potter, Potter," to the director's office. Later the same day, the Potter house in the Pueblo town of Tepoztlán, Mexico. Harry closed his eyes for a moment and leaned against the kitchen wall of the small, three-bedroom flat that Sirius had taken for them. He knew, without knowing why, that expressions of his godfather's happy immaturity was just exactly opposite to what Hermione needed to hear, but there was nothing that he could do about it in the moment. "Woo-woo, Prongs Jr." Sirius cried with obvious delight. "Never thought you had it in you. Getting drunk and going off for some hanky-panky. Getting suspended for a week no less. We'll make a marauder of you yet." He sniffed and rubbed his eyes theatrically. "My little Prongltime, so proud." Harry hugged Sirius with delight as Sirius messed up his hair, not that it needed messing up. Hermione stomped off to her bedroom angrily, muttering to herself, "Suspended from school. And those two think it's funny." The same day, Great Hall, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Susan Bones was sitting at the Hufflepuff table when an owl landed in front of her. She excitedly removed the message, only to be disappointed. It was the message she had sent to Harry and Hermione. Her friend Hannah wasn't the only one who noticed that Susan looked downhearted. Not even that waste of space Potter wants to bother with a bunch of useless Hufflepuffs. Susan didn't even bother to look up as Draco Malfoy continued, maybe there's hope for him after all, living with a black, got away from Bumbledore and escaping the Puffs. Is there a problem here? Came the calm voice of Cedric Diggory, one of the Hufflepuff prefects. Not. For me, Draco smirked. Bonesy's just learning that Hufflepuffs are only loyal when they can't get away from the other duffers. Back to your table, Malfoy. Your two boyfriends look like they're missing you. They're probably being paid to be interested in what you have to say. You wait. When the Dark Lord returns. Then you and the Death Eater scum you call a father can practice groveling. Yes, we know. Now leave, unless you want detention. Malfoy looked like he was going to say something, but thought better of it, so with a sneer on his face, he turned and walked away. Colegio Tepozteco, Mexico. Despite their suspension, the director had permitted Harry and Hermione to attend the dueling classes. Neither of them was doing very well. Outside of class, even the usually obtuse Sirius noticed that Harry and Hermione were barely speaking to each other. The situation had become worse when they were informed that a complaint had been made to the board that suspension for a couple of weeks was an inadequate punishment and that they should be expelled. As the days rolled on towards their expulsion hearing, Harry and Hermione were snapping at each other for the slightest thing. In the evenings, Sirius often left them to it and went to a Muggle bar to relax. Wednesday the 17th of November 1993, Great Hall, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Luna walked into the Great Hall to jeers from both the Slytherins and her fellow Ravenclaws. She was dressed even more strangely than usual. Her robes were a dazzling pattern of horizontal stripes in bright yellow and black. Her socks were black, but her shoes were yellow. Even her hat sported yellow and black stripes. Showing your true colors, are you? One of the Ravenclaws yelled out. Professor Flitwick got up and seemed to be ready to intervene, but Luna didn't seem bothered about it at all. I like yellow, she answered them simply as she walked over to the Gryffindor table and sat down next to Neville, who was sitting near the twins. Fred, how's Ginny? She asked the twin nearest to her. No change, said George, sadly, still doesn't want to do anything or talk to anyone. Then he looked up sharply and asked, how come you called me Fred? You always know which of us is which. I just thought it would be nice for you to be Fred today, Luna answered. The twins shook their heads while some of the others at the table were trying not to laugh. Neville commented, I don't know how you can always tell them apart anyway. I never get it right. Even Ron gets it wrong. He doesn't, you know, Luna replied. They just like to tell him he does. They do it with the teachers too. But not with McGonagall, said George, with feeling. She made us clean for Filch for a week for trying it in her class, Fred added. But enough about the handsomest twins in Gryffindor. You're the only twins in Gryffindor, Neville pointed out. Point proven, said George, triumphantly. Enough about our gorgeousnesses, what's with the new color scheme? Trying to dazzle us all this early in the day. Yeah, added Fred, being that bright this early in the morning must be against the rules. Oh, I didn't do it, said Luna. I found all my clothes had been changed to black and yellow. They've been bullying you again? Asked Neville, surprising the others with his angry tone. I thought they were better than before. They were for a while, Luna admitted. But at least they don't take things now and this will wear off soon. Earlier in the day, Wednesday the 17th of November 1993, Defense Against the Dark Arts Practice Room, Colegio Tepozteco, Mexico. Harry landed hard on his bum for the third time that day. As his wand went flying from his hand, Martinez cast a cutting curse which left Harry's face bleeding. Hermione helped him up and said, let's get you to the hospital wing, but he shook off her hand and stormed out. Hermione felt a hand on her shoulder and turned to see Juliana. I'm losing him, Ju, and I don't know why. Have you tried asking him what's going on? He barely talks to me now, Hermione answered, a mixture of sadness and bitterness in her voice. You need to talk this out and you know it. He's the one who won't talk to me, Hermione protested angrily, walking off. Said Juliana to herself. That went well. She turned down the long main corridor and walked purposefully to the far end. Come Juliana. Somehow Director Vasconcelos always seemed to know who was visiting him. The door opened for her and then closed firmly as she walked into the office. "So, how is your friend, Signora Potter, today?" Looking surprised, Juliana answered, upset and angry, as usual. "More so than usual, if you've come to me. It's ever since the party," she began. "So now you are going to tell me what really happened," Director Vasconcelos stated. It very obviously wasn't a question. Harry wasn't concentrating and lost a lot of duels. Hermione wanted to make him feel better and he got annoyed and ran off. The director looked at her sternly. "I meant the night of the party." Juliana hung her head low. "I can't say. And why is that?" "I just can't. I think I understand. Tell me, would you say that this could involve the safety of the school or the students?" Juliana looked up and saw the director smiling at her. His smile was answered with a brilliant smile of her own. "I would say yes, Director. Then I must insist that you allow me to see your memory." "Yes, Director." Silently he looked into her eyes for a minute, then, frowning, said, "I see. Thank you, Juliana." A short time later, the Potter house, Pueblo Tepoztlán, Mexico. In the Potter's small house the fire flared green and the face of the director appeared. "I'd like to visit Harry and Hermione if that is convenient." Without waiting for an answer, the director stepped out of the flow. "Director," asked Hermione, "this may be none of my business as it is not strictly a school matter, but I understand that you two are having problems right now." Neither Harry nor Hermione answered him, but Sirius gave an exasperated sigh. "I'll take that as a yes. You do know that every relationship has problems, don't you? And a bond relationship is no different in that respect. And when you have a problem, it is almost never totally the fault of one person." "But Harry doesn't even want to talk to me," Hermione cried. "Well, you make me feel guilty for something I can't even remember," Harry retorted. The director put up a hand between them. "Basta. Enough." His voice was stern and silenced them immediately. "Harry, have you even begun to consider how vulnerable Hermione must have felt? As a girl to find herself stripped BPD after a party with no memory of what had happened, and then to have to run past everyone else to get to somewhere to hide. Have you even tried to understand your bond mate?" Harry looked guilty while Hermione looked rather smug. "Hermione, can you imagine how Harry feels when suddenly you're cold towards him and obviously don't trust him anymore? Someone whose bond with you is so important that it is virtually what he lives for. Can you imagine Harry ever forcing you into anything?" Hermione shook her head sadly. "Then you both need to talk about this. The school governors will be meeting in a few days. I'm very much afraid that you have both been set up." "What do you mean?" Hermione asked. "Young Martinez and his followers were responsible for what happened to you both. A simple drug in your drinks and it was easy to carry you to the cave and strip you both. To be fair, I think it was intended as a simple prank, albeit a nasty and not very funny one. They probably expected you both to be embarrassed, but not enough for Hermione to come running back BPD, but given what happened, Martinez Sr., who is chairman of the governors, is making the most of the opportunity to get you out." "But why?" asked Hermione. "I beat his son," said Harry. "Yes. Martinez is a powerful and very rich man, who controls much of the area near here and he expects his son to be powerful. To have someone wipe the floor with him, a foreigner no less, is unacceptable." "What can we do?" asked Harry. At the same time, Hermione asked, "How did you find out?" "One of your friends came to me, concerned. She didn't dare say anything. Like many around here, her family depends on the Martinezes for work and he is a vindictive man. If it was found out that I got this information from her, her family would be on the streets within days. I fear there is little you can do right now, though you may want to restore your honor later. There are books about that in the library," finished Hermione. The director nodded. "Right now, you have more important things to do than taking on the nearest we have to a Dark Lord. As for your training, you have the books I've given you and you can always return to me during the vacations or maybe I can visit you. I've never been to England," he finished almost wistfully. "You're expelling us?" Hermione asked. "No, but I can't stop the governors from doing so, so I suggest that you leave before then, after Hermione has done her reading, of course." "We have to decide where to go," said Harry. "I would sleep on it," suggests the director. "Maybe something will come to you." Friday the 19th of November 1993 Hospital Wing, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Susan, Neville and Luna were with the Weasley brothers, sitting in the hospital wing next to Ginny's bed, waiting for Madame Pomfrey to chase them out again. "I don't understand," said Neville. "Look at us. Look at all we dealt with last year and now look at us. Even the twins aren't pranking anyone and the claws and the snakes are getting away with just about anything." "Harry and Hermione aren't here," said Luna. "They weren't around quite a bit of last year," Neville pointed out. "We did more than okay then, I think. But they were here. They were the gum. The gum. Some trees have it. It sticks things together. So we're unstuck now. But we're here together," Susan argued. "It's not the same," said Luna. "We're together and we're not together." "I still don't get what you mean," Neville said, but before Luna could answer him, the window opened on its own and a white owl flew in. "It's Harry's owl," said Ron, the first time he had spoken. "He went to it, but there was no message." "Why would Hedwig come without a message?" he asked rhetorically. "To take one, of course," Luna replied. A few minutes later Hedwig was winging her way westward. The window opened on its own and a white owl flew in. "It's Harry's owl," said Ron, the first time he had spoken. "He went to it, but there was no message." "Why would Hedwig come without a message?" he asked rhetorically. "To take one, of course," Luna replied. A few minutes later Hedwig was winging her way westward. Sunday the 19th of November 1993 The Potter House, Pueblo Tepoztlán, Mexico. Hermione had returned from buying bread. On the days when they hadn't had lessons, she had grown to love the short walk to and from the bakery each morning almost as much as the freshly baked bread she bought. It gave her a chance to think, while Sirius and Harry were usually still sleeping. That morning she had taken longer than usual over the walk back. When she opened the door, Sirius commented, "We were about to send out a search party." "Sorry. Just dawdling." Sirius had made it a rule that no serious subjects would be discussed while they eat, claiming it gave him indigestion. When they had finished eating, Hermione said, "Harry, we need to talk." Sirius got up. "I think that's MYQ to go for a walk." "You don't have to," said Hermione. "No. Whenever Lily said that to James, it was definitely time for me to get out, while the going was good." As the door closed, Hermione said, "Harry, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. If I hadn't panicked and gone running out, we wouldn't be being expelled." "No, it's not. If I'd stopped to think for even a moment, I'd have known that you could never take advantage like that, even if I wanted you to. How could you have thought I'd ever?" "I panicked. I woke up, saw you, well, staring at me like you were, then I saw my ripped dress. I didn't think. I didn't mean to stare. Harry, I'm your wife. I've been telling you for ages, you can stare, or touch, as much as you like." Harry looked embarrassed. After a few moments, he said, "I'm sorry too. I should have thought what it would be like for you. Harry, can you hold me?" Moving uncertainly at first, Harry moved over to sit next to her and she leaned against him. He put one arm around her and stroked her hair with the other. She was so soft. His mind raced as he felt her magic begin to react to his. It was an intense feeling like touching a live electrical socket, but a million times more pleasant than that. Leaning in, Harry let the wonderful scent of her hair pervade his entire being. "Hermione," he said softly. "I love you." She snuggled in close, letting the amazing feeling that his words had created within her fill her soul. "I love you too, Harry." Reaching an arm around her, he pulled her closer, so that he could wrap both arms around her. He rested his hands together on her stomach, but it wasn't enough for Hermione. Her body wanted more. She wanted more, much more, but she also didn't want to frighten him off again or get caught doing something that would embarrass them both, so she squashed her newfound desires until they had some real privacy. They were still sitting together like that when Sirius returned. As he opened the door, he shielded his head with his arms and peeked through the gap. "No flying pans." He spotted Harry and Hermione and laughed. James always said making up was the best part. Sometimes they used to spend all day in bed after a row. Knowing that although Harry loved to hear about his parents, he would desperately not want to hear about certain aspects of his parents' lives, Hermione quickly got up from her comfortable position and said, "Have either of you thought about what we are going to do tomorrow? Or where we go afterwards?" At the blank looks from the two males, Hermione huffed and said, "I take it you haven't. You haven't thought about it at all, have you?" Harry tried to look innocent and replied, "Why would we think, when we have you to do it better?" Honestly, Hermione said, her hands on her hips. I'm not just a thinking machine, you know, to do all your thinking for you. I noticed that in the cave, Harry retorted with a grin. Sirius looked worried as Hermione pursed her lips tightly together. That probably wasn't the wisest thing to say, cub. Suddenly Hermione exploded with laughter. Sirius and Harry looked at each other and shrugged. Harry said, I'll never understand girls. James always said we aren't meant to understand them. In fact, that's how Merlin became the greatest wizard ever known. Really? Harry asked. Sirius nodded. How? Even. Hermione managed to stop laughing to listen to the answer. Well, the tale goes, that when he was quite a young boy, he came across an enchanted lake. It was stagnant and smelly because years before someone had dug a ditch to carry the water around the lake to water a field. So he unblocked the barrier and the water flowed into the lake once more. What has this got to do with understanding girls? Asked Harry. Wait and see, Sirius replied, cryptically. Out of the lake rose a white spirit and thanked him for freeing the waters of the lake. She offered to grant him any one wish. He replied that he wanted to become the wisest and most powerful wizard ever known. She answered him that it was too hard, there had been many great and powerful and wise wizards through the ages. She asked him to make another wish instead. He told her, I want to understand girls. She replied, we will start your lessons to become the greatest wizard tomorrow morning. Harry laughed. And that's how Merlin became the greatest wizard ever, Sirius finished. Hermione said, you made that up, but Sirius refused to admit it. Monday the 20th of November 1993, the Potter House, Pueblo Tepoztlán, Mexico. Hermione had had a restless night, worrying about what they were to do and where they should go. As the sky outside began to lighten, she got up quietly, trying not to wake Harry yet again. As the sky grew lighter in the east, she felt an arm around her. It'll be all right. You think so, Harry? Yes, I do, he replied gently. But everywhere we go, something seems to happen and we have to move on. We're still here. We're still together. You're the most important thing in my life. Hermione turned, surprised, and saw his green eyes looking earnestly at her, as if willing her to believe that everything would be okay. Her eyes filled with tears as she hugged him and felt him hug her back tightly. She suddenly felt his grip on her loosen and she pulled back to see what was wrong. Looking up at him, she saw that he was staring into the distance, as if he was trying to find a snitch in the sunrise. You see it? He asked. She turned to look where he was looking, but couldn't see anything other than the brightening sky. An owl, he said, coming this way. Probably going to the school, she replied. No, it's heading right here. That's strange. We haven't received an owl since we left England. Harry frowned. No, and now I think about it, that's odd as well. So why now? I'll get serious, but as she turned to go, Harry grabbed her hand. No, it's Hedwig. How can you tell? It looks black against the sky. I'd know Hedwig anywhere. Why would Mum send Hedwig? Hermione asked. We only spoke to her on the phone a few days ago. The owl was flying slowly, as if every beat of its wings was an effort. As it got much closer, they could both see that it was a white owl. Sure enough, soon Hedwig landed at Harry's feet. Hi, girl, said Harry, carefully picking her up. Let's take you inside and I'll give you some water. I'm sure I've still got some of your owl treats somewhere. Hermione slipped the letter from Hedwig's leg and they walked inside. As Harry gave Hedwig some water and looked for the owl treats, he said, you can read it. Hermione reddened slightly as she'd already opened the letter, which was addressed to Harry. Dear Harry and Hermione, we've been trying to contact you for months now, but all our letters just come back unopened. Suddenly this evening, Hedwig turned up, so I'm just hoping that she can get to you. Things are getting worse here. First Malfoy and the Death Eaters kidnapped Luna and Neville, but they were rescued by Professor Dumbledore. Luna, especially, was pretty badly treated and shaken up. The Ministry decided that Malfoy was bullied into it and let him come back to school. Of course he's been going around strutting like he can get away with anything, which he probably can. The Ministry are even talking about releasing his father. The Ravenclaws have been bullying Luna again. She doesn't talk about it much, but says it's not as bad as before. Ginny has been in the hospital wing for a while. Luna thinks that she's been blaming herself for what happened to Penny. It doesn't help that the Ravenclaws all seem to blame her as well, except for Luna, of course. Ginny seems to have given up. She just sits in bed all day, staring into space. Madame Pomfrey doesn't know what to do about her. We all know that she's got a crush on you, Harry, and thinks the world of Hermione. Perhaps if you two could just write to her, it might help a bit. Nothing we say seems to make any difference. I almost forgot, the Sorting Hat sang a really weird song this year, talking about Hogwarts and everyone being destroyed by darkness. It said, "This comes about because once there were 4, and now there are only 2. Luna is fairly sure the 2 who are missing are you two, but none of us have any idea who the other 2 are or what it all means, not even Luna. Professor Trelawney, who some of us have got for divination and who seems to be as much of a fraud as Lockhart was, says that she has known for a long time that Hogwarts is going to end in disaster. I've copied the whole song at the end of this letter. We all miss you. There are all sorts of rumors about you being killed in America, but I think we'd have heard for sure if that had happened. Please write back, if only to let us know you're still alive. Love to you both, Susan." Hermione then read through the Sorting Hat's song and said, "Harry, I think Luna's right." "What about? Weren't you listening?" Harry just looked guilty. "I know you're happy to see Hedwig, but this is important. We have to think what to do." "Thinking. Good. That's your job, isn't it?" Hermione glared at him. "Harry James Potter, you can't fool me. You're not thick like you pretend to be at times. So much is happening at Hogwarts. We really should write back to them and we'll have to write a letter to Ginny and we need to see if we can do anything about the ministry and we need to see if we can find a book on interpretation and I haven't finished the book I was reading on honor and we still don't know what we're going to do today about the governors or where we're going to go next, or..." Whoa. Take a breath. "But, Harry, there's so much to decide." "Hush. One thing at a time. You concentrate on the meeting, that can't wait. I'll write something to Susan. You should probably write a letter to Ginny as well," said Hermione. "You don't mind. She loves you too. I know you'll always be mine, but she's a friend and she's hurting." "Okay. You finish the book on honor and give me some ideas before the meeting. I'll write back to Susan and write to Ginny as well. We still have to decide where we are going to go, or what we can do about what's happening at Hogwarts." "Priorities, Hermione. The meeting and the letters first. Once the meeting's done we can worry about the rest. Make a list if you like. Or even a list of the lists of things we have to do." Very funny. Noon, Monday the 20th of November 1993, Colegio Tepozteco, Mexico. The director said, "Why did you stay? If you'd left before this hearing, your record would have remained clean." Harry turned to him and answered, "My parents were killed by a Dark Lord, who had his power because too few people bothered to oppose him. I don't see what you can achieve here today." Hermione replied, "Edmund Burke, a great Irish statesman and philosopher, is supposed to have said, 'All that is necessary for the triumph of evil is that good men do nothing.' Actually, that quote doesn't appear anywhere in his writings, but may have been adapted from other thoughts in his writings, such as..." "Hermione, we don't have time for this," said Harry, smiling. Hermione looked abashed. Then she saw that the director was leading them to the main hall. "Are disciplinary hearings usually in the main hall?" The director frowned. "No. Señor Martinez wants to make an example of you both. I have to ask you for your wands." They handed him their wands. He led them to 2 seats at the front left of the hall. Facing them, on the right, was a row of seats occupied by the governors. Once Harry and Hermione were seated, Señor Martinez, Sr., stood up to declare, "This hearing is to inform you, Harry James Potter and Hermione Jean Potter, that for behavior unbecoming students of Colegio Tepozteco, you are both hereby expelled from the school and banned from any other school within the jurisdiction of the Magical Association of Latin America." He sat back in his seat smugly. "Then the expulsion is invalid," said Hermione. "By your own rules, we have the right to answer the charges against us." "There is no answer to the charges," Señor Martinez snapped. "You are a slut and that's all there is to it." Hermione opened her mouth to reply, but Harry put his hand on her arm as he stood up. "You go a long way to cover up the fact that I defeated your idiot of a son in a duel. Everyone here knows that your son and his friends drugged us and stripped us. Let him come and give evidence." The junior Martinez walked up to stand by his father, but Harry had more to say. "I challenge him to take Veritaserum to establish the truth." "As you know from the school rules you have obviously read," the senior Martinez replied with a smile, "it is forbidden to require a student to take Veritaserum." Harry smirked. How convenient. Then as you know the truth, I challenge you to take Veritaserum. I was not there. Harry hesitated, but Hermione answered, no. But I'd very much like to ask you what your son told you he had done. And about your discussion to frame us and have us expelled. There is no point in continuing this farce, said Harry. We are going now, but we will be back. You have attacked the body and honor of my wife. When we return, I will claim an honor duel against you and your spoiled brat. I give notice that I claim your lands, your property, your money and what is laughably called your honor. He turned to go, but the junior Martinez pulled out his wand and shot a spell. Hermione pushed Harry out of the way just in time, then spat out, attacking someone without a wand and with their back turned. Harry said clearly, it's all right, Hermione. What more can you expect from a coward and the son of a coward? The senior Martinez made as if to run at them, his wand in his hand. Harry quickly grabbed Hermione's hand and glared at him. A brilliant golden shield formed in front of them, then moved as if it were a solid object, knocking both Martinez's backwards until they hit the wall with two thuds. Somehow the shield passed through the other governors without touching them. As the senior Martinez struggled to get up, his head bleeding, Harry turned to the other students and said loudly, these are the cowards you allow to lord it over you. Harry walked over to the director. Our wands, please. Handing them their wands, the director said, how did you? I've never seen anything like that. You could attack and defeat anyone with that level of power. We can't explain why, said Hermione, but it doesn't work like that. Director, said Hermione, thank you for your help and your support. We will be back. In the meantime, I look forward to further lessons with you. The director nodded. With a smile, Harry and Hermione walked out of the main hall and of the school. Hermione had kept Harry and Sirius waiting while she had a tearful farewell with Juliana. Finally she appeared from their flow. Director Vasconcelos was sitting with Harry and Sirius and, to her surprise, he was smiling. Ready to go, Hermione? Sirius asked. Where are we going? She asked. Sirius nodded at the director. Given the little show you and Harry put on at the hearing, it might be safest if you left Mexico the Muggle way, he said. The only problem was that your passports didn't show an exit stamp for when you left the USA or an entry stamp for when you came into Mexico. As that would have caused problems, I've fixed it for you. Thank you, said Hermione. You're welcome, though I'm sure you could have charmed them yourselves if you'd have thought about it. I still don't know where we're going, Hermione pointed out. That's what you get for missing staff meetings while you go off with friends instead, Sirius teased her. I just wanted to say goodbye, Hermione replied, falling for his teasing, as usual. He's just winding you up, said Harry. We're going to Chicago. Hermione's face fell in disappointment. Now who's winding her up? Asked Sirius. Harry decided, if it's all right with you, that we should go back to England, well, Scotland. Hermione gave a shriek and hugged Harry tightly. Hermione, he gasped. Need to breathe. Sorry, she said, though she didn't look it. But we are going to Chicago first, Harry said, just a brief visit, he added quickly. I contacted Charles after you'd gone to bed last night, Sirius explained, just asking if he had any suggestions. I tried to get in touch with Nathan as well, but couldn't get hold of him. Anyhow, Charles asked, if we were returning to England, could we stop over there for the day tomorrow? Did he say why? Hermione asked. Sirius shook his head, then turned to shake Director Vasconcelos' hand. Thank you for everything. We'll be in touch when we're settled. Good. Now you be on your way. You sure you don't mind sorting things out with the owner of the house? No problem. Enjoy your journey. Ready kids? Sirius asked. Hermione insisted on going round checking that they hadn't left anything unpacked, while Harry rolled his eyes impatiently. Suddenly Hermione looked worried. Suddenly, she looked worried. Turning so that she was speaking to both Sirius and the director, she said, what are we going to do about Hedwig? She can't flow and she's far too tired to fly straight back. Don't worry, my dear, said Director Vasconcelos. She's going to have a little holiday with me until she's fully recovered, then I'll let her fly back to England. Harry turned to Hedwig. You'll stay with the director until he says it's okay to fly back, okay? Hedwig looked down her nose at him, as if she was asking if he thought she was stupid. Hermione smiled as she had the sudden ridiculous thought of Hedwig, lying on a sun lounger, wearing sunglasses as she was sunbathing, the image even sillier with a glass of a long cool drink at her side complete with a little umbrella. "Okay," said Sirius. "You first, Harry. The address is C&C. As Harry said it and disappeared in the flames, Hermione turned to Sirius, Commander-in-Chief. "No. Charles in Chicago." Huffed Hermione. "Sounds like he's got your sense of humor." But she threw powder into the flames and said it anyway. Monday the 22nd of November 1993, Charles's house, Chicago. Harry tripped out of the flow, as usual, but as he was regaining his balance, he was attacked. And knocked to the ground. "Sorry," said his attacker, helping him up before she hugged him tightly. At that point Hermione stepped out of the flow, perfectly, as always. "Should I be jealous?" she asked, smirking. "What is it about girls with bushy brown hair always wanting to hug me to death?" Harry asked, looking down at the young girl still squeezing him. At that point Charles came into the room. "Jennifer, put him down. You don't know where he's been." Jennifer looked sulky for a moment, then puzzled. "You said he'd been to Mexico." The others laughed. As Sirius stepped out of the flow, Harry asked, "Not that I mind, but why the enthusiastic welcome?" "Daddy was talking to Madame Yoling," Jennifer answered, "and she told him that the shield you put up probably saved my life, and a lot of others." "Actually we both put up the shield," replied Harry. "Oh, well then," said Jennifer and ran to Hermione to give her a squeezy hug as well. "Thank you. You're welcome," Hermione said, laughing. Charles's wife, Lisa, came into the room and smiled at the scene. "Hi. Welcome. Charles and I would like to thank you both for our daughter's life." "So long as you don't squeeze the life out of Harry," quipped Sirius. "I think he's just getting his breath back now." "Enough talking," said Jennifer. "We're going out to eat and I'm hungry because Mommy wouldn't let me have anything before you came." "Only because you wouldn't eat properly later if you filled up with sweets before they arrived," her mother answered. "Honestly, she makes me sound a terrible mother." "Well, I'm starving," Jennifer insisted. "Come on, let's go. Are you sure you wouldn't like a cup of tea or something first?" Lisa asked her guests. "No they wouldn't. Let's eat," said Jennifer. "Jennifer, that was rude," Charles said sternly. "Sorry. Eat?" asked Sirius. "It means, go eat," replied Lisa. "Oh, right," Sirius said. "Well, I have to admit, I'm starving too." "That's a surprise," said Hermione, ironically. Ignoring Hermione, Sirius continued, "So shall we eat?" "Okay, it's a bit cold for the water taxi, so we'll take the car and pick up Nivian on the way." During the meal, they satisfied the curiosity of Charles and his family on what had been happening to them during their journey and their time in Mexico, or at least, as much as they could say with 11-year-old ears being present. They gave their reason for returning to England as the letter they had received. Explaining the other reason why they had to leave would have to wait until Jennifer had gone to bed, as would Hermione, embarrassing Sirius by telling of his reaction to the ladies in Las Vegas, which Charles and his wife found particularly hilarious. Nivian was shocked at the events leading up to their expulsion and hugged Hermione tightly. "Before we go to bed," Charles began, "we'd better explain why we asked you to stop by." "You mean getting Jennifer to embarrass Harry by hugging the life out of him wasn't reason enough?" Sirius asked. Charles grinned. "It might have been." "Hey," Harry protested. "Is this, embarrass Harry, day?" "It's your turn," said Sirius. "Did you have to tell them about Las Vegas?" "Yes," said Harry and Hermione together. "Anyhow," said Charles, "we did have another reason for asking you to stop by. Tomorrow morning some other British expats are coming to visit you." "Why?" asked Harry suspiciously. "Not to gawk at the boy who lived, I promise you. We talked a lot since you went away, and there is quite a group of us who want to help." "What do you mean?" "Well, when I talked with Nathan, he might just have mentioned that you will probably end up leading the fight against Voldemort when he returns." "He told you about the prophecy?" asked Hermione, outraged. "No, he didn't." "So there's a prophecy, is there?" "Oops," said Hermione. "Don't worry, Hermione. Nobody will hear it from me. The point is, there's quite a lot of us who want to help." "Why?" asked Harry, suspiciously. "Harry!" cried Hermione, but she was waved down by Charles. "No. It's right that he should ask. Why do I want to help or why do the others?" "Both," Harry answered. Charles sighed. "Well, You know I have my own reasons for wanting to get Voldemort out of the way for good, and if I didn't, you saved our daughter's life. So you think you owe me? You don't owe me anything, said Harry. No. Well, yes we do, but that's not the reason. I ran away from England. While I am happy here and have no intention of returning permanently, when it comes to the future of the old country, we know who we'd prefer to win that fight. And it's not Voldemort. I'm not planning on ruling England, said Harry. Britain, Hermione corrected. Yeah, Britain. Either way, I'm not planning on taking over. No, but I know the wizarding community in Britain. Banish Voldemort and they will look to you, just as they did to Dumbledore. Like it or not, they need someone to help them out of the mess they've made of Britain. But I'm not a politician, Harry protested. I don't want that kind of power. Harry, said Charles, gently. That's exactly why you can be trusted with it. So if I wanted power, I couldn't be trusted with it, but as I don't, I can. That doesn't make sense. It makes a lot of sense, Harry, said Sirius. You don't know them like I do. Beat that bastard and they'll flock round you like headless chickens. If you refuse to lead, the old gang will simply take over again. Like Malfoy, said Harry, bitterly. Like Malfoy, Sirius confirmed with a nod. Shit, why do these things always happen to me? Charles rubbed Harry's hair, making it even more untidy. Don't worry. That's a long way off. All we're saying is that you have our backing. But I'm just Harry. Harry, said Sirius. You may be Harry, but, just Harry, is not a description anyone who knows you would ever use. Harry sighed and looked at Hermione for support. Sorry, Harry. They're right. Look at that letter. Things going bad in Hogwarts. Who did they call? You. And you, Harry pointed out. We come as a package, said Hermione. They need you, they get me too. 2 for the price of 1, Sirius quipped. Harry groaned. Wednesday the 24th of November 1993, Heathrow Airport, London. Harry gripped Hermione's hand as they felt the gentle bump of the wheels of the plane hitting the tarmac. I'll never understand why you don't like flying when you like flying so much, said Hermione. Do you know how daft that sounds? Harry retorted. You know what I mean. I like flying when I'm in control, Harry explained. Deciding to head off an argument, Sirius asked, both sleep well? Once we got to sleep, said Harry. Only it was rather noisy, he added, looking pointedly at Sirius. Hey, I can't help it if I snore, Sirius protested. Come on, let's get off this thing. They had a long wait for the baggage to arrive, but at least as they had nothing to declare, customs was quick and painless. Soon they were on the underground train into London. A little over half an hour later, they left the train at Leicester Square and took the short walk to the Leaky Cauldron. You ready for this? Sirius asked. Harry and Hermione nodded, an identical grim expression on both their faces. Hello, Tom, said Sirius. 3 butterbeers, please, and how about 3 of your full English breakfasts? Coming right up, replied Tom, as if having 3 of the most controversial figures in Wizarding Britain walk into his pub when they were known to be out of the country was an everyday occurrence. They hadn't even finished their breakfast when it was proved that not everyone would react with such nonchalance. Harry. So unexpected. Who is she? Hermione hissed. Now, Rita, you haven't been introduced to my godson or his wife yet. Harry, Hermione, this is Rita Skeeter, chief fiction writer for The Prophet. Is it true you were expelled for attacking a school governor, Harry? Sirius stood up. Rita Skeeter. Have you completely forgotten the few manners you did have when we were at Hogwarts? You will allow us to finish our breakfast in peace, and then, and only then, we may answer a few questions. Or you could always write what you want anyway, like you usually do, smiled Hermione sweetly. Without a word, Rita withdrew, but she was back as soon as Sirius theatrically pushed his plate away. Why did you declare war on the Mexican magical government, Harry? We didn't, said Hermione firmly. One of the school governors attacked us and we defended ourselves. Is that why you've come running back to England? To escape the scandal there? No, Hermione replied. We have come to support our friends here. Are you planning on attacking any school governors here? While the thought is tempting, the answer is no. We didn't attack anyone and have no intention of doing so. Can't Harry answer for himself? Hermione squeezed Harry's hand. Oh, Harry is more a man of action, she smirked. So we've heard. Do you think havings in the middle of the school hall is an appropriate way to behave? Harry and Sirius both snorted loudly. We did nothing of the sort, replied Hermione, primly. But you were going to be expelled for your behavior, weren't you? Isn't it true, Hermione, that you ran BTD through the school? Do you think that Muggle promiscuity has influenced your behavior? At this point Harry put a hand on Hermione's shoulder. My wife and I were drugged, then stripped while we were unconscious. I had beaten the leader of the group of petty bullies in a duel and the coward wanted revenge. But that's not what the official statement from the governors says. It wouldn't. The leader of the bullies was the son of the chairman of the governors. Hermione added, obviously England isn't the only county where money and power allows you to beat the course of justice and get away with anything. I assume that you are referring to the recently announced release of Lucius Malfoy. Do you intend to take on the British magical government as well? No, we are going to school. If the British people are happy that someone weak-willed enough to fall for the imperious so often is able to run the government by throwing money around, then who are we to argue? Harry added, of course, his son led an attack on some of our friends. Thanks to ministry corruption, he is back at Hogwarts. So, Harry, do you intend to seek revenge against Draco Malfoy? Harry didn't say that, Hermione replied. We place our confidence in the staff of the school to protect the students. However, if they can't. Rita pounced on that at once, if they can't. Hermione gave a smile as false as Rita's. I think you've got enough to write your story. She stood up. Harry and Sirius stood up with her. Goodbye, Rita, said Sirius. I'm sure we will meet again. Count on it, she replied. I assume that you are referring to the recently announced release of Lucius Malfoy. Do you intend to take on the British magical government as well? No, we are going to school. If the British people are happy that someone weak-willed enough to fall for the imperious so often is able to run the government by throwing money around, then who are we to argue? Harry added, of course, his son led an attack on some of our friends. Thanks to ministry corruption, he is back at Hogwarts. So, Harry, do you intend to seek revenge against Draco Malfoy? Harry didn't say that, Hermione replied. We place our confidence in the staff of the school to protect the students. However, if they can't. Rita pounced on that at once, if they can't. Hermione gave a smile as false as Rita's. I think you've got enough to write your story. She stood up. Harry and Sirius stood up with her. Goodbye, Rita, said Sirius. I'm sure we will meet again. Count on it, she replied. Wednesday the 24th of November 1993 The Leaky Cauldron. That's in London, that is. Harry, Hermione, do you think that was wise? Sirius asked. Probably not, Hermione admitted. But it was fun, said Harry. We've got some time. I expect Hermione wants to take a look in Flourish and Blots and I want to check out quality Quidditch supplies. Sirius is coming with me, said Hermione, quickly. I am. Yes, you are. I might need help carrying the books, she replied. Once in Flourish and Blots, Hermione led Sirius to a quiet corner and began, I'm not sure how to say this, I'm not sure if I should say this or if I'm betraying Harry just by saying anything at all. While you take a breath, I'm cut a long story short from you before he comes to find us. You're worried about Harry. Now Hermione didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a few moments, she asked, he's spent a lot of time talking with you lately. I didn't want to interrupt, but can you tell me what you were talking about? Sirius grinned. Hermione stand by number 2. Hermione shook her head, puzzled. If you don't know what to say, ask a question. Hermione looked impatient, then asked, and what's Hermione stand by number 1? Look in a library, of course, replied Sirius, or a bookshop. If only it were that simple, she said through gritted teeth. You mean you can't find books on Harry in the bookshop? Sirius waved his hand around. Hermione had unconsciously brought them into the Harry Potter section, full of stories about the boy who lived. Very funny. I wish it was that easy. All these books about Harry Potter and not one can tell me how to understand him. Then she added, and you're avoiding my question. Sirius looked like he wanted to tease her further, then changed his mind. Harry's been asking me about the times before James and Lily were murdered. About his parents. No, nothing so specific. Just generally about what it was like, living in those times. But why? I don't understand. Why should you? He's a teenage boy. I know when I was his age, I never understood girls. Hell, I still don't understand girls. But I'm bonded with him. I'm supposed to understand him. So you're expecting the answer to appear in your head like magic. Hermione didn't reply. I'm no expert on bonds, hell, I'm no expert on relationships of any kind, but I don't think it works that way. Then how? I seem to remember Harry telling me that Remus called you, the brightest witch of your age. I think you'll figure it out. I'm scared, Hermione whispered. Of Harry? Yes, no, he'd never hurt me. But he's changed lately. I've never seen him so. Hermione shook her head as she searched for a word, hard. Wednesday the 24th of November 1993, Madame Pomfrey's office, Hogwarts School. The fireplace flared green and a face appeared. Hello, Madame Pomfrey. Sirius asked. Yes. Is that Sirius Black? That's me. Beautiful and sharp as ever I see. Madame Pomfrey sniffed. I see you haven't changed, Mr. Black. How may I help you? I believe you're having problems with a Miss Weasley. You know I can't discuss a patient. You gave me enough work to do when you were here. I believe we may be able to help her. May I come through? I can't see what you can do, Boudoke. But if you try anything this is one of your old tricks. But Sirius Black's head had disappeared from the fire. When Madame Pomfrey stood back from the fire, it flared once again. This time Sirius stepped out of the fire. So how do you propose to help her? I don't. But I know someone who might be able to. As he spoke, the fire flared again and Harry stepped out, tripping as he did so. As Sirius helped him up, Hermione stepped out of the fireplace effortlessly. Harry. Madame Pomfrey almost squealed. I mean, Mr. and Mrs. Potter. Can we see Ginny? Harry asked in a no-nonsense voice. Madame Pomfrey led them into the main part of the hospital wing. In the first bed, Ginny was lying with her back to them. Miss Weasley, you have a visitor. Ginny mumbled something incomprehensible. Oh, I think you might want to see these visitors. Hello, Ginny. Ginny turned her head slowly and blinked her eyes. Harry. Yes. We're here. It's all my fault. Ginny said quietly, but in a steady even tone. Harry looked bewildered. What is? Everything. Everything that's been happening. They'd all be better without me. That's silly. You don't know. You weren't even here. How is what Malfoy did your fault? Said Harry. You didn't make him kidnap Luna. It just is, said Ginny, miserably. Ever since I let the basilisk out, everything's been going wrong. You're wrong, Harry insisted. The basilisk is gone. It had nothing to do with anything that's happened since. Ginny didn't look convinced. Harry's right, you're wrong, said Hermione. It isn't your fault at all. It's all Harry's fault. What? Cried Harry. Ginny just looked puzzled. Yes, that's right. It's all Harry's fault, Hermione repeated. If he'd done the job properly and got rid of Voldemort completely the first time, he couldn't have come back. Of course it's the Ministry's fault too, for letting Malfoy off when Harry got rid of Voldemort the first time. Harry looked hurt. It can't be Harry's fault, Ginny cried out angrily. Harry didn't know Voldemort could come back. Anyway, the first time he was only a baby. And did you know that the diary would possess you and make you release the basilisk? No. Well then, but I should have known not to write in it when it started writing back to me. Mum always said don't trust anything if you can't see where it keeps its brains. Think she meant Snape, Harry quipped. Ginny almost laughed. Hermione sighed. You know Voldemort is a half-blood, don't you? Yes, but what has that? Yet he's got all these pureblood Death Eaters working for him, killing for him, like Malfoy. Yes. Well then, he's spent a lifetime fooling powerful adult wizards, making them follow him. Even if it wasn't for Malfoy putting a compulsion charm on that diary, why do you think you are so guilty because he managed to fool a little girl? Ginny hesitated. There are two people guilty about what happened last year, Lucius Malfoy and Tom Marvolo Riddle. Seems like they can get away with anything, said Ginny, bitterly. Harry glared, his face so hard that Ginny flinched. Sorry, Ginny, he said. It's not you I'm angry at. He turned to Hermione. You know, I think we may have to get rid of more than just Tom Riddle before this is over. Wednesday the 24th of November 1993, Great Hall, Hogwarts School. Whispered rumors had already spread around the Great Hall when Ginny Weasley walked in, her right hand held by Harry and her left held by Hermione. The hall became silent for a few moments until the silence was broken by a sneering voice. Look what the little blood traitor dragged in. Perhaps she needs the same lesson we gave Luna. The sniggers from the other Slytherins were cut off in a moment as Harry dropped Ginny's hand and drew out his wand. A bright red beam hit Malfoy and threw him against the wall. When the light stopped, he slid down the wall. Immediately Professor Snape had stood up and advanced towards Harry, his wand out. Hermione quickly dropped Ginny's hand and grabbed Harry's. Glaring at Snape, she shouted Protega. And their shield formed, pushing outwards, knocking Snape flying while passing harmlessly through everyone else. "Way to go, Hermione!" shouted one of the twins, causing a lot of laughter from 3 of the tables. Harry was busily casting mild stinging hexes at Malfoy, who was yelping as each one reached him. "You touch any of my friends ever again and I won't be casting stinging hexes." "Understood. This ends now." Malfoy tried to stand up, then spoke, "When my father." "Yes. Tell that South Avenue of Tom Riddle you call a father, and his pet minister, their time is short. I won't tolerate Voldemort ruling this country through his half-witted avs. How dare you? I'm not the one dotting Voldemort's boots. I'm not the one who supposedly falls for an Imperius every time he wants to do something evil, or pretends to. Was poor little Draco scared of the big bad Death Eaters, so he had to kidnap Luna. Poor itsy bitsy Draco. Mr. Potter." Professor Dumbledore's voice boomed through the hall. Harry turned. "Yes, Headmaster. That's quite enough. My office, now. You mean it's only Malfoy and Snape that can get away with bullying people around here? I'm so disappointed. It doesn't seem fair, you know." "That's enough, Mr. Potter." Harry released Malfoy, who scampered back to his seat. "Remember what I said, Malfoy. Touch any of my friends and you won't know what's hit you." "Arrogant, just like your father," Snape said angrily. Harry looked at Snape, then at Dumbledore. "If you don't want trouble, keep your pet Death Eater under control." "Mr. Potter, my office. Now." Harry looked at Dumbledore, and said, in his sweetest voice, "But I've only just arrived. It's dinner time. I'll see you when I've eaten." Dumbledore looked as if he was deciding what to do. He saw Hermione grab Harry's hand again, her wand ready. "Very well, Mr. Potter. Perhaps after dinner would be better." As Harry, Hermione and Ginny sat down, the twins stood up. Casting a spell on their throats, they said loudly so their words echoed around the hall, "There be a ag." Wednesday the 24th of November 1993 Headmaster's Office, Hogwarts School. Harry and Hermione had just been admitted into the office when they heard noise from below. Professor Dumbledore waved his hand and a few seconds later, Fred and George almost fell through the door. "Not that it isn't a delight to see you both, but to what do I owe the pleasure this time?" Dumbledore asked. He thought." Fred began. "No, you thought." George interrupted his twin. "But you said. It was you who thought." Seeing the bemused look on Dumbledore's face and deciding that they weren't in trouble for the interruption, George grinned and said, "We thought, well it's all for one and one for all, so to speak, you know what we mean." "Not really," Dumbledore replied, while Hermione smiled and Harry tried not to laugh at the twins' antics. "Perhaps you can explain what you mean in words a poor old man like me can understand." "Oh, I don't know about that. I don't think I can," George replied. "But we know a man who can," added Fred. Hermione rolled her eyes skywards as Fred dramatically raised his arm towards the door through which they had just entered. "A woman actually," George clarified. "You want me to allow more in here?" "Yes please, your great wizardness." A flick of Dumbledore's hand and the door opened again. Susan Bones, Neville Longbottom and Luna Lovegood stepped through the door, followed by Ron Weasley, who was gallantly helping Ginny Weasley, who still looked pale and weak. "It's smaller than I thought it would be," Luna mused. "Oh, hello Fox," she added, crossing the room to stroke Fox's head. The Phoenix raised his head proudly. "While I delighted to see you all once again, this is supposed to be a private meeting between Mr. and Mrs. Potter and myself. This is something which affects us all," replied Susan. "It was I who asked Harry and Hermione to return and told them what had been going on. And, given the way Malfoy has been allowed to behave this term, not to mention Snape, I wanted to be here so I could keep my aunt informed about what goes on." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow at the unspoken threat in her voice. "That's Professor Snape, Miss Bones." Ignoring that comment, George explained, "And we're here to protect Harry and Hermione." "Not that they need protecting," Fred added, "the way they dealt with Snape." Brilliant, it was, George put in. Oh, I wish there was a way to duplicate memories, said Fred. We'd make a fortune selling copies of Snape sailing through the air to land on his. Dumbledore coughed loudly. Yes, well, we just want to make sure everything's fair, Fred said, in a more serious tone of voice. And what could be fairer than Snape landing on his bum? Asked George. Harry sniggered slightly only to receive a punch on his arm from Hermione. Dumbledore sighed. Much as I want Harry and Hermione here, I can't have students pulling a wand on a teacher or showing such disrespect. Respect has to be earned, said Susan, coldly. Snape is nothing more than a bully to those outside his own house. And none of the rest of you have ever done anything about it. Have you seen the way he treats Neville? Neville's so scared of Snape that he fumbles everything in that class. Neville looked uncomfortable. I understand that Neville finds potions difficult, Dumbledore admitted. And so would you if the person who was supposed to teach you just hovered around like a great bat waiting to pounce, Fred said. Professor Snape has my fullest confidence. He is a great potions master and has done more for this country than you will ever know. He's a bully, Ron shouted. And he lets Malfoy get away with anything. Not only that, added Luna, but he's not a very nice man. Not a nice man, Fred chanted. Not a very nice man, added George. Not a very nice man, said Fred. What we want to say, is that if you make Harry and Hermione leave, we will all leave too, said Susan. I expect Daddy would like a series of interviews about all this, Luna mused. People might be interested, even if it isn't as interesting as Snurkax. As Dumbledore opened his mouth to reply, Luna continued, but then, you can't let Harry and Hermione leave again or Hogwarts will be destroyed. Why do you say that? Don't you mean what the hat said? Luna asked, then she recited from memory. A path has been set and it makes me sad. Though you may think me round the bend. Unless there's a change, when things go bad. This ancient school will come to an end. The dark will rise and cover the land. And destroy the best of you. This comes about because once there were 4. And now there are only 2. I sort you today and have to divide. It's the job for which I was made. But unless all 4 are on one side, the future is already laid. Gryffindor will be destroyed by fire. Slytherin scattered throughout the land. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. End in blood. And even Hogwarts cannot stand. This may seem a riddle to some of you. Only together can you stand tall. You have now but a year or 2. Mighty Hogwarts is about to fall. Once there were 4 and now there are only 2, Luna repeated. Harry and Hermione were the missing 2 and if they aren't here, Hogwarts cannot stand. She crossed over to the shelf where the hat appeared to be sleeping. Isn't that right, Hat? Although I am not permitted to explain the words I speak, you are correct, the hat replied. Hogwarts needs all 4 in place to survive what is coming. Can you tell us who are the other 2? Luna asked. I am not permitted to explain the words I speak, the hat repeated. But anyway, that means that Harry and Hermione have to stay here. Now there are 4, Luna said happily. No, replied the hat. Now there are 3. What do you mean? Hermione asked. That doesn't make sense. The hat remained silent. I think you've upset him, Hermione, said Harry. I think it means it will become obvious when it's the right time, said Neville, unexpectedly. The hat sighed, as if in approval. With wisdom like that, perhaps I should have put you in Ravenclaw. The others, including Neville, burst out laughing. Was there anything else, Headmaster? Hermione asked, getting up to leave. Harry Mr. Potter, I cannot allow you to go around attacking other students unprovoked. He was defending me, cried Ginny. Dumbledore looked puzzled. Hermione explained. Malfoy threatened Ginny with the same treatment he gave to Luna. For which, I might add, he had never been punished. It was a ministry decision, not mine, replied Dumbledore. And ever since, he's been strutting around like he can get away with anything, said Susan. And everybody else is too scared because it's obvious that he can. Not anymore, said Harry, firmly. Not like in Mexico. I'm sorry, Mr. Potter. I don't understand. When we were in Mexico, we were attacked, said Hermione. And although others knew the truth, they were all too scared to speak up. The leader of the group who attacked us was the son of the head governor. Sound familiar? Harry put in. Ignoring the interruption, Hermione continued, so we were expelled and even then the head governor tried to attack Harry. Hermione closed her eyes for a moment, then looked at Harry. I was so worried you'd become so hard. Now I understand. Care to enlighten us, Miss Mrs. Potter? We've seen what happens when people don't stand up to bullies. And we won't allow it to be the same here. All the same, it is not your job to enforce discipline in this school. Then you'd better start doing it, said Harry forcefully. Because any time Malfoy tries to bully anyone, if the staff don't do anything, I will. No, said Hermione, we will. It doesn't often happen, said Fred. But it has happened today, said George. It has indeed, my brother. But Hermione has got it wrong. Wrong indeed, my not-so-good-looking twin. Hermione looked puzzled. You said we will, meaning you and Harry, George explained. When you should have said, it's we will, meaning all of us, Fred finished. Things can't go on as they are, said Susan. It's not just Malfoy. If you don't think Snape is a bully, then explain why Neville is brave enough to fight a basilisk, but scared to death of your potions master. Dumbledore looked sad. I will have a word with Professor Snape. Like that'll make a difference, Ron snorted. We are going to be keeping a record of everything Snape does, and Malfoy, and any of the other Death Eater bullies. Draco Malfoy isn't a Death Eater, protested Dumbledore. No, he just thinks and speaks and acts like one, replied Susan. He's young. He can change. Headmaster, Susan countered. He doesn't want to change. He believes in the bullshit his father spouts, and if he isn't dealt with it won't be long before he kills someone. Do you think Luna and Neville would be here today if you hadn't been able to rescue them from Malfoy? He has to be stopped. His father obviously has fudge in his pocket, so it's down to us. Susan turned to Harry. The prophecy says you have to be the one to finish Voldemort. Call him Riddle, said Neville. His real name is Tom Riddle. He hates that name. Okay. The prophecy says Harry has to be the one to finish Tom Riddle, but it doesn't say he has to do it alone. Not just Riddle, but all the Death Eaters and their supporters. We're in this together. All for one, said Fred. And one for all, replied George. And Neville's even got a sword, Fred added. Just keep away from him when he's waving it around, he'll probably poke your eye out. It was a laughing group who descended the stairs from the office, leaving a worried Dumbledore behind then. Hey, Dad, do you see that man outside? Oh, yes, Fred, Arthur Weasley replied. I'm not Fred, I'm George. Arthur stared at him for a moment. That might work on your mother, but it doesn't work on me. Yes, Dad. But what's he doing? George. Fred suddenly shouted. The response was the sound of a herd of elephants charging down the stairs. Yeah, what's that man doing? Don't know. What's going on? A female voice called from upstairs. Don't know, Fred replied. There's a man outside. But we don't know what he's doing, George finished. By this time Ginny had reached the door and frowned. She impatiently pushed past her older brothers and father. If none of you have got any sense, I'll go and ask him. She walked outside towards the gate and called, Hi. What you doing? The man turned to face her, as if he couldn't quite believe that someone had come out of the ramshackle pile of wood that tried to be a house. Letter for, he looked down at the envelope in his hands, the Weasley family. It's Weasley, Ginny replied. That's us. I'm Ginny Weasley. He handed her the envelope. Sign here. He handed her a pen and a clipboard with a form on it, just there. She signed her name and asked, So you're a Poe man? He looked at her as if she was slightly crazy. Postman. Thank you, Mr. Postman. I don't suppose you like owl treats. My friend Luna said we're supposed to offer you tea and biscuits, or is that Father Christmas? The postman shook his head and replied, quickly, That's fine, thank you, miss. I must be going. He quickly mounted his bicycle and pedaled away from the strange girl as fast as he could go. Ginny returned to the house. Just the postman, she said casually. Oh, really? Said Arthur, excitedly. Where does he put up his post? Does he fix things to it? Ginny rolled her eyes skywards and handed him the envelope. It's got one of those stamp things on it, he said excitedly. Stamp, Fred corrected him, knowledgeably. And do you know they call them mailmen in America? They can't do, argued George. What if it's a woman? Femaleman, Fred offered. Ignoring them, Ginny asked her father, What's it say? Arthur began to read, Hi, this is Brian, the author. I actually got most of this written within a few days of posting the last chapter. Then my motherboard died on me, but not before saving a corrupt and completely unreadable backup of this chapter. Any writer knows that it's extremely hard to feel inspired when trying to rewrite something you've already written once. Somehow it never seems to take life. Perhaps I should try writing in a coffee shop, but I already drink too much coffee. By the way, I still don't own Harry Potter. Brian, what's a motherboard? George asked. Muggle thing. Women's things, you know, Arthur replied. Ask your mother. I wonder if Hermione's mother can get me one. Remember below the author's notes on the most recent chapter, is a short resume, the story so far. Help with Britishisms. The site of brian.com/cultural, or see link in my profile. In the previous chapter, The Return to Hogwarts, Harry takes on Malfoy and Snape, leading to a confrontation in Dumbledore's office. As Harry and Hermione entered the Great Hall, there was a lot of sniggering from the Slytherin table. Malfoy walked over to them as they sat down. Here, Potter, he sneered, dumping a newspaper on the table in front of Harry. Have a newspaper? Quite a good write-up, don't you think? Even that idiot Dumbledore won't be able to protect you for long. 10 points from Slytherin, Mr. Malfoy, said Professor McGonagall, who everyone except Malfoy had seen walk up behind him with Professor Sprout, both wanting to avoid another fight in the Great Hall. Really, Malfoy, said Hermione. Who's the one idiotic enough to call the headmaster names in front of his deputy and another professor? Shut up, Mudblood. That's another 20 points from Slytherin, Mr. Malfoy, said Professor Sprout, and every time I hear that word, it will go up. Malfoy glared at Professor Sprout, looking as if he wanted to say more, but he was cut off by Harry. I'd get back to your seat before you lose more points than even Professor Snape can give you for managing to get to class today. Harry deliberately placed emphasis on the word professor. I don't do what you say, Potter. No, but you will do as I say, Mr. Malfoy. Professor McGonagall, return to your own table. As Malfoy turned away, Harry called out. Thanks for the newspaper, but you call this a newspaper? It only prints what fudge, your father and Voldemort's other Avs let it. It wouldn't know news if it came up and bit the editor on the bum. By this time Hermione had taken the paper and begun to read out loud. The Boy Who Lived is Out of Control. By Rita Skeeter. While nobody could have been more pleased than me to see the return to his home country of the boy who lived, it would seem that his bondmate is increasingly having a bad effect on him. After storming out of Hogwarts in a childish temper last summer, while the rest of the world wondered where Mr. Potter was hiding, a school in Mexico was unwise enough to give him sanctuary. They soon learned that it was not the best idea their rather eccentric headmaster had ever had. True to his bondmate's Muggle heritage, the two were caught in a compromising position which might be acceptable in the Muggle world, but thankfully is not yet acceptable in ours. It would appear that Mr. Potter's bondmate is showing exactly the low moral attitudes I feared when I first wrote that she had got her claws into the boy who lived, having attended the party dressed in a manner more befitting a Muggle lady of the night than a respectable witch. When they were rightly expelled from Mexico's premier school of magic, Mr. Potter launched a violent attack on the head of the governors, a man with a notably long magical heritage, right in the middle of the governor's meeting and had to be subdued. When asked about this by yours truly, after an unjustified verbal attack on the minister, Mr. and Mrs. Potter did not deny that they intended to take revenge on Mr. Draco Malfoy, recently cleared by the minister for the kidnap of a girl from Hogwarts. I feared for the worst and it would already appear that I feared correctly. Within hours of his return, the Muggle-raised Mr. Potter and his Muggle-born wife had launched an unprovoked attack on the junior Mr. Malfoy and the potions professor, even threatening Professor Dumbledore, who was forced to back down in the face of such unwarranted aggression from the Potters. I have to ask myself and my readers, are our children safe at Hogwarts with the Potters there and as Professor Dumbledore, not to put too fine a point on it, past it, if he cannot control the boy who lived who is rapidly gaining a reputation as the boy who is out of control. Perhaps it is time for the Board of Governors to take a firm hand to protect the good reputation of the school and the safety of its pupils. That by ch. said Harry, angrily. Well, we expected something like that, didn't we? Hermione replied. It's not like she's ever liked us and everyone knows what she's like. Susan, who, with the others had gathered around Hermione as she read the article frowned. They may know what she's like, but they still take notice of what she writes. This could cause problems, you know, and not just for you too. The Wanderer's return, exclaimed Professor Flitwick with obvious delight as Harry and Hermione entered his classroom. Perhaps you can both see me this evening to show me what you have learned while you were away. After that he said no more, but began his lesson as usual. I think we ought to go, Harry, said Hermione as they were eating lunch later that day. After that headline, we don't need to give the governors any excuse. All right, Harry agreed, but if he starts, I'm gonna do a Hermione and walk out. Hermione rolled her eyes, exasperated. That won't help, you know. The Wanderer's return, Professor Snape sneered. The words were the same as those used by Professor Flitwick, but the tone was totally different. Just don't think you can bring any of your foreign practices in my classroom. Yeah, we're all English here, not a bunch of dumb foreigners, Malfoy sneered. You may not have noticed, Malfoy, but we're in Scotland, not England. It's usually the dumbest of foreigners that think England is Britain. 10 points from Hufflepuff for interrupting my lesson, Snape said. That encouraged Malfoy, who said, well, we still don't want your foreign potions here. Actually, the way they make potions is pretty much the same, Hermione replied. 10 more points from Hufflepuff. Nobody asked the opinion of a know-it-all. Unsurprisingly, the Slytherins sniggered at this. There were some differences though, Professor, said Harry. I don't think their course on training potions masters is as complete as it is here. Snape screwed up his eyes. And why's that, Potter? They completely missed the chapter on childishly insulting students. Harry, don't. It doesn't matter, Hermione hissed at him. You're as arrogant as your father. But Harry had seen red and ignored her. And he didn't insult anyone's dead parents even once in the time we were there. 20 points and get out, both of you, Snape roared. Harry and Hermione picked up their books and left, but not before Harry loudly commented, of course their potions master hasn't quite got the big overgrown bat effect down yet. The laughter from the Hufflepuffs almost drowned out the explosion from Snape. Hermione was glaring at Harry. What? Harry asked her, trying to sound innocent. You know what? Well, I didn't walk out. Hermione complained to Professor Sprout about Snape's attitude in class and how he took points from them when it was Malfoy who started the interruptions, having a go at them. I will raise the matter with the headmaster, she promised. Which means nothing will be done, Hermione replied. Professor Sprout grimaced. Perhaps you could ask him this. Why should Harry bother to defeat a Dark Lord when Snape and the headmaster are encouraging the Slytherins to become the next Dark Lord? Perhaps we should take all our friends and leave you all to it, that is, unless he is willing to take action about bullying by certain students and Snape. Professor Sprout looked like she didn't know how to reply. It's okay, Professor. We know you can't do anything. But if he knows what's good for him, Dumbledore will. Now I've got a letter to send. Over the next few days Draco seemed to be doing everything he could to try to make Harry lose his cool. Still hanging around with that filth, I see, he sneered, as they were about to sit down for their evening meal. Harry held his breath, trying to keep his patience. Hermione pulled him towards his seat. Come on, Harry, he's not worth it. He hasn't got a mind of his own, he only spouts everything that his Death Eater father says. At least I have a father, Draco retorted. Harry turned around, but found himself stopped by a hand on his shoulder. Don't trouble yourself, Harry, said Fred. We'll deal with the prick and bollocks, George insisted. Prick and bollocks? Harry asked. Yeah, George explained, he's a prick and those two attached to him are almost round. Hence, Fred put in, prick and two. Thanks, we get the picture, Hermione interrupted him. My father. Draco began. Draco. Your father wouldn't last 5 minutes against Hermione's mother, Fred stated, and then he turned to Hermione. Hermione. How long did your parents train for their job? Hermione looked puzzled for a moment, then smiled. 7 years in all, 5 years for their first degree. 7 years, said Fred. 7 years training to become licensed torturers. Draco looked bewildered. But Fred hadn't finished. And how many years of experience has your mother got? Just over 20 years, Hermione replied. And most muggles are frightened of them, is that right? Yes, she agreed. Some even need sleeping gas to stop them running out. And is it true that she spends most of her working time drilling holes in people? Well, I don't know about most, Hermione replied. But she has to do it a lot. And that's when she's not pulling bits of them out with pliers, Harry added. You see, Malfoy, said Fred. Her mother spends most of her working life drilling holes in people. She trained for 7 years learning how to make it as painful as possible before she was allowed to become an official torturer. Now, shall I tell her what you've been saying about her daughter? I'm sure she'd love to practice on a wannabe Death Eater. The normally pale Draco actually seemed to grow even paler as he returned to his seat without a word, while George looked a little put out that his twin had just pranked Malfoy without his help. The Prophet had run a series of articles about the evils and immorality of the Muggle world, including the dramatic headline, "Pureblood Threatened with Torture by Muggles," which backfired on Malfoy as 3 of the 4 houses, plus many of the Slytherins, were openly laughing at him. When neither Harry nor Hermione were involved in any other events, Rita knew that that particular story has run itself out. The only snippet of gossip she'd heard was that Harry and Hermione were refusing to attend Snape's lessons, but Rita realized that even if she tried to print something about that, a majority of the readers probably hated Snape and would be firmly on Harry and Hermione's side. But even Rita Skeeter had no idea that the repercussions of her stories had hardly begun, so that her stories would later be described as the first strike in the Wizarding Civil War. The night before Hogwarts broke up for Christmas, less than half a mile from the Prophet's offices, a meeting was being held, a meeting which would change the face of history. "Creature!" Sirius bellowed from the kitchen of number 12 Grimmauld Place. There was a quiet popping sound and the house elf appeared at the door of the kitchen. "Traitorous Master called Creature." "Yes, I did. I am having visitors this evening, a number of Muggles." "Shameful Master brings dirty Muggles into the House of Black." "Yes, and I order you to stay upstairs, out of the way. The Muggles must not see you or hear you, is that clear?" "Yes, Master." "Dobby." This time a slightly louder pop and Dobby appeared. The 2 elves glared at each other with obvious loathing. "What can Dobby do for the great Harry Potter's doggy father?" Sirius grinned. "That's actually Godfather, Dobby." Dobby didn't answer, although Sirius thought he spotted a slight smile on the features of the mischievous elf who was obviously still waiting for instructions. "I'd like you to watch the street and alert me quickly when any Muggles seem to be looking for this place, then suddenly turn and walk away across the square." Dobby disappeared without a word. When Dobby showed in Mr. Finch Fletchley and Sirius stood to shake his hand, everyone was surprised to see that Mr. Finch Fletchley ignored the offered hand and simply sat down in a vacant chair. Miss Collier looked at him, one eyebrow raised in curiosity. "Now we're just waiting for Mr. and Mrs. Creevey." Mr. Finch Fletchley almost snorted. "Can we just get started?" he snapped, as though he hadn't been the last to arrive. Did the Creeveys give anyone a message to say they'd be late? Now Mr. Finch Fletchley did snort. Of course they didn't. That type never do. I say we start. Some of us have other things to do and most of us can't just wave a wand to do everything. He glared at Sirius and Arthur as he said that. Molly looked as though she was about to retort, but Miss Collier grabbed her arm and shook her head. "Very well, Mr. Finch Fletchley," Miss Collier said evenly. "Now, you asked for this meeting and we're all here, so I suggest that you begin." Mr. Finch Fletchley opened his briefcase and pulled out a copy of The Prophet, which he slammed down on the table. "Is this true?" he asked angrily, glaring at Mrs. Granger. "Is what true?" It's bad enough that they all hate us Muggles and slander us every chance they get, but when that boy Potter and your Mrs. Potter, Mrs. Granger put in helpfully. Mr. Finch Fletchley rolled his eyes. "Supposedly married or not, running around BPD in a school gives us all a bad name." Miss Collier opened her mouth to speak, but Mrs. Granger beat her to it. "Tell me, Mr. Finch Fletchley, do you believe everything in all these other stories?" His chance to answer was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Dobby with Mr. and a rather shaken-looking Mrs. Creevey. "Dear me," she said. "I'm sure it's very safe and all that, but I'll never get used to just appearing somewhere. A moment ago we were outside in the street." She was cut off by Mr. Finch Fletchley. "Now you've finally managed to get here. We had actually started the meeting and were in the middle of a discussion." "Mr. Finch Fletchley," Miss Collier interrupted him. "You would be considered a member of the British aristocracy, would you not?" "Yes, but what's that got to do with anything? So you know how to behave." Before he could open his mouth to reply, she went on, "Though Sirius would never tell you this, You are a guest in the home of one of the wizarding world's oldest and richest families, what is called an ancient and noble house. I am sure that Sirius would prefer it if you did not treat his other guest with such blatant lack of respect. Mr. Finch Fletchley looked stunned. You know, said Remus. If you were a pureblood wizard, you'd make a perfect Death Eater. You think alike, you see. Just like the editor of the Prophet, they think they are better than everyone else just because of their inheritance too. Mr. Finch Fletchley turned to Mrs. Creevey. I apologize, madam, for my rudeness. He then turned to Sirius, and said, a little more coldly, and to you, Mr. Black. I'm sorry we're late, Mr. Creevey explained. Someone was off sick and I had to work overtime. I've already got tomorrow off, so I couldn't ask for time off today as well. Mr. Finch Fletchley nodded. Well, where were we? You were accusing Harry and my daughter of behaving inappropriately based on a report in this rag, when I assume you realize that just about everything they say about Muggles is either lies or twisted by their prejudice. Mr. Finch Fletchley looked guilty. I assume then, nothing of the sort happened. Well, after a late-night party, Hermione was seen running BPD back to the school from an isolated cave in the grounds. That much is true. What it doesn't say is that she and Harry was slipped a potion during the party, were carried to the cave and stripped. Hermione woke up and found herself BPD with her dress torn apart and freaked out. She ran back to the school and shut herself in a bathroom. While that may not have been the wisest thing to do, she was upset. Shesh. Mrs. Granger struggled to regain her composure. I'm sorry. For once Mr. Finch Fletchley spoke gently. Mrs. Granger. There is no need to apologize. I have a 3-year-old daughter. If anything happens to her like that. He shook his head, his eyes closed for a moment. Mrs. Granger continued, they found out from others there that they were drugged by the son of the head of the governors, who's some sort of big shot in the area. Everyone was too scared to speak up. So they were expelled. At the excuse for a hearing, the head of the governors and his son both tried to attack Harry and Hermione and ended up losing. Of course, you won't read that in the Prophet, she finished with a rather bitter grin. Mr. Finch Fletchley sighed. And the bit about attacking people in Hogwarts. I can explain that, said Remus. You know that Draco Malfoy is the son of the Death Eater Lucius Malfoy. He arranged for Luna, a girl and a friend of Harry and Hermione's in the year below them, to be kidnapped during the summer and basically got away with it thanks to his father's connections with Fudge, the minister. I've heard that much from Justin, yes. Well, when they returned to school, Malfoy threatened to do the same to another girl, Ginny. That's Molly's daughter. Knowing the staff would do nothing, as usual, Harry responded with a spell, and then Hermione and Harry put Snape on his ass when he tried to intervene. Snape. That's the potions master, right? Yes. If he's half as bad as Justin says he is. He's worse, put in Sirius. Is it the same everywhere in the wizarding world? Mr. Finch Fletchley asked, the daughter I mentioned. We're fairly certain she's magical and I don't think I want her to stay in this country if it's as bad as it seems. I certainly don't want her in Hogwarts. But now it seems that Mexico is as bad, hence my question, is it as bad everywhere? No, but in a lot of places, yes, it is. Sorry, you are. Arthur Weasley, better known as Molly's husband. He laughed as Molly lightly punched him on the arm. I work in the ministry, and although it's not my department, I do have some contact with other wizarding governments, on a non-official basis. As far as Europe goes, most of Southern Europe is pretty corrupt, though Spain, which used to be the worst, is a lot better than most now. Since the Muggles lost their dictator, Asinor Frankie, Muggle-born wizards demanded that they have more democracy too. At Arthur's mispronunciation of Senor Franco, or more correctly General Franco, Miss Collier looked for a moment as if she was about to interrupt. Arthur looked at her questioningly, but she shook her head and allowed him to continue. Some of Northern Europe is worse than here. Malfoy would fit right in. Scandinavia is a lot better. A lot of Eastern Europe is still pretty much unknown. They keep to themselves. Sirius can probably tell you more about America. America seems okay, but has a very weak government. Last I heard they were not wanting to become involved, and this time around, that might mean refusing to accept refugees from here, which is how you'd be seen if you were thinking of going there. Much like the United States made it impossible for most Jews to escape there in the Second World War, said Miss Collins. So we're pretty much stuck here, concluded Mr. Finch Fletchley, in a wizard culture which thinks we are dirt, where my son, despite all the advantages I can give him, will never amount to anything because he's my son, and where the likes of this Malfoy fellow could attack my daughter and get away with it. Remus answered him. I wouldn't have put it as harshly as that, but I can't argue with what you say. I should speak to the Prime Minister next time I see him. He should know what's going on. He does have an occasional audience with the minister, Arthur pointed out. And you trust this fudge fellow to tell him the truth? I thought not. The Prime Minister should know he has a corrupt government right here in Britain who thinks that all of us muggles should have no rights whatsoever. Honestly, I wonder if it would be best if he just got the army to wipe out the wizarding world. Including your son and daughter. Mrs. Granger asked. With due respect to everyone else here, that's the only reason I haven't already spoken to the Prime Minister. You know, I got Justin to contact the Prophet to complain at the articles. They refused to meet me, saying that nobody was interested in what a muggle had to say anyway. So I complained to the ministry. This fudge fellow refused to see me. When I complained about that, some junior in an office wrote back to me saying, and I quote, "This is a government of and for the magical people. Although your son is magical and therefore tolerated, you are a muggle and as such, have no rights within the wizarding world. Any complaints should be addressed to your own muggle government." I couldn't believe the nerve of it. I can understand your anger, said Miss Collier. As I see it, parents of muggleborns and muggleborns themselves have no real voice or part of the wizarding government. So why should we recognize their authority? I say we get together with other muggleborns and their parents and declare independence from the ministry. We could then form our own government. In the meantime, I'll back anyone who can start a newspaper to get the truth out instead of that damned prophet. He turned to Arthur. You're a pureblood and you work for the ministry, right? Arthur nodded. Are you going to go running to fudge about this? Mr. Finch Fletchley, Sirius spoke sharply. Arthur is not your enemy. I'm sure he won't like me saying this, but the reason his family is, shall I say, less well off than most other old pureblood families is because of his pro-muggle stand. As for me, I have only one question. Which is this new rebellious government for muggleborns only, or for anyone? I was thinking about an independent government for muggleborns. The rest of you, as the ministry made clear to me, are welcome in the existing government. Mr. Finch Fletchley, said Remus. The ministry won't allow there to be another wizarding government. I'd like to see them stop us, he replied. They won't allow another government, and at the moment they could literally wipe us out, said Miss Collins. But there's nothing in the ministry charters to outlaw representative groups. And as far as your idea of an independent newspaper goes, said Arthur. The ministry won't like it, but they won't see it as a threat and they wouldn't bother to try to stop it. A neighbor of mine runs a sort of magazine called The Quibbler. He'd know about how to do it. Is he a pureblood? Mr. Finch Fletchley asked, suspiciously. You're sure he won't go running to the ministry? Arthur cracked up laughing for a moment, then recovered himself. I'm sorry, but if you knew Xenophilius Lovegood, you'd know how ludicrous the idea of him ever going to the ministry was. He's always hated the ministry. And now he has even more reason to do so. His daughter Luna was the one kidnapped by Malfoy last summer. If that was your daughter, wouldn't you be glad of a way to get back at them? Harry and Hermione were laughing as they left King's Cross in the taxi Sirius had hired. I can't believe how tiny Colin looked getting into Justin's dad's car. And nervous. I think he'd have rather faced a basilisk, Harry replied. Hermione giggled. I didn't know Mr. Finch Fletchley knew the Creevies. He didn't, until last night, Sirius replied. Then how come he offered to drive the Creevies home today? This time it was Mrs. Granger who embarrassed herself by letting out a distinctly childish giggle. Offered. He didn't give them any choice. What was it he said, Sirius? No friends of his were going to have to drag a trunk around on a London transport bus, or something like that. You can blame Dobby, Sirius retorted. Dobby? Hermione asked. After the meeting, the two men were talking late into the night and Dobby just might have laced their drinks with a little too much fire whiskey. And whose idea was that, I wonder? Mrs. Granger asked, trying to glare at Sirius and failing. Meeting? What meeting? Hermione asked. Mrs. Granger sighed. She'd hoped to wait a few days to let Harry and Hermione relax before bringing them up to date on what was happening. Mr. Finch Fletchley asked for a meeting with other Muggle parents to discuss the rubbish the Prophet had been putting out about Muggles and Muggleborns, she explained. Like him or not, the man's got some guts, said Sirius. Wants to take on the Prophet and the Ministry all at once. What do you mean? Hermione asked. Mrs. Granger explained what had been said at the meeting the night before. It's a pity we didn't catch Luna's father before they left, Hermione said. That's okay, Sirius replied. Arthur Weasley's going to speak to him. They live close to each other. Hey, Harry, you're being quiet. I thought us Marauders were something, but we never managed to start a war by our 3rd year. For a moment Harry didn't reply. Then he said in a broken voice. I don't want anyone starting a war because of me. Well, it isn't just for you, Sirius explained, it's to help make the wizarding world a fair place for everyone. I don't know how he's going to do it, but it might be a good thing to shake up the fuddy-duddies in the Ministry. Harry looked up for a moment. The taxi had stopped. We're here, Sirius announced. Over dinner they were further discussing the plans Mr. Finch Fletchley had laid out. How do you think the Ministry will react? Hermione asked. Sirius thought for a few moments. At first, they'll ignore it and hope it goes away. If that doesn't work, they'll do everything they can to ridicule and discredit it. And if that doesn't work, there are some purebloods, not only ex-Death Eaters, but others too, who won't tolerate Muggleborns challenging the status quo. Things could get ugly. You mean killings? Sirius sighed. I don't mean to be dramatic, but this could lead to a civil war. But look on the bright side, it might bring real changes for once. And when Harry puts down Moldywort for good, the others'll probably run scared. Sirius looked disappointed when his crack about Moldywort didn't raise even the slightest smile from Harry. Suddenly realizing that he was being looked at, Harry got up. I've had enough. Sirius, don't be too eager to have a war. People die in wars. And with that Harry turned and went to bed. The next day Harry got up late and barely spoke to anyone. When confronted by Hermione, his only reply was, I thought by coming back, we could help. Now I've just made things worse for everyone. What if there is a war, Hermione? How many people will have to die? Was teaching Malfoy a lesson worth that? Harry James Potter, just you listen to me. Teaching Malfoy a lesson might not stop him, but it might stop someone else attacking Luna, or me or Ginny or some other innocent girl. And if there's a war, it's because Voldemort is coming back and he won't rest until he has killed you and has total control. And if he ever does have control, the number of people he'll torture and kill, we have to stop him, Harry. And to do that we have to take down his support, and if that means some of us die doing that, it'll still be less than he'd kill anyway. Seeing that Harry looked unconvinced, she added, and none of this is your fault, Harry James Potter. Malfoy would be an arsehole even if we weren't at Hogwarts. In fact, we weren't there when he took Luna. Harry looked at her for a moment. I have to stop him. Malfoy. Harry looked frustrated for a moment. No, Voldemort. I know. It's just you said, we have to stop him. That's wrong. I have to stop him, Hermione. I have to be the one to kill him, not we. If you think even for a moment that I will let you do it alone, Harry James Potter, you'll find out why they say, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, do you understand me? You will not do this alone. I wish I wasn't the bloody boy who lived. Who thought up that King name anyway? Any other time, Hermione would have remonstrated with him about his language, but she held her silence. I don't want to be responsible for all this. How many people will die if I can't do it? If I can't kill him? How many people will die anyway, because I can't do it right now? I'm 13 bloody years old, Hermione. Why can't I just be like any other 13-year-old and spend all my time worrying about how to get into your knickers? Despite herself, Hermione actually sniggered slightly at the thought. Harry looked at her, angrily. I wish I wasn't the boy who lived. I wish he'd killed me too. Without even thinking, Hermione slapped him hard across the face. Don't you dare say that. Just, don't you dare. As she sat down in tears, Harry turned away and stormed up the stairs. She heard his door slam. A cracking sound made Harry look up. Master Harry Potter, sirs. Hermione's mother says that Master Harry Potter must eat, sir. He put the tray down. Harry made no move to go towards it. Begging your pardon, sir. But Dobby had to promise that he'd get you to eat something. Dobby might have to punish himself if he can't. With a wry smile, Harry looked at him. You should have been in Slytherin, Dobby. Thank you, sir. Never has a wizard thought that Dobby should have been in a house at the great Hogwarts. You are a great wizard. Seeing that Harry still hadn't moved, he added, and such a great wizard needs to eat. Sir. She made you treacle tart, sir. All right. I give up. Just leave me in peace and I'll eat, okay. Changing the subject, Harry asked, how is Hermione? Mistress was very sad, sir, but I think she is feeling better because she is gone shopping. Dobby looked pointed at the plate. Dobby will be back to take away your empty plates soon, sir, and with that he disappeared. Late that night, Mrs. Granger was making her way up the stairs to say goodnight to her daughter, when she saw Hermione coming out of her room. Hermione turned and on seeing her mother, froze, with that, frozen-in-car headlamps, look on her face. Mrs. Granger raised an eyebrow. I think we should talk, don't you? Hermione went back into her room and sat on her bed looking expectantly up at her mother, who, pointedly, had not sat down. Mrs. Granger silently looked at her daughter, who seemed more than a little nervous. Hermione was wearing soft, pink silk bikini knickers and the matching silk camisole that went with them. Mrs. Granger had noticed when Hermione had walked ahead of her into her room that the back of the knickers was little more than a G-string. While her daughter's B-easts were still small, the camisole hugged and caressed them, which made it obvious that she liked the way set felt against her skin. The knickers were more, not there, than there, but made it plain that her little girl was now every inch a beautiful young woman. They were most assuredly not the kind of knickers that she had grown up wearing, but suddenly, it seemed like it was the most natural thing in the world for her to be wearing them. Mrs. Granger didn't know whether to be proud or sad. I'm guessing that's what you went shopping for this afternoon. Yes, Mum, Hermione replied quietly. And might I know why my daughter is creeping around the house at 11 at night, dressed, if you can call it dressed, like a let's just say, not exactly hiding anything. It's for Harry. I didn't think you were dressed like that for me, and I would hope it's not for Sirius or Remus. And I assume it's not for Dobby. Ew. That's disgusting, Mum. So we've established the fact that you're sneaking into Harry's room showing everything you've got. Can I just ask, did Harry ask you to do this? No. He would never. So you have a huge row, and now you want to make things right by offering yourself to Harry like this. It's not like that. Then why don't you tell me what it is like? He barely even looks at me that way. Hermione didn't say her complete thought, which was, even though I've told him it's all right for him to do so and I like it when he does. I think I can safely say that might change rather quickly if you go into his bedroom dressed like that. That's what I want. I want to take his mind off everything that's happening. You're playing with fire. He's a 13-year-old boy. When you've got his attention, what are you going to do when he wants you? And I can pretty much guarantee he will. I'm not that pretty, Mum. That's rubbish. And it's beside the point. Go in dressed like that and any boy would be interested even if you wore a paper bag over your head. And when he wants what you are so clearly offering him, what are you going to do? Have you even thought about how far you are prepared to go? The look of shock on Hermione's face told her mother that her daughter hadn't thought about that at all. Then Hermione put on a determined look. He's my husband, Mum. And you're only 14 years old. I know you're married and I can't tell you what you can and can't do, but are you ready for this? Hermione looked sad for a moment. Hermione, her mother asked. Mum, he thinks everything is his fault, that we'd all be better without him. He thinks the only reason he has to live is because he has to kill that bastard. Hermione ignored both the tears which were escaping from her own eyes and her mother's sharp look at her language. If making him see that he has a real reason to live means letting him shag me senseless 20 times a day in the atrium of the ministry, then that's what I'll do. Amused at Hermione's defiant look, her mother replied quietly, 20 times a day. Hermione looked sheepish. Maybe 10 times. Her mother smiled. Using her hand to wipe the tears from her cheeks, Hermione said, I love him, Mum. I hate it when he's hurting like this and I can't take the pain away. I'd say that underwear is probably a pretty good painkiller for a teenage boy. You aren't going to stop me. Do you want me to? Hermione shook her head. No. Will you at least promise me you'll be careful? Have you taken the potion or whatever it is witches do? No. You hadn't thought this through, had you? I wasn't thinking about actually, dying it. Do you even have any of the potion? No, but I can cast a Conception charm. Do it now then. Hermione took out her wand, then put it back. I'm not going to. What? If we do end up dying it? It's called havings, or making love. Are you sure you are ready for this if you can't even say it? Hermione looked at her mother with a stubborn look on her face. If we do end up King, then I hope he does make me pregnant. A baby will give him another reason to live apart from killing Voldemort. But what about school? They won't let you go back if you're pregnant. I don't care, Mom. Don't you understand? He's everything to me. Yes, I understand. And that's why you must cast that whatever. Hermione looked puzzled. If you are trying to give him a baby, don't you think he has a right to a voice in that decision? Or are you planning to spring that on him too? Are you that scared that you won't be enough? Hermione looked defeated for a moment. I'll cast the charm. She took out her wand and cast the charm. Good girl. Now go find your husband, and good luck. Hermione got up and gave her mother a hug. Thank you, Mom. She turned to go. I'd stop by the bathroom to wash your face first. You don't want him to see you've been crying. Hermione nodded. Mrs. Granger went down to the kitchen, talking to herself. After that, I need a cup of tea. Opening the kitchen door, she added, I can't believe I just virtually told my 14-year-old daughter to go and get laid. Two ex-marauders looked up at her from the kitchen table. Remus just looked shocked, while Sirius sported a big grin. Way to go, Hermione. Oh no. Trust you two to hear that. No teasing them in the morning, okay. You can't take that pleasure away from us, Sirius protested. I can, unless you want to find out what this trained Muggle torturer can do. No teasing, said Sirius. Marauder's honor. Hermione almost knocked on the door to Harry's room, then decided not to. She walked in to see him sitting at his desk. As he turned to see who it was, she was amused to see his eyes and mouth open wide. But as she was about to make a remark about catching flies, Harry wasn't the only one to be startled as there was a cracking sound and Dobby appeared behind her. She let out a squeal of embarrassed surprise, but her squeal was nothing to Dobby's. Eek! Mistress forgot her knickers. Dobby, go get some for Mistress. With another crack, Dobby disappeared. In her surprise, she had turned her back to Harry for a moment, and when she turned around again, he was staring out of the window. Hermione, why aren't you wearing knickers? Harry, I am wearing knickers. You can look, you know. Harry seemed to take an age to turn towards her again, and even then he kept his eyes on her face. Hermione lifted the front of her camisole a little. See, knickers. What Harry really saw when he glanced down was the small triangle of pink silk that started several inches below her belly button and disappeared between her legs. Unable to resist a second look, he glanced down again for a moment. But, I thought. Hermione turned around, this time lifting the back of the camisole. It's called a G-string, Harry, then she turned back to face him again. His face had gone an interesting shade of pink. Before either of them could say anything further, there was another crack and Dobby reappeared with his arms full of knickers. He quickly threw them on the bed and squeaked, "Knickers for Mistress." Dobby, go. Hermione gabbed his arm a little harder than she intended. Dobby, thank you, but it wasn't necessary. Dobby can take them back. It's all right, Dobby. Can you do me a favor? Yes, Mistress. Dobby would love to do Mistress a favor. Make sure that nobody is allowed to disturb us unless it is a genuine emergency. Dobby can do that. Dobby didn't mean to disturb Mistress. You can go now, and Dobby. Yes, Mistress. No punishing yourself. Dobby looked at her. It was a look of guilt and disappointment. No, Mistress, and with another crack, he disappeared. Harry and Hermione burst out laughing. Hermione picked up the pile of knickers Dobby had left on the bed and put them in the desk in front of Harry, deliberately bending down so that he could almost see down her camisole. She walked across to the bed and pulled aside the quilt which covered it. What are you doing, Hermione? I'm going to bed. Why? But that's my bed. And I'm your wife, Harry. But you're wearing. Harry didn't know how to describe what Hermione was wearing. Hermione smirked, amused at his reaction. Don't you like what I'm wearing, Harry? Would you like me to take it off? No, he squawked. You don't want me to take it off? She asked him, in her best, disappointed, voice. No, yes, Deciding to take pity on him, Hermione got up out of bed and walked towards him. Harry tried not to look at her easts, but failed miserably, much to Hermione's satisfaction. "Harry, can you give me a hug?" He nodded, seemingly stunned. Once she stepped into his arms, she took his hands and moved them down to her bare bpdy. He tried to move his hands away but she wouldn't let him. "Harry, I'm your wife. These are yours. You can look and touch as much as you like." When Harry didn't react, she asked, "Do you understand me?" Harry nodded, still looking almost scared. She pushed him away a little and took his hands and placed them on her easts, letting out a small gasp as she did so. "Harry, these are yours too." Her own hand almost shaking as she did so, she took his right hand and placed it between her legs. "And so is this." Harry pulled his hand away as if it had been stung. Hermione walked back to the bed and deliberately bent over, stretching the G-string over her bottom. She got into the bed and moved across to allow him space to climb in. "Come to bed, Harry." Harry didn't move for a moment, so she said, "We don't have to do anything you don't want to, but come to bed with your wife." Harry hesitantly moved towards the bed. As he got into the bed she looked him in the eyes. "We don't have to do anything you don't want to, but..." Hermione took a breath to help her nerves. "I meant what I said. I am yours, Harry. And anything you want to do with me, you can. I mean that." Harry still seemed stunned. "Though I'd prefer you not to shag me senseless in the atrium of the ministry." "Right." Harry agreed, not really having heard her. Then, realizing what she'd just said, he replied, "Huh." She shook her head with a grin. "It doesn't matter. Harry, come and lie beside me, I won't bite. Promise?" He asked nervously. Me?" She asked, slightly annoyed with herself at sounding so desperate. After a frustrating moment when their noses got in the way, their lips touched. There were no fireworks, no choir of angels, no surge of magic, it just felt right. She felt Harry's tongue at her lips and opened her mouth. After their tongues had a mini sword fight for a minute, they both collapsed into giggles. Time stopped as they looked into each other's eyes, then Hermione's heart leapt as Harry said, "I love you." It was the first time he'd told her that without her saying it first. Now his hands were in her hair, stroking her until she felt almost sleepy. She rested her head on his shoulder and his hands moved lower, down her back. One hand moved back up, under her camisole. He glanced at her to see it was all right. Her contented sigh gave him his answer. "So soft," he told her. She smiled as she murmured, "Not fair." "What's not fair? You've still got all your clothes on." He pushed her gently off of him and sat up. His t-shirt was on the floor in seconds, followed by his jeans. When he lay back down again, she once again lay on top of him, her head resting on his now bare shoulder and her free hand caressing his chest, wondering if she dare move lower. Harry, it seemed, was wondering the same, then made up his mind, and while his right hand stayed wrapped around her back, the other moved lower, caressing her bottom so lightly it was tantalizing. She gasped as a finger followed the line of her G-string down between her body. He hesitated for a moment. Taking all the courage she could muster, she opened her legs enough to allow him further. Harry felt her tense up as his finger went still. He brought his hand away. She rolled onto her back, his right arm pinned underneath her. If he minded, he didn't show it. His left hand began to trace a path down from her neck until he found the top of her bikini knickers. Then his hand was on her right east, stroking and circling, before moving to her left. "So beautiful," he whispered. Hermione's eyes filled with tears. "I'm sorry. Tell me what I did wrong. I didn't mean to make you cry." "Nothing. I'm just happy." He'd tantalized her almost beyond endurance, and Hermione guiltily realized that she'd been virtually ignoring him. She reached down to his boxers. He felt rock hard and she felt it twitch as she touched it through the fabric of his boxers. She had no idea if he was big compared to others, but it felt big to her. She couldn't help being amused as Harry gasped as she ran a finger down its length. To see him react so strongly to her mere touch was amazing and completely wonderful. Moving her hand back down, she wrapped her fingers around it. It was so hard now, and even through the material she could feel it throbbing under her hand. She loved the way it seemed to react on its own when she squeezed it. She wondered how on earth it would ever fit inside her. She moved her hand inside his boxers only to find Harry getting up suddenly, looking embarrassed. "I need the loo," he gasped. He seemed to be an age in the toilet, and when he returned she noticed that the tenting in his boxers had gone right down. "We should get some sleep," he said, and put the light out. Not knowing whether to feel relieved or disappointed, Hermione turned on her side away from him. He put an arm over her, his hand rest lightly over her stomach. Hermione gave a contented sigh as she wondered if the rest of her life could possibly be this good. Hermione woke to two strange sensations. One was a hand lightly caressing her left east, the other was something very hard pressed firmly against her bum. She murmured. Harry bolted upright. I'm sorry. I didn't mean I gotta go. And with that he ran to the bathroom without even stopping to check if there was anyone in the hallway. Disappointed, Hermione forced herself to get out of bed. Not this time, she thought to herself. She carefully opened the door of Harry's room and, seeing there was nobody there, crept quietly along to the nearest bathroom. She could hear the shower running. Harry, she called. I'll be out in a minute, he called back. After returning to get her wand, Hermione said, Alohomora. And the door opened. Harry was facing the door but his eyes were closed tightly as his hand moved up and down his shaft. Without a thought, Hermione stepped into the shower. Hermione, Harry squeaked, sounding for a moment incredibly like Dobby. He quickly covered his beak with both hands. The water had already made her clothes cling to her body like a second skin and Harry stared, transfixed. Like what you see? Hermione asked cheekily. Harry turned his head away, embarrassed. Harry, if I didn't want you to look, I wouldn't be here. So Harry looked. Hermione felt her nipples harden as he stared at her. This time Harry didn't need telling. He took east in each hand and squeezed lightly. Though the sensations of his hands now caressing her easts were probably the most wonderful thing she'd ever felt, Hermione wanted more. Take my clothes off, Harry. For a moment Harry looked startled, then took hold of the bottom of her camisole and lifted it up. She raised her arms to allow him to take it off of her. Feeling nervous, she said, they're not very big. They're perfect, he replied, as his hands resumed their caressing. A few minutes later, his hands dropped to take hold of the sides of her bikini knickers. He looked at her, asking for permission. She nodded and he slipped them down her legs. He stepped back to look at her for a minute. She'd never seen Harry with such a smile on his face. When his hands went back to caressing her easts, she took hold of one of his hands. I told you last night, this is yours too. She put his hand down between her legs and parted her legs slightly to give him access. And this, she said, grabbing his beak and starting to stroke it, this is mine. Hermione. Harry almost screeched. Obviously he'd been right on the edge and her first touch was enough to push him over as he came over her hand. She tried to taste it, but the force of the shower had washed everything away before she got her hand to her mouth. I'm sorry, Harry cried. Seeing his look of embarrassment at coming so quickly, Hermione pulled him to her into an intense key. Don't worry. It's normal. You'll last longer next time. The thought of there being a next time put a grin back on his face. It must be breakfast time. You go first, then I'll run up to my room to get dressed. It's probably best if Sirius or Remus don't see us coming out of the bathroom together. As Harry left, Hermione turned off the shower and quickly cast a spell to dry her clothes, before putting them back on. She stepped out into the passageway and began making her way up the stairs back to her own room. Deciding to leave the underwear that she was already wearing on, she took her time getting dressed and made her way down to breakfast. Just to let everyone know, Sirius said suddenly as they were all beginning to eat their breakfast, I'm going to ask Bill Weasley to pop by and check the place over for strange curses. Why's that? Remus asked, genuinely puzzled. I saw a strange and impossible apparition this morning. Sirius replied. When I went to tell Harry that breakfast was ready, I saw what looked like a girl, running up the stairs with no knickers on. For a moment I could have sworn it was Hermione, but Hermione would never get caught running anywhere without knickers, so it couldn't have been her. I did have knickers on. Hermione protested. So it was you, cried Sirius triumphantly. Mrs. Granger couldn't help a smile. I'm afraid you walked into that one, darling. HMPH, said Hermione. I suppose we shouldn't ask what a respectable young lady was doing first thing in the morning, running up the stairs from her boyfriend's room with no knickers on. Sirius persisted. I did have knickers on, Hermione replied crossly. They just don't cover a lot, that's all. Haven't you ever heard of a G string? Isn't that on a guitar? Sirius asked. It's a type of underwear with just a narrow piece of material at the back, Remus explained, to everyone's surprise that he would know about such things. Do we have to spend the entire breakfast discussing my underwear? Hermione asked, irritably. Or lack of, added Sirius. Both Hermione and her mother glared at him. Okay, Sirius said, putting his hands up in a gesture of surrender. No more discussing knickers. End of discussion. Whether Hermione wears underwear or not is entirely her own business. Another glare. Of course, Hermione dashing out of Harry's room first thing in the morning wearing not very much might explain why Harry has a grin that's wider than his face this morning. Sirius, Mrs. Granger warned. Dobby. Sirius called. Yes, Mr. Black, sir. Was breakfast all right? Is there anything you need? Breakfast is excellent as usual, Dobby. But I think we need second helpings for Harry and Hermione, to keep their energy up after a long, hard night. Sirius was looking at Harry as he said the word, hard, and Harry pushed his plate away and banged his head on the table. I think that's enough, Sirius, said Mrs. Granger. You're never going to let us forget this, are you? Hermione asked. Of course we will, Sirius replied. In about 50 years or so maybe. Warning, some might want to avoid reading from here too. End of warning, although it is very mild. Harry asked Hermione to come with him back up to his room after breakfast, to a shouted comment from Sirius, don't do anything we wouldn't do, to which Hermione had called back, I don't even want to think about what you and Remus might do together. I've just eaten breakfast, she heard her mother call out, touché. As she closed Harry's door. Why, Hermione? Why what? Don't think that I didn't love it, but why did you come in here like that last night? Hermione looked disappointed. I already said I loved it, and as far as I'm concerned, you can do that any time you want. I'm just curious, why now? You scared me, what you said about wishing you hadn't lived. I want, to show you that you do have something worth living for apart from beating that bastard. They all think we did it, you know. Hermione grinned. I know. Sirius can be a prat, but he was quite funny really. You didn't spend half of breakfast with him discussing your underwear. I can't believe he even got Dobby to help wind us up. We still can, you know. Can what? Do it. If you want to, I mean Mum warned me you probably would last night. In fact I don't know why you didn't mean. I know I'm not exactly the prettiest girl in Hogwarts. Harry silenced her with a key. He took her hand in his. For a moment she thought he was going to key her hand, but then he placed it over his beep. You have all your clothes on and you can do that to me. Don't tell me you're not pretty. Then why didn't you? No. Boys talk, you know, Harry answered her. I know you wouldn't brag about me like that, Hermione replied, not adding that she wouldn't mind that much if he did. I meant, I hear them talking, mostly the older ones. Some of them want to get a girl into a broom closet and do everything she'll let them do, before she changes her mind. When you came in last night, I realized that I didn't have to. Because of the bond, you'll never change your mind. Not just because of the bond, Harry. Ignoring her interruption, Harry continued, you can't know how much I wanted to touch you like that. Last night was perfect. I thought nothing could be better, until this morning. You liked that, did you? Huh. Oh, yes. But I didn't mean that. Hermione looked puzzled. I've wanted to see you like that for ages. But I thought you didn't see me like that way. I was trying to get you to look at me all summer. It was promise you won't be cross. Hermione shook her head. It was that night in Mexico. He knew he didn't have to say which night he was referring to. When I got over the shock of waking up like that, and I saw you. I couldn't take my eyes off you. You were so perfect and you were mine. I couldn't believe I could be so lucky. Hermione had tears in her eyes. And then I went and ruined it by freaking out. That wasn't your fault. Is that why you didn't go any further last night? You thought I might freak out again. Harry nodded. Ever since, I've wanted so much to see you like that again, but... Dobby. Hermione called. Dobby appeared with a crack. Yes, mistress. Can you make sure we are not disturbed until lunchtime, please? Dobby grinned. Oh, yes mistress. And Dobby. Yes, mistress. If Sirius starts sneaking around trying to listen at the door, teach him a lesson for us. Yes, mistress. Dobby disappeared with another crack. Hermione turned back to Harry. If you want to see me like that again, I think you'd better start taking these clothes off of me. They were late for lunch, bringing knowing looks from the adults present. Hermione irritated herself by blushing. Even though it had just been Harry, it had been embarrassing, not to mention tantalizing. Lying there BPD as Harry, first just looked at her, then ran his hands all over her. However gentle he'd tried to be, at times she felt like he was a kid with a new toy. She surprised herself by finding that she didn't mind one bit. The most embarrassing part was when he'd wanted to see more, down there. Honestly, he should have been a gynecologist. She'd half expected him to go and get a magnifying glass. Of course, turnabout was fair play and she'd done her own share of examining. The power to change part of his body from quite soft to definitely not soft was intoxicating. She'd even managed to bring him off at the end. End of warning. As they sat down to lunch, Hermione noticed funny looks between her mother and the two men present. "Oh, Sirius, I left the salt in the kitchen," Mrs. Granger said in her sweetest voice. "Could you be a dear and get it for me?" "Very funny, I'm sure," said an irritated Sirius. Harry and Hermione looked puzzled as Mrs. Granger and Remus laughed. "Harry, can you get your elf to undo whatever it was you got him to do?" "I don't know what you mean, Sirius," Harry replied. "Dobby," called Hermione. Dobby appeared with a much louder crack than usual. "Yes, mistress. Sirius seems to think you've done something to him." "Yes, mistress. Dobby found the naughty doggies trying to listen outside your door, so as he was making jokes about your knickers this morning, Dobby made his trousers like that." "All my trousers have G-strings," Sirius complained. "Every time I put them on, they change. And the back disappears." Harry and Hermione laughed. "So can you ask Dobby to stop whatever he did? Are you sure we shouldn't call Bill Weasley to remove the curse?" Hermione asked sweetly. Seeing that nobody in the house was going to sympathize with him, Sirius began to eat his lunch. "Perhaps you should remove it, once he's learned his lesson," said Harry. "Dobby won't have to remove it," Dobby said proudly. "At midnight it will stop by itself. But if Mr. Doggy spies on Master and Mistress again, it will come back." "That's brilliant, Dobby," said Harry. At the end of lunch, Remus got up and asked Harry, "If you've got some time now, I'd like to speak to you about some of your essays at school." Harry looked puzzled. He was sure he hadn't done that badly, had he? "Okay," he shrugged. "Hermione," Mrs. Granger began, "could you pop down to the shops and get these for me? And if we're going to be staying here now, perhaps you could find the local library and get us all some library tickets." "Okay, Mum." Hermione was suspicious that the adults were trying to separate them for some reason, but couldn't think of a reason to refuse. After Hermione had left, Mrs. Granger said, "Actually Remus, I wanted to speak with Harry about something if I could see him first." "Let's go to your room, Harry." It was a very nervous Harry who entered his room with Mrs. Granger. "Don't panic, Harry. I'm not here to tell you off. I told Hermione that what you two do is between the two of you and I won't interfere." A very embarrassed Harry nodded. "I know I'm not really your mother, but I'm probably the closest thing you have to one. Normally it would be your father that would discuss this with you, but I'll have to do. I want to talk to you about protection. In the Muggle world there are things like covers and such like. I know magicals use potions or a conception charm. Now Hermione knows the conception charm, but it's a bit like two young people relying on covers. When things heat up and you get passionate, it's easy to forget. Conception should be the responsibility of both of you. So when you see Remus, can you ask him to teach you the conception charm? That way, at least one of you might remember it. I know you are married and all that, but I'd prefer it if you'd both left Hogwarts before making me a grandmother." Harry's head had got lower and lower with embarrassment while Mrs. Granger had been speaking. "We aren't, I mean, we haven't. Everybody thinks we are, but we're not." "You mean you haven't had yet?" "No. Is that wrong?" Harry asked. Mrs. Granger laughed. "No, of course it's not wrong. I'm pleased, actually. I'm surprised, but pleased. In that case, I need to tell you something. I'd prefer it if you didn't mention it to Hermione. I don't want her to worry about it." "Mrs. Granger, what happened to calling me Mum? I wasn't sure I should when we're talking about me havings with Hermione." "Harry, Hermione is my daughter and it's only natural that I want to protect her." "I know. But you are the closest I will ever come to having a son and I love you just as much." When Hermione went to your room last night, I knew that she was prepared to give you her purity tea. I probably could have stopped her, but I didn't. I know you two need each other. I'd like to think that you'll wait before going that far. Heck, ask any parent. They hope their daughter will stay a purity till she's at least 30, and even then they prefer not to think about how their grandchildren actually came about. I'm not planning on doing it with Hermione yet, said Harry. You sound very determined about that. Is there any special reason? Not that I'm encouraging you to haves. She's so beautiful. I just want to look at her. I could spend all day just looking and touching her, and I can't think what I've done to have deserved her. At that moment Mrs. Granger saw something she hoped had gone forever, the little boy who thought he deserved nothing. For the first time in her life she wished she was magical so she could go and curse them into hell. She realized that Harry was still speaking. I don't want her to let me, I don't want us to haves, just because the bond is making her. Mrs. Granger smiled. Harry, bond or no bond, my daughter is head over heels in love with you. When she saw how much you were hurting, she told me that she wanted to make you see you have a life to live, with her. And if that meant, in her words, letting him shag me senseless 20 times a day in the atrium of the ministry, then that's what I'll do. Now I don't know much about magical bonds, but I do know this. Hermione loves you. Not because you're her bond mate, not because you're the boy who lived, but because she loves Harry, the person she's has come to love over the last 5 years. She'd give her life for you without a second thought or any regrets. She was prepared to get pregnant, give up her education and leave school, if by doing so it would give you one more reason to live. 2 didn't know. I don't want her to do all that. Harry suddenly giggled. At Mrs. Granger's questioning look, he answered, I was just imagining that idiot Fudge's face if we were shagging in the atrium. He'd have a heart attack on the spot. There is one problem with loving someone that much, Mrs. Granger said seriously. It makes you very vulnerable. Nobody will ever have the power to hurt Hermione like you could. I can't say you'll never hurt each other. We always tend to hurt the ones we love, but promise me this. Never stay angry at her. Make it up before you go to bed. Remind each other that, even if you disagree on something major, you still love each other. Harry nodded seriously. I know you said you didn't want to rush into havings yet, but sometimes we get carried away, so you should learn the conception charm, just to be safe. And if you do haves, you know that it can hurt the girl the first time, don't you? I've heard boys talk about that at school. Most of them said you just had to ignore it and carry on. Mrs. Granger closed her eyes. Tell me, Harry, if you hurt Hermione, even without meaning to, would you just ignore it and carry on? I don't know. What should I do? Well, I expect yours. Education lessons have taught you why it hurts. We don't haves. Education lessons, Harry replied. Then how are you supposed to find out the facts, apart from gossip from older boys? I don't know. The more I hear about that school, the less I like it. When we've finished, I know Remus wants to talk with you and I'm fairly sure he wants to talk about. It's probably easier discussing these things with another man, so I suggest you tell him what you know, and let him teach you what you should know. He is a teacher, isn't he? I know that Sirius is your godfather, but I think Remus would be better at explaining things. Harry nodded, trying not to think about the kind-offs education lessons Sirius would give. One last thing I want to say, then I'll let you escape before your face gets any redder than it already is. You know where the body is, don't you? Harry nodded, wondering how long it would be before he could disappear like Dobby. Just inside the body, every girl has like a flap of skin. It's called the hymen. With some girls it gets broken in things like gymnastics, but if it isn't broken, it gets broken the first time a girl hoss. That's what hurts, and it can bleed some, but that's usually nothing to worry about. You just need to be gentle and let the pain subside. But the reason I'm mentioning this is that in some girls the hymen is very thick and strong and breaking it can hurt a lot, and it tends to run in families. This is why I don't want to have Hermione worrying about it, but it was like that with me and so it might be like that with her. If it does, and in some girls it can be so bad that it actually won't break, don't panic, and don't let Hermione panic. Just call me if you need to, or, if you're at school, I suppose Madame Pomfrey. She looked at his scared face. Now I've frightened you completely, let me just say. I know that you love Hermione like she loves you. If anyone deserves her, it's you, Harry. Never think otherwise. Now, I'm afraid you've got another talk to come, this time from Remus. Harry grimaced. One last thing, Harry. I know it's probably easier to talk with another man, but if there's ever anything you want to know or you are worried about, I'm here for you, just like I'll be here for Hermione. She's my daughter, but you're the son I never had and I love you just as much. Harry jumped up and gave her what he called a Hermione hug. Thanks, Mum, he said, then went downstairs, wondering if his face would ever go back to white again. Harry went straight to the library where he knew Remus would be waiting. Much as he wasn't looking forward to this, and from one of his own teachers, no less, he wanted to get it over with. He just hoped he could look Remus in the face in class after this. Come in, Harry. I assume you've guessed that I don't really want to talk to you about schoolwork. Yeah, I'd figured that. We should probably have had this talk before now. Sit yourself down, there's no need to be embarrassed. Easy for you to say, Harry thought. The slightly amused look on Remus' face made Harry wonder if he knew exactly what Harry had just thought. Of course, it's a bit late really after you've already had. Hermione did use the conception charm, didn't she? Of course she did. This is Hermione. No, actually, said Harry, knowing how Remus would react and wanting a little of his own back. She didn't. Remus almost screamed. Why didn't one of you say before now? We must get her to Madame Pomfrey straight away. She didn't need to, explained Harry. Everyone in the house seems to think we had. Well, we didn't. I'm beginning to feel like I should take out an advertisement in the Prophet, just to make sure nobody else thinks that. Remus smiled. Nobody would believe it anyway. Oh boy, is Sirius going to be disappointed? Why? He bet me 20 galleons that you and Hermione would have had, at least 3 times last night. Harry groaned. Maybe I'd better make that an advertisement in the Quibbler as well in Witch Weekly. I wouldn't bother, replied Remus. If it's in the Quibbler, it's definite that nobody would believe it. If it's in Witch Weekly, you'll get a few thousand replies offering to do what Hermione wouldn't, as well as quite a few offering to teach you and 1 or 2 offering you their daughters to practice on. Remus, that's gross. Remus thought for a moment. It is, isn't it? But probably true. And, no, I'm not joking. I don't even want to think about that. Okay. So we've established that you haven't done it. How much do you know about, I think Muggles call it, the birds and the bees? Not much, Harry admitted. Just what boys at school talk about. There was no way he was going to explain what Mrs. Granger had been discussing with him. Right. In that case, I think it's best if you read this book. When you've read it, if you've got any questions, just ask me. Harry looked at the book, which had a cartoon witch and wizard on the front, holding hands. The witch was holding a baby in her free arm and there was a little boy and girl standing between them. It was entitled, Making Little Wizards and Witches, It's Magic. Noticing the grimace on Harry's face, Remus laughed. I know it looks corny, but actually it's quite full of basic facts inside. Amazingly well written considering it's a ministry publication. It goes into why witches are made different from wizards, the changes in your body as you grow up, why witches have periods. Harry didn't want to hear any more details like that. Right, thank you, Remus. If I've any questions, I'll let you know. Remus looked as relieved as Harry was that this conversation was over. As Harry left the library, he remembered. Oh, even though we aren't and even though Hermione knows it already, Mrs. Granger suggested I ask you to show me how to do the conception spell. No problem. It's actually quite easy. When Remus had finished showing him and had made Harry repeat it enough times that he could be fairly sure of getting it right, Harry had a wicked thought. After all, why should he be the only one embarrassed today? Thanks, Remus. And when Hermione gets back, can you just check that she's got it right? Now Remus looked a bit embarrassed. Yes. Of course. I'll do that. Thanks. Harry left the library wondering who would be more embarrassed, Hermione or Remus. He went to his room and quickly scanned through the book. Damn, he thought. The one thing I want to know and it isn't in there. He just couldn't see himself asking Remus though, and certainly not Mrs. Granger. There was a knock on his door. Come in. Hi, Harry, Sirius began, his weight shuffling from one foot to the other and back again. Hi. Is anything wrong? Wrong. No. As you know, your parents made me your godfather, and as your father isn't here I hope you don't mind me asking, but how did it go last night? Harry had never known his father, but he was fairly sure that he wouldn't have started a conversation about by asking Harry how he enjoyed his first time. To save me putting up posters all over London, no, we didn't haves, last night. Nor this morning, we haven't hads, at all. Oh, Remus was correct. Sirius sounded disappointed. Oh, that's all right then. It's just you looked like you'd scored, to put it bluntly. Harry was silent for a minute. Harry, is something wrong? No, I'm just thinking. A canute for your thoughts. If I ask your advice on something, about Hermione, would you tell me, and not talk about it with anyone else, or tease her or anything? Harry, I'm a marauder. But more than that, I'm your godfather. Your parents made me that so you'd always have someone to come to if you needed to. Your father might be amused about me teasing you, but Lily certainly wouldn't. So you wouldn't tease her or tell anyone? Tease her, no, I promise. Tell anyone, it depends on what you need to ask. If it's something I think it's important to tell someone, like Madame Pomfrey or even Hermione's mother, I can't promise I won't tell them. Otherwise, my lips are sealed. I don't think this is like that, said Harry, relieved. Then fire away, kiddo. This morning, Hermione, she made me come, using her hand. Right. That's good, right. Yes, but, I don't know how. I mean, I want to. Return the favor. Harry nodded, already wishing he hadn't started this conversation. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. I could just tell you, but that would embarrass both of us. I did bring this little book. I've seen it. It hasn't got anything like that in it. Harry showed Sirius the book. That, laughed Sirius. That was brought out by the ministry. It's about how to make babies, not how to enjoy the process. Actually, knowing the ministry, they'd probably pass a law against enjoying it if they could. Harry let out a slight laugh in agreement. No, this isn't a ministry publication. Amazingly, it was actually written by a couple of healers from St. Mungo's. Here, take a look. He handed Harry a book. No cartoons or any illustration on the front this time. Just the title in simple white text on a black background. Making magic with your other magic wand. But if the outside was plain, the inside certainly wasn't. After an index of several pages, he flipped over to the chapters themselves. It doesn't just have descriptions on how to do just about anything, it has illustrations too. Harry looked startled as he saw some of the moving illustrations. That's a bit advanced for you, I think. Let's see. Sirius flipped back to the index. Here we are. Is that what you're looking for? Harry looking at the writing on the page, trying not to notice the moving illustration at the side. Yeah, he said, quickly closing the book. Joking aside, Harry, keep thinking of making it good for her, and I don't just means. And you might be lucky enough to have a marriage as good as your parents. And just because the book has chapters on just about everything it's possible to physically do, as well as a few things I'm sure probably aren't possible, doesn't mean you have to try going through them all. Harry looked down for a minute. Harry, last night, and this morning, Hermione would have let me do it, haves, with her, if I'd wanted to. Do you think I'm stupid for not doing it? It depends. What on? On whether you want to get the most out of Hermione you can, simply because you know she'll let you do it, or whether you care about how she feels. Of course I care about how she feels, Harry retorted, feeling angry that anyone, even his godfather, could think otherwise. Then, no, you weren't stupid. You were bonded, right? Right. You have a lifetime to do all the things you might want to do together. By only doing what you are both really ready for, it'll be 10 times better when you do. All joking aside, you've got something with Hermione most of us can only dream of. If you think just of what you want, you'll spoil that. As James told me once, when you are married, suddenly what your wife wants is the most important thing in the world to you. But how do I know what she wants? You ask her. But it's awkward. If it's too embarrassing to talk with her about, you aren't ready to do it anyway. Thanks, Sirius. While Harry and Sirius were talking, Remus was in the kitchen with Mrs. Granger. Hermione's taking her time, Mrs. Granger frowned, pulling her sleeve back over her watch. She probably guessed what was happening and decided to stay well clear, said Remus. I don't blame her. There's one thing I'm curious about, said Remus. What's that? You're taking all this very calmly. I'm not sure if I'd be so calm if I had a 14-year-old daughter. I've had a lot of years to get used to it, she explained. Ever since we knew about the magical world, we knew that Hermione and Harry were bonded, and legally married, however weird that sounded to us at the time. I know that those two will be together as long as they live. Harry's not some neighborhood boy trying to get into her knickers. This is for life. Hermione understands him now better than I could ever understand David. If she believes that they need this, and need this now, I trust her. Neither of them is looking for a cheap thrill. But, yes. At the same time, she's my little girl and she's only 14. I promised I wouldn't interfere in their marriage, but I can't. Tell you how glad I was that Harry didn't take her up on her offer. I think you'd have been in Gryffindor, Mrs. Granger. Brave but reckless, right? Remus laughed. Well, the recklessness isn't obligatory. At that moment, Dobby popped in with Hermione. Honestly, Dobby, I could have walked from the front door, she protested. Hi, Mum. I got everything you wanted. For the library cards they need ID. Where's Harry? Upstairs, with Sirius. Not to be disturbed, said her mother. Oh. Now, while your mother's putting the shopping away, perhaps you can show me a spell. Okay, she said eagerly as she followed him out of the door. What spell? The Conception spell. It had been harder than he thought to get to speak with the Prime Minister. As a moderately large donor to the party, it had been comparatively easy to get invited to the party, as the annual Christmas party for the more generous members of the party was jokingly referred to. It was the night before Christmas Eve, and he was in the same room as the PM, but with everyone else also wanting to speak to him, it had proved difficult to get near him. The place was full of people, a few looking slightly the worse for wear from the abundant supply of alcoholic drinks, but the majority just happy to rub shoulders with the party elite. This kind of access was what they were really paying for, after all. Finally, an opportunity. Before anyone else, nabbed, the Prime Minister, Mr. Finch Fletchley walked briskly across the room to stand in front of the man he'd come to see. Fincher, the Prime Minister began, looking to his aide for assistance. Finch Fletchley, Prime Minister, the aide replied. Pleased to meet you in person again, Mr. Finch Fletchley. At times like these, the party relies more than ever on its faithful supporters. Thank you, Prime Minister. If I might just have a word. The Prime Minister looked strained. Everyone wanted to just have a word. Thankfully he'd seen and spoken to almost everyone tonight, and with a little luck would be able to spend Christmas undisturbed with his family once this was over. Of course. How may I help you? The Prime Minister replied, politely. Alone, Prime Minister. The Prime Minister looked slightly wary. His aide signaled one of the ever-present security detail who was at his side before the Prime Minister could reply. I'm afraid you'll need to make an appointment for that, the aide replied. Mr. Finch Fletchley nodded. Very well, although I was told to mention the man in the green bowler hat. Both the aide and the security man looked at him like he'd gone crazy. The aide at least tried to hide it. This man was a party donor, after all. The security man began to reach for Mr. Finch Fletchley's arm to lead him away. Stand down, the Prime Minister replied. The security man stepped back instantly. Obviously, he thought, this was some kind of code which the Prime Minister understood. We need somewhere private, the Prime Minister said to his aide. Where we can be certain that we won't be overheard. The aide quickly walked to the host and spoke to him, then returned. His Lordship's office is available if you really wish, Prime Minister. Unlike the security man, the aide did not look convinced that this was a wise thing to do. The Prime Minister caught the unspoken rebuke. Yes, it is. If you'd like to show me where it is. They were led to a luxurious office, still on the ground floor, but in another wing of the house. That will be all. But Prime Minister, the aide protested. Look at it this way, you have at least 15 minutes to go and enjoy the party without having to mind me. 15 minutes. At least. The aide recognized the dismissal for what it was, nodded briefly to both men, and left. The Prime Minister turned to the security man. Would you please station yourself at the end of this passage and ensure that nobody disturbs us unless war breaks out while we are talking? The security man returned the Prime Minister's smile. Of course, Prime Minister. On second thoughts, if you could just ask one of the waiters to bring us drinks. What are you having, Mr. Finch Fletchley? Just a lemonade, thank you, Prime Minister. Need to keep your head clear, Exactly, Prime Minister. Do I need something stronger? He asked, not sure if he was joking or not. Seeing the serious look on the other man's face, the Prime Minister again turned to the security man. Make that 2 lemonades, please. Yes, Prime Minister. The Prime Minister sat in the chair that was obviously his lordship's and waved Mr. Finch Fletchley to the other chair. Mr. Finch Fletchley opened his mouth to speak, but a hand signal from the Prime Minister stopped him. There was a light knock on the door. Come. A smartly dressed waiter entered and silently placed 2 glasses of lemonade on the desk between them, then left and quietly closed the door. You can tell the minister that it's bad enough him popping into my office at short notice, but to send you here in a party function. I didn't come from the minister, Prime Minister. But you said, Prime Minister, how much do you know about the wizarding world? Not as much as I probably should, the Prime Minister admitted. Then you were really a wizard? No. Just a muggle, I'm afraid. Muggle. What they call people without magic. Then how? My son is a wizard. Okay. Then what is this about? Mr. Finch Fletchley pulled a scrap of paper from his pocket. He tapped it with his finger and it enlarged to reveal the full-size Daily Prophet. How did you do that? You said you weren't a wizard. I'm not and I didn't do it. A wizard cast a charm on the newspaper to reduce it in size, which would be reversed when I tapped it in the center. You might like to read this article about muggles. The Prime Minister read, obviously becoming angrier and angrier as he did so. This is pure prejudice, yes. Isn't there anything you can do about this? Unfortunately. No. That's why I asked you how much you knew. The wizarding part of this country is basically governed by a large group of old families who are known as purebloods, meaning that their family line hasn't been contaminated by muggles for generations. Contaminated. That's how they see it. My son, for example, is a muggle born, but in less polite circles, a mudblood, which means dirty blood. That means he will never hold any position of power, never get a decent job and will face discrimination on every level. But the majority of the purebloods are mild compared to some. Some want all mudbloods exterminated in Muggles' Ends Avenue. Lord Voldemort was one of them. Lord Voldemort. There is no such title. No, it was a name he gave himself. The others call him silly names like, you know who, or, he who must not named, or, the Dark Lord, as they are too scared to say even his made-up name. Dark Lord, I've heard that one, but I thought he was killed and all his followers jailed. Apparently he wasn't completely killed and has a way to come back. His most powerful followers bribed and lied their way to stay out of prison, and one of them is the most trusted advisor to the minister himself. The Prime Minister looked like he wanted words with this minister when he next saw him. Prime Minister, this is confidential. You cannot speak to the minister about this. And why not? Because they would know who spoke to you. You would be signing a death warrant for me, my son and my family. Recently the minister released, without charge, the Death Eater who had been responsible for several attempted murders within Hogwarts School itself, where wizards and witches are educated. He also released the son of the same Death Eater who had kidnapped a young girl as revenge. If I can't confront him, what can I do? You must have had some reason in coming to me like this, apart from giving me an acid stomach just before Christmas. Muggles and Muggle-borns have no rights under the present system, that is true. And if it is true that this Lord Voldemort will return, things can only get worse. So a group of us, Muggle-borns and their parents, are beginning to fight back. Firstly with publicity. We are starting our own publication to bring the truth to the sheep in the wizarding world. They have sheep which are wizards too. Despite himself and the seriousness of the conversation, Mr. Finch Fletchley smiled. I was speaking metaphorically. Oh, replied the Prime Minister, feeling foolish. So you're starting a newspaper. But why have you come to me? You don't need me for that. I've been advised that they, the Ministry and the Death Eaters, that's Voldemort's supporters, will ignore us at first, but that if people begin to believe us, things could turn violent. You want protection. That would be ideal, but probably impractical. At the very least, I think you need to be kept aware of what is really going on in the wizarding world. I agree. I think there is someone you should meet. He's a young boy, the one who defeated Voldemort when he was a baby. Though I don't know anything for certain, it's obvious that others think he has a role to play in the future. If nothing else, he is a rallying point. A boy. How old is this boy? He's in his 3rd year, so he's 13. Why should I meet a 13-year-old boy? What would I say to him? I suspect that he, or Hermione, his wife, would have plenty to say to you. Wife. He's 13 for God's sake. How can he have a wife? Who is she? Some old dragon. She's a muggle-born witch in the same year as him at Hogwarts. Justin, who doesn't actually like her much, tells me she's easily the brightest witch of her age. What kind of world is it? Children getting married, blood prejudice. Actually, children that young can't marry. The age of majority is 17 and that's the same age they can marry. Then how? Apparently it's something incredibly rare, even in the wizarding world, called a soul bond. There's not much written on it, so I can't tell you any more. I'm sure this Hermione could. I don't know whether I need to meet these two, as you seem to think I do, but, to say the least, you've got me intrigued. When and how can I meet them? Soon, I think. When are you alone? Well, assuming nothing happens, I should have most of the week off after Christmas. If it's all right with you, I'll send someone to visit you on Boxing Day, say, about 3 in the afternoon. Very well. The Prime Minister stood up. Mr. Finch Fletchley took the hint and did likewise. I'm not sure I'm happy about you coming and telling me all this, but I think it was just as well that you did. Perhaps we could meet regularly, socially maybe. To avoid suspicion, I could get to know your family. Certainly, Prime Minister. I'll have to ask advice on how it can be done safely. The Prime Minister nodded. Keep me informed, Mr. Finch Fletchley. Yes, Prime Minister. Oh, Finch Fletchley. You really think this boy is going to be that important? Yes, Prime Minister. I rather think he is. If it is at all possible, I'd like to meet him without him knowing in advance. I want to be able to form a judgment of him, as he is, without giving him time to rehearse a performance. Mr. Finch Fletchley frowned at that. It might be difficult persuading those around him to set up a meeting on those terms. Mr. and Mrs. Potter have had some experience with politicians in the magical world and the games they play. If you can't arrange a meeting without telling him, I will understand. Mr. Finch Fletchley nodded and turned to go. And Finch Fletchley. Yes, Prime Minister. Take care of yourself, and your family. Yes, Prime Minister. Thank you. The Prime Minister followed Mr. Finch Fletchley as he left. He watched as Mr. Finch Fletchley turned the corner at the end of the passage and then he called to the security man and said, I am not to be disturbed for half an hour. Yes, Prime Minister. The Prime Minister returned to the office and sat down heavily in the big leather chair. He knew that conversation would leave him disturbed for a lot longer than half an hour. He picked up the glass of lemo, ate and drank it straight down. Damn, he said to himself. I knew I should have had something stronger. Christmas had come and gone. Both Sirius and Harry woke up on Boxing Day morning with the after effects of too much turkey the day before. Annoyingly for Harry, Hermione was as bright as she usually was in the mornings. Hermione. It's Boxing Day. Can't you at least be recovering from yesterday like the rest of us? It's all right, Harry. You can stay in bed if you want to. I promised to go to church with Mum. But Christmas was yesterday. I know that. But she didn't go then and there's an extra service today, so I said I'd go with her today. Harry pushed himself into an upright position. She never used to worry about going. And yesterday was the first Christmas she's been awake for, without Dad. She needs this, Harry. I didn't think. And Mum didn't say anything. Do you really think she would? Harry was out of bed and looking for his clothes. In the previous few days, Harry and Hermione had begun to get used to seeing each other undressed, and usually made the most of the chance to stare or to tease, but there was no teasing this morning as Harry quickly got dressed. Let's go, he said. Sirius and Remus had side-along apparated them to the church near the Grangers' old home, where Mr. Granger was buried. The service had not been well attended. Obviously, many others were feeling the after-effects of Christmas Day as well. Afterwards, Sirius and Remus let Mrs. Granger, Hermione and Harry spend some time by the grave, then the two children came away to allow Mrs. Granger a little time alone. She returned, her eyes were a little red. Remus discreetly cast a charm to take away the redness and the slight swelling, before they apparated back. Lunch was a quiet and slightly somber affair, until Mrs. Granger spoke up. Now please try to keep your temper with Mr. Finch Fletchley. Mum, why does he want to see us? Hermione asked. It's to do with the campaign of Muggles and Muggleborns to fight back at the Prophet. But why does he want to speak to us? Probably because the Prophet has attacked you two the most. But alone. I'm not keen on the idea, Mum, Hermione said. Shall I come with you? She offered. No, Harry replied. We'll be okay. Hermione, like it or not, I'm news and so are you. If he wants to discuss how we tackle that, that's fine with me. For a moment Hermione looked at Harry like he had two heads, but then she nodded. If you're okay with it. Sirius and Remus took one each by side along and they reappeared just outside the front door. Mr. Finch Fletchley came out. Good. You two go in. Justin will make you feel at home. When they had gone inside and closed the door, he turned to the two men, Sirius and Remus. Can you apparate to this address? He showed them a piece of paper. They nodded. What's this about? Bear with me for a few more seconds and you'll find out. Can one of you take me with you? Sirius took his arm and disappeared with him, followed quickly by Remus. See that house? Mr. Finch Fletchley asked, once he'd recovered from the unpleasant feeling of apparition. The two wizards nodded. Mr. Finch Fletchley said, right. We need to get just inside the front door, without being seen by any of the security outside. A few seconds later they appeared with two small bangs inside the house. A man came out of the lounge. What's this? He asked, suspiciously. And how did you get in here with nobody seeing you? It's called apparition, said Mr. Finch Fletchley. Apparition, Remus corrected him. Ignoring the correction, Mr. Finch Fletchley continued, wizards use it to get about. If you're game, Prime Minister, that's how we're going to see Mr. Potter. This way, nobody will even know you've gone. To his surprise the Prime Minister smiled. You don't become Prime Minister without being prepared to take some risks. Give me a moment to let my wife know. He came back with his wife. She can't believe you can just disappear into thin air, he said. Now, what do I have to do? Give this gentleman your arm, replied Mr. Finch Fletchley. The Prime Minister did so. Now what? Whoa. Welcome to my home, Prime Minister, said Mr. Finch Fletchley, quickly handing the Prime Minister an empty bucket. After an uncomfortable moment, the Prime Minister decided that he didn't need it. Perhaps we should stay, said Sirius. No, said Remus. This is for Harry to handle. Let's go. Tell Harry and Hermione we'll see them in an hour. And with that, the two men disappeared. This way, Prime Minister. As Mr. Finch Fletchley entered his lounge with the Prime Minister behind him, his son, Justin, immediately stood up. Harry and Hermione looked around, startled, then Hermione's eye lit up with recognition and she stood up as well. Slightly confused as he hadn't recognized the man, Harry decided to follow Hermione's lead and stand up. I'm sorry for all the secrecy and subterfuge, said Mr. Finch Fletchley, but may I present the Prime Minister? Prime Minister, Mr. Harry and Mrs. Hermione Potter, and here on my right, my own son, Justin. Do take a seat, Prime Minister. Thank you, he replied as he did so. I'm pleased to meet you all. Now we're all here, said Mr. Finch Fletchley, perhaps someone can arrange some tea. When his son didn't respond at once, Mr. Finch Fletchley looked hard at him. I'll go, said Justin, unable to completely hide his reluctance, as he very obviously didn't want to miss anything. Mr. Potter, Mrs. Potter, the Prime Minister began. Thank you for meeting me here today. We didn't know we were, replied Harry, bluntly. I know. Please don't blame Finch Fletchley here, I'm afraid the secrecy was at my request. Nobody from the Muggle world knows I'm here either. Harry nodded. What can we do for you, Prime Minister? Harry asked, suspiciously. At a strong look from the Prime Minister, Mr. Finch Fletchley got up. I'll leave you to it, then, he said. Thank you, Finch Fletchley. The Prime Minister turned to Harry and Hermione. Hermione, he noticed, looked understandably nervous at meeting him. Harry, however, looked defensive and decidedly untrusting. To be honest, I've heard so much about you that I just wanted to meet you. You are, after all, from what I've been told, going to be extremely important figures in your world. Given that the problems in your world are likely to spill over into the non-magical world, I wanted to at least get to know you both a little. We're not planning on becoming spies, if that's what you want, said Hermione, now sharing Harry's look of suspicion. That's not what I want at all. Suddenly the Prime Minister laughed. Harry and Hermione looked a little bewildered. I'm sorry. It just struck me how silly this would seem if anyone wrote it in a book. I'm meeting with two 13-year-olds discussing what to do about a Dark Lord who's supposed to come back from the dead, if all I've heard is true. I'm half expecting Darth Vader to appear at any moment. Ignoring his attempt at humor, Harry replied, Hermione's 14. And you still haven't told us what you really want, Hermione added. Okay. Brass tacks, as they say. This lord, what's his name, hates us muggles and wants to either avenue us or destroy us. Am I understanding the situation correctly? Yes, said Hermione. As Prime Minister, I have a responsibility to ensure that he doesn't succeed. I've been told, however unlikely it may seem, that Harry, you're the only one who can destroy him. Harry gave a nod. Obviously, anything we can do to assist you in that, we will be glad to do. And while I am not looking for you to spy for me, if you do learn of attacks which are going to happen, I would hope that you would get a message to me, if only to save innocent lives. Fine. But it's not like Voldemort is going to tell me in advance what he's going to do, Harry replied. I'll leave details on how to contact me in an emergency with Mr. Finch Fletchley, the Prime Minister said. You might be better leaving them with Remus, suggested Hermione. That's the man who brought you here. We can probably contact him more quickly than Mr. Finch Fletchley. While I don't want you to spy for me, given what I now know about your world, I'd really like a regular source of information about what is going on. Not exactly spying, just approximately spying, Mr. Prime Minister, Hermione retorted. Trying not to become angry, the Prime Minister replied. Look at it from my point of view, Miss Potter. Mrs. Potter, Harry and Hermione corrected him together. I'm sorry, Mrs. Potter. We have a situation where a powerful group of people in this country see the majority as sitting ducks and would happily exterminate us. Wouldn't you want a better source of information than your minister? Despite himself, Harry gave a bitter laugh and nodded his agreement. Why should we trust you? Hermione asked. I know you don't think much of politicians in the wizarding world. To be honest, Prime Minister, how are you so different? You say you don't want a spy, and then virtually ask us to spy for you. Then she added, not exactly, of course. Why don't you use Mr. Finch Fletchley as your source of information? Harry asked. I intend to some extent, the Prime Minister admitted, though for his safety and the safety of his family, please keep that to yourselves. Harry and Hermione both nodded. The Prime Minister continued. The problem is that he is like me, he is on the outside looking in. Whether you like it or not, even from reading that rag, The Prophet, it's obvious that the battle lines are already drawn. And you, Harry, if I may call you Harry, are right in the middle. Neither Harry nor Hermione disputed that. I have 50 million vulnerable people I am responsible for. Right now I don't know how to protect them or even what to protect them against. I need your help, Harry. And I think, in the future, you may need mine. Hermione and Harry looked at each other for a moment. Hermione replied, we'll have to think. No, Hermione. He's right. Prime Minister, I will send someone to you to act as, what's the word? Liaison. Hermione suggested. Yes, liaison. Go between. Thank you, Harry. I meant what I said. If there's anything I can do. Neither Harry nor Hermione replied. They sat in silence for a few minutes, the Prime Minister having decided that this meeting could have gone better. All three were relieved when Justin entered with a tray for tea. So how did it go? Mrs. Granger asked, once Sirius and Remus had apparated them home. The Prime Minister wanted us to spy for him, Hermione said. Not exactly, Harry contradicted her. Virtually, Hermione insisted. Would you want Fudge and the Prophet as your only sources of information? Harry retorted. No, Hermione admitted. But I still don't think you should have agreed just like that. Then, seeing the look on his face, she added, you're up to something. Harry grinned. I recognize that grin, said Sirius. It's just like when James had thought of a prank. A prank? Asked Harry, trying to sound innocent. Me? Prank the Prime Minister of our country. Harry, said Hermione, slowly, in a tone of warning. Well, he wants a totally different source of information, right? Someone who'll never just tell him what fudge or the prophet would say. So, I thought of the perfect person for our Leah whatever it is. Liaison, said Hermione. Yeah, liaison. Do you think Luna would mind doing it? Luna Lovegood. Harry. You're evil. I don't like being manipulated, he replied. That and she'd probably enjoy it. I'm not sure I like you, said Hermione. Why? You almost made me feel sorry for a politician. She laughed. Can I be the one to tell Luna? On New Year's Eve, they were visited by Luna, who said she was writing about what really happened when Harry and Hermione were in Mexico. As they had always been in a different year to Luna, they'd never seen her in serious study mode, and even Hermione couldn't help but be impressed. She was about to flow away when Harry stopped her. Luna, I met the Prime Minister a few days ago. That's like the minister, but for the Muggles, Hermione explained. Luna looked at Harry as though she hadn't heard Hermione and said, that's nice. Does he have a green bowler hat like Minister Fudge? No, he didn't have a hat. Oh, perhaps he doesn't need one. Unsure how to answer that, Harry quickly got to the point. Up to now the only information he has about what's happening in the magical world is fudge. That can't be very nice for him. No. And after the anti-Muggle stories in The Prophet, he wants someone to keep in contact with him from time to time, so he can know what's really happening. And I thought that you'd be good to do it. Why? Harry thought you'd be good at it. Communicating information is what you and your father do, isn't it? Added Hermione. Harry, Luna asked seriously. Did you like the Prime Minister? I don't know. He's a politician, isn't he? Did he annoy you? Yes, Harry admitted. He tricked us into a meeting with him without us knowing we were going to meet him. So you thought you'd annoy him back by sending Looney to him? I know most people still call me that, she explained. Even Ron does, when he thinks I can't hear him. I just didn't think that you and Hermione would think of me like that. Her voice was breaking a little as she stepped into the fire. But Luna had gone. Shit, said Harry, expressively. For once Hermione didn't complain about his language. New Year's Day morning, Harry and Hermione were moving through their morning routine when a strange owl, strange in the sense that they had never seen this particular owl before, turned up just after breakfast. Landing on the guest perch near Hedwig's own, the owl hooted once, which was sufficient to gain Harry's attention, since he was the one standing near the teapot and was in the best position to retrieve the rolled object that was attached to the owl's left leg. Once the pretty brown and gold owl, a barn owl, by dint of its large, off-white oval face, had departed, Harry poured cups of tea for himself and his beloved, and then took them, plus the owl post, to the upstairs sitting room. Hermione was in her new pajamas, one of the many gifts from Harry, reading. She had, as she usually did, taken over the large and extremely comfy chair that was parked in the corner nearest the large, street-side window, the one from which the reading light was always the best. Harry quietly handed Hermione her tea and then sat down next to her. This came this morning. Don't know whom it's from, he said, handing her the owl post. Hermione's deft fingers made quick work of the wax seal and she quickly unrolled the parchment within. Unlike the Daily Prophet, the newspaper displayed was printed on what looked very much like standard Muggle newsprint paper. It took a moment for her to gather her mental bearings and take in what was laying, newly unfurled, on her lap. Veracity. Issue 1. Harry Potter in Mexico, What Really Happened. A report by Nightlight. Veracity is a brand new news magazine, published with the sole purpose of telling the truth. The Essential English Dictionary defines veracity as unwillingness to tell lies. While a certain so-called newspaper only prints what the ministry wants you to know, regardless of whether it is the truth or not, here at Veracity we promise to go to great lengths to bring you the truth about the issues happening in our world, to bring light into the darkness. After reading about the supposedly disgraceful behavior of Hermione Potter following a party and then Harry Potter's alleged attack on the head of the governors of the school in Mexico, we wanted to find out what really happened. Is the boy who lived a dangerous rebel? Is his young Muggle-born wife nothing more than a shameless slut as a certain so-called newspaper portrays her? What really happened to cause them to leave the school in Mexico? First, we sent our intrepid reporter to talk with Harry and Hermione Potter. As you might expect, they told a rather different story to that you may have already read. Leaving no stone unturned, Veracity arranged to speak with Director Salazar, headmaster of Colegio Tepozteco. In order to speak to him instantly, we sent our reporter to the house of a Muggle businessman. She was able to use a telephone to speak directly with Director Salazar in Mexico. A telephone, for those who are unaware of such things, is a Muggle device which enables someone to speak instantly with anyone else in the world who also has a telephone. She was also able to use a fax machine to instantly send a copy of the pages of the newspaper containing the accusations against Harry and Hermione Potter to an office near to the school, so he could read what had been reported. Colegio Tepozteco is the premier school of magic in the whole of Central America, and Director Salazar, the school's headmaster, a powerful wizard, as renowned in that part of the world as Headmaster Dumbledore is in Britain. It is said that nobody can deceive him, so we were interested to hear what he would have to say when he returned from the village with a copy of the article against the Potters. Director Salazar, thank you for agreeing to speak with Veracity today. Have you now had time to read the newspaper report? Yes, I have. Would you say it is an accurate portrayal of what happened? To our reporter's surprise, the esteemed director laughed loudly at this question. It is as similar to what actually happened as night as today. Perhaps you could tell us in your own words what you believe happened. Certainly. I should say before I begin that I did not get this version of the events of the night of the party from either Mr. or Mrs. Potter, but from other reliable sources who have been threatened to keep them from speaking out publicly. The events of the hearing with the board I can report directly, of course, as I was present. A short time prior to the party, Mr. Potter had defeated the young Senior Martinez in a practice duel. Senior Martinez is an older boy and the son of the chairman of the Board of Governors of Colegio Tepozteco. And how did the older boy react to this defeat? We would say with bad blood. He was quite openly threatening to put Mr. Potter in his place. On the night of the party, Mrs. Potter was not dressed in any way which could be considered inappropriate and certainly not dressed like a prostitute. I find it offensive in the extreme that the British ministry-backed publication should suggest that I would permit such behavior in my school. Senior Martinez was openly boasting amongst other students that he was responsible for drugging the Potters and leaving them BPD in a cave after he had drugged them. Sadly, all of those students to whom he made that boast were too scared to testify against him. I have no doubt who was the guilty party that night, and it was not Harry or Hermione Potter. Thank you, Director. Now we come to perhaps the more serious accusation, his attack on the head of the governors. What can you tell us about this event? In this case, I was obviously present. Firstly, I must make it clear that there was no hearing. At no time was either of them given the opportunity to answer the allegations against them. When Harry accused Senior Martinez Sr. of lacking honor, his son attacked them both from behind while they were wandless. When Harry called his son a coward, the Senior Martinez ran at them as if to attack them. What happened then was too fast to say, but there was a golden shield which started from the two Potters and moved outwards. It passed harmlessly through everyone else but threw the two Señores Martinez back against the wall. Nobody there, including me, had ever seen anything like it. No spells were cast, nobody else was affected. I gave the Potters their wands and they left the school peaceably. The only people to attack anyone were Señor Martinez and his son. With power like that, the Potters could have killed both of their attackers, and wiped out the whole corrupt board, but they didn't. Our reporter asked the director, then how do you explain the report in our ministry-backed newspaper? In my country, just as in yours, there are people who believe that they are better than everyone else, because of their money, their power or their ancestry. They would prefer to spread lies than to admit that they are wrong. So all the reports about the Potters in Mexico are wrong. Yes, totalmente. Here at Veracity, we wonder why a certain other ministry-backed so-called newspaper didn't bother to find out the truth before they printed their lies. And if what they said about the Potters were lies, can we rely on what they have been saying about anyone else? Even using primitive methods like owls instead of modern Muggle instant communications, they have had months to check their story and have failed to do so. Hermione put down the newspaper. It's quite good actually. Here, read it. Harry read through the front page feature, then laughed. At the bottom of the page, in smaller print, there was a table of contents, which Hermione obviously hadn't read before passing the paper to him. Page 3, Hermione Potter. What is she really like? Page 5, Feature. Muggle Technology Explained, Part 1, Telephones and Faxes. Page 7, Muggleborns and Their Rights or Lack of. Next issue, Getting Away with Murder, The Malfoy Story. What? You're a page 3 girl. You what? N2. Harry tried not to laugh as he explained. There's a story about you on page 3. So you're a page 3 girl. He waited for the explosion he knew would come. At King's Cross, Harry and Hermione were immediately besieged by other students, not to mention parents of some of the students, wanting to shake their hands. We never believed the prophet, they claimed. Harry rather impatiently pushed his way through. There was only one person he wanted to see, but he couldn't find her anywhere. As the Hogwarts Express gave a long loud whistle and began to pull away from King's Cross, Hermione said, honestly, Harry. She must be on the train somewhere. Let's go and find her. They found her sitting in a compartment alone with Ginny. She was engrossed in the latest copy of the Quibbler, but as she was holding it upside down, Harry wasn't sure if she was actually reading it or not. Seeing them, she looked up and said, "Hello, Harry Potter." "Luna," Harry began, "I'm sorry about." Luna looked at him seriously and interrupted him, her voice unusually toneless. "It's all right, Harry. I know what people think of me. You might want to send Fred and George to the Prime Minister. I'm sure they'd enjoy it." She got up. "Now Ginny and I are just going up front." "We are." "Yes, we are. I think I saw a humpbacked flycatcher near the engine." Luna pushed past Harry and Hermione. Ginny quickly got up and followed her, but spared a second to give Harry an angry glare. "That went well," Harry said to nobody in particular. A short time later they heard angry shouting. "I want to know what lies that rag of yours is going to say about my father." Harry and Hermione raced down the carriage to see one of Malfoy's two goons had grabbed Luna's arms. The other was holding Ginny. "The Quibbler doesn't print lies," Luna replied, appearing perfectly calm, but Hermione could see the panic in her eyes. Obviously she hadn't forgotten her time kidnapped by Malfoy. "I meant that other rag. I know your father prints it. Leave her alone, Malfoy. Stay out of this, Potter, if you know what's good for you." Harry grabbed Hermione's hand and shouted, "Protega," expecting their orange shield to take out Malfoy and his goons, but nothing happened. Malfoy smirked. "That the best you can manage?" "Hello, Kitty Winks," said a voice from the end of the carriage behind Luna and Ginny. "Playing nicely, I hope," said an identical voice. "It doesn't look like it, Forge." "You know what it looks like to me, Gred." "What's that, Forge?" "I think we have 3 volunteers to be test subjects, especially the one who's holding our sister like that." Crabbe dropped Ginny's arms like they'd burned him. The twins turned their gaze on Goyle, who quickly released Luna. Ginny hadn't wasted a moment and had already drawn her wand and cast her dreaded Bat Bogey Hex on Malfoy. Hermione quickly cast a Petrificus Totalis, first on Malfoy, then on the other two, followed quickly by Rictusempra, on the 3 of them. "Hermione, that's just evil," said Fred, obviously approving. "Remind us never to get on the wrong side of your wife, Harry," George added. "A tickling charm when petrified, that's just horrible. And with Ginny's Bat Bogey as well, you could almost feel sorry for Malfoy, couldn't you?" Fred and George looked at each other for a moment, then looked at Malfoy, shook their heads and said, "No." George pulled a bottle out of his pocket and said, "Luna, could I borrow a hair please?" Looking distinctly less frightened than she had a few minutes before, Luna pulled out one of her long hairs and gave it to George, who put it in the bottle, shook the bottle a few times, then poured a few drops into the mouth of each of the 3 Slytherins. "Okay, back to your compartment, children. What did you just do?" Hermione asked. "Do," said Fred. "Us," said George. "We're insulted, Hermione. That you'd think us capable of doing something to such fine upstanding citizens as Malfoy and his gorillas." Both of them refused to say anything more, except to ask, "Now what's this job Luna says you might have for us?" The rest of the journey went without incident, though Luna and Ginny still chose not to sit in the same compartment as Harry and Hermione. The dinner was another matter, though, as Malfoy began to speak in a high-pitched voice, very similar to Luna's voice, but much higher in pitch, as if she was about 5 years old. What have you done to me? He squeaked angrily at the twins. Oh, sit down with your girlfriends, Fred dismissed airily, pointing at Crabbe and Goyle. We're not his girl. Crabbe stopped as he realized that he'd also been affected. Sounds like it to me, said George. The same stuff you put in the voice-changing biscuits. Hermione asked quietly. Yeah, but we added something else. Just wait. Towards the end of the meal, there was another high-pitched squeal, quickly joined by two others as Malfoy and his two goons fled the hall, all three of them boasting large B.'s. Hey, Malfoy, Harry yelled, I know a newspaper that could use you as its page 3 girl if you're interested. Harry James Potter, you seem entirely too interested in page 3 girls, Hermione snapped, trying not to laugh. More loudly she said, really, you two, did you have to give Crabbe and Goyle huge beaks too? I mean, theirs are bigger than mine normally even without the stuff you've given them. Even some on the Slytherin table laughed at that. It was several days before Malfoy and his goons were back to normal. While their voices would go back to normal for a while, when they ate anything, they would start speaking like a 5-year-old Luna again. Every time Madame Pomfrey had returned their B.'s to normal, within hours they would grow again. Hermione spent more and more time in the library, researching everything she could find about shield spells and about emotional and magical bonds, but found nothing that came close to telling her why and how their shield spell had failed on the train. It wasn't until Luna had finally begun talking with them again that she had a breakthrough. Can I help? Luna asked. I can't find anything to explain why our shield failed on the train, Hermione said. Oh, you mean you don't know? I would have thought it was obvious. But why? It's never happened before, hasn't it? Never. Well, there was this once, but no, that's totally different. Different how? Hermione thought for a moment. They hadn't told anyone the whole story of what had happened inside Harry's head. Maybe it was time they did. But it was Harry's secret, not hers. Would he mind? We haven't told anybody else this, Luna. Nobody at all. It's not something we want anyone to know. And it's Harry's secret, not mine really. That's okay, you don't have to tell me. I want to. I just need to ask you not to tell anyone else. Not even my father and his readers. At Hermione's widened eyes, she added, okay. If you insist. Hermione laughed, which, she realized, had been Luna's intention. It was when we were in America, she explained. Harry had been hit with a curse which affected his mind. I used the bond to enter his mind while we were asleep. It was easier due to the effects of the curse. Then, I found something that seemed like Voldemort in a part of his mind. We tried to attack him, but the spell wouldn't work. Then we tried to attack him with our shield and still nothing happened, just like on the train. You must have won somehow, or you wouldn't be here, Luna pointed out. We just thought of our love for one another and wanted to defend each other. Then the shield formed and basically it attacked him like we'd wanted to do the first time. It's obvious, said Luna. Your shield comes from your bond. Your bond is made up of love. If you try to use the shield to defend each other, because you love each other, it will work. But if your purpose is attack, that doesn't come from love, so you can't use anything from the bond. Hermione looked disappointed. Then we can't use it to defeat Voldemort. It's not a weapon, Hermione. But it does enable you to protect each other. There were surprisingly few repercussions to the new newspaper, even to the exposé about the Malfoys. They know it's mostly Muggleborns reading it, Luna explained, and they don't really care what Muggleborns believe. Even those readers who aren't Muggleborns are people who are sympathetic to them. And to be honest, everyone knows what Malfoy is. They just don't care, so long as he leaves them alone. But that's wrong. That's politics. They bury their heads in the sand so much they get full of nargles, so their brains go fuzzy. Even after knowing Luna for nearly 2 years, Hermione still didn't know how to respond when Luna got talking about one of her unbelievable creatures, so she just smiled. Then she asked, so how do we get them to take it, and us, seriously? I don't know, Luna admitted. My father's been trying for years, but would you believe that people just aren't interested in creatures that can steal your brain or even in what Fudge is doing with goblins? Later that night, when Hermione woke up from a nightmare featuring Minister Fudge and half a dozen goblins, she could have cheerfully cursed the little bee-owned Ravenclaw. The school was running under an uneasy peace. Malfoy and his followers threw their weight around as usual, but carefully. Not that Malfoy was afraid of that Nutter Potter, but you never knew what Nutters would do, did you? The twins seemed to have recovered their form and Neville was growing in confidence since Potter had returned. Besides, Malfoy's father assured him that the Dark Lord would return to deal with Potter soon. With Harry returned and obviously having no compunction about fighting for those he cared about, things had slowly improved for Luna in Ravenclaw. They'd gone back to ignoring her, which she preferred to the petty sniping they'd been engaging in. Ginny was slowly recovering and was allowed back to her dorm in Gryffindor a few weeks before Easter. Her youngest brother was becoming more and more excited as the year went on. Ron had told Harry about 100 times that this summer the Quidditch World Cup was to be held in Britain. Finally everyone had been so fed up hearing about it that Fred and George charmed a copy of the latest issue of Veracity to show the headline, Quidditch World Cup cancelled. That led to almost 2 days of Ron ranting about how disgraceful that was and that the minister should resign and why wasn't everyone else up in arms about it, before finally the twins put him out of his misery by explaining that it wasn't true. Hermione invited Luna to join their party at the Quidditch World Cup. Harry, Hermione, her mother, Miss Collier, Remus and Sirius were all going as a group. The Weasleys were also going and Sirius had booked the space next to them. Susan, Hannah and some of the other Puffs were going with Amelia Bones and Mrs. Abbott. Although they weren't staying in the same part of the grounds, they'd try to meet up at some point. Sadly, Neville's grandmother didn't want to go and couldn't see why he would want to go. Luna had replied, "I'm not really very interested in Quidditch." "Nor am I, but don't tell Harry," Hermione had replied. "Don't you think he knows?" "I'm sure he does," Hermione admitted. "Then why shouldn't I tell him? That doesn't make sense. I just thought it would be nice to have another girl along who isn't a Quidditch groupie, and you're our friend. Wouldn't it be nice to have a few days with friends?" Luna looked thoughtful. That would be nice. Thank you for inviting me." HB, Harmony Bond new bit starts, HB. Hedwig was probably almost as glad as Ron when the waiting for the Quidditch World Cup was over, as Ron and Harry had been sending excited messages about it for weeks since leaving Hogwarts for the summer holidays. Ron had, of course, returned to the Burrow, while Sirius had reluctantly taken Harry to his family home, Grimmauld Place, which Hermione thought described it perfectly. The grim atmosphere of the place wasn't helped by Kreacher, a hateful old elf who had belonged to the Black family since before Sirius had been born. He seemed to particularly hate Hermione's, constantly calling her names. He seemed to have an endless repertoire of nasty names once Sirius had forbidden him for calling Hermione a mudblood. Finally, Sirius lost his temper and threw a sock at Kreacher. "You are dismissed. Go and find a family who will put up with your malice." Even Hermione found it difficult to feel sorry for Kreacher as he looked shocked before he disappeared. HB, Harmony Bond new bit ends, HB. The day of the game had finally arrived and Ireland had won. That night Hermione and Ginny were awoken by screaming, "No, Harry! Hermione! Get out! You have to go!" She finished with a long drawn-out desperate, "No!" The other two girls shook Luna awake. Her eyes were wide with panic. "It's just a dream," said Ginny. Luna grasped her arm hard and asked her, "Where have all the flowers gone?" "What flowers?" Ginny asked. Luna seemed to doze off again and mumbled, "Where have all the soldiers gone?" "Luna, wake up," Hermione said firmly. "Gone to graveyards." "Luna, when will they ever learn?" Luna seemed to wake up more and looked at Hermione, then repeated desperately, "When will they ever learn?" "Luna, you had a nightmare," Hermione explained. "You have to warn Harry," said Luna. "It was a dream. We were listening to Dean Flowers in the woods. Death Eaters, they got Harry killing, curse everyone dead, you have to warn." Her ramblings were interrupted by screams from not far away, outside the tent. Sirius poked his head in the tent door. "Quickly! Get up! Some sort of riot!" Once outside, they could smell smoke and not far away, they saw the family of Muggles who had welcomed them to the campground, suspended in the air, while masked men in black robes were taunting them, using spells to flip them over and over, laughing at the levitated Muggle children as the children screamed in panic. "Why isn't anyone doing anything?" Hermione asked angrily. "They're worried that the Muggles might fall," Sirius replied. Harry looked at him and snorted. "You mean they're scared?" Without another word, he pulled out his wand and ran towards the masked men. Hermione heard Luna's voice again, this time in her head. Killing curse, they got Harry. Harry! She screamed and ran after him, closely followed by the others in their party. The day of the game had finally arrived and Ireland had won. That night Hermione and Ginny were awoken by screaming. No! Harry! Hermione! Get out! You have to go! She finished with a long drawn-out desperate, no. The other two girls shook Luna awake. Her eyes were wide with panic. It's just a dream, said Ginny. Luna grasped her arm hard and asked her, where have all the flowers gone? What flowers? Ginny asked. Luna seemed to doze off again and mumbled, where have all the soldiers gone? Luna, wake up, Hermione said firmly. Gone to graveyards. Luna, when will they ever learn? Luna seemed to wake up more and looked at Hermione, then repeated desperately, when will they ever learn? Luna, you had a nightmare, Hermione explained. You have to warn Harry, said Luna. It was a dream. We were listening to Dean Flowers in the woods. Death Eaters, they got Harry. Killing curse, everyone dead. You have to warn. Her ramblings were interrupted by screams from not far away, outside the tent. Sirius poked his head in the tent door. Quickly. Get up. Some sort of riot. Once outside, they could smell smoke, and not far away, they saw the family of Muggles who had welcomed them to the campground, suspended in the air, while masked men in black robes were taunting them, using spells to flip them over and over, laughing at the levitated Muggle children as the children screamed in panic. Why isn't anyone doing anything? Hermione asked angrily. They're worried that the Muggles might fall, Sirius replied. Harry looked at him and snorted. You mean they're scared? Without another word, he pulled out his wand and ran towards the masked men. Hermione heard Luna's voice again, this time in her head. Killing curse, they got Harry. Harry! She screamed and ran after him, closely followed by the others in their party. Chapter 84. Their whole party quickly ran after Hermione. Hermione could run faster than Harry and quickly caught him after he'd stopped. I'll take them out. You lower the Muggles, Harry said. Hermione began to panic at the thought of their lives in her hands. But how? However, Harry had already turned towards the nearest of the Death Eaters. Luckily for the Muggles, the twins had arrived. We'll help you, said Fred. Wingardium Leviosa, okay. Hermione still looked frozen. And, remember, George added, it's Leviosa, not Leviosa. Despite her nerves, Hermione started to laugh, but as Harry's Diffindo cut through the wand arm of the nearest Death Eater, she quickly had to concentrate on rescuing the Muggles, who were dangling in midair, screaming for help. Hermione screamed and almost dropped the Muggle she was holding when a flash of green light almost hit Harry. Her scream had brought unwanted attention to her, and when a similar green flash came towards her, she was forced to dive out of the way, her wand falling from her hand. The Muggle she was holding up fell to the ground. Luckily the woman had only been a few feet from the ground at the time. Hermione turned and saw the Death Eater aiming at her again. She knew she couldn't move quickly enough, and without a wand she couldn't make a shield. She was going to die. Then she heard a shout of, Reducto. And the force behind it shattered the whole bottom half of the Death Eater. The other Death Eaters were quickly apparating away, except for the one with the missing wand arm, who had dropped to the ground clutching the stump of his arm and screaming as he bled out. Drop your wands and stand still. The Aurors had arrived. Harry, though, after dropping his wand, had fallen to his knees and was throwing up. Ignoring the Aurors, Hermione rushed to him, and put her arm around him. Harry, I killed a man, Harry gasped. Come on, Harry. Let me take you back to the tent. Hermione helped Harry get to his feet, and she told the nearest Auror, I'm taking him back to his tent. You can't. Until he's been interviewed. Another Auror said, look at him. He's not in a fit state to answer questions. Your statement can wait until later. You go, miss. Thank you, Hermione replied. A minute or so after Harry and Hermione reached their tent, a paler than usual Luna entered. Get out, Hermione screamed. You and your fantasies. Luna looked upset but went out. Why did you shout at Luna? Harry asked. She had this stupid dream about you being attacked and you died. And that's enough reason for you to treat her like that. I thought I was going to lose you. Hermione cried. If it hadn't been for Luna, I would have lost you, Harry replied, angrily. What do you mean? She killed the Death Eater who was aiming at you. Hermione looked ashen. I'm going to get her, said Harry. I'll go. You can barely stand. It took Hermione almost half an hour to find Luna, hidden away at the edge of a field. Luna was sitting, facing away from everyone. Hermione walked up and sat down beside her. "I'm sorry." Luna didn't reply or make any sign that she'd heard her, so Hermione touched her cheek. It was wet. Luna, who so rarely reacted to all the teasing and bullying, was silently crying. Feeling even worse, Hermione said, "I thought I'd lost him. The attack coming so soon after your dream." Luna still didn't reply. "We seem to be good at hurting you. I was just so scared I'd lose him." Luna turned and took a deep breath. "I killed someone. You were right. You should stay away from me. Harry said you were the one who saved my life, and his." Luna screwed up her face a little, looking puzzled. "The bond," Hermione reminded her. "If I die, Harry dies. You saved both of us. I'm a monster. No different to the Death Eaters. Maybe people always knew and that's why they don't like me." "Luna, Harry killed a Death Eater tonight as well. I guess he's a monster too." "No," Luna protested. "Then nor are you. I should have stunned him. I didn't have to kill him," Luna wept. "If you'd tried, both Harry and I might be dead, like in your dream." "No, my dream wasn't like that. There was singing, we were in a forest." Hermione really didn't want to hear more of the dream which had made her so scared of losing Harry, but let Luna carry on describing her dream, without really listening to her. "You're getting cold," she finally said. "Harry will never forgive me if I leave you to freeze out here." Hermione stood up, then helped Luna to her feet. The two girls walked back to the tent. When they entered the tent, Luna was almost smothered as she was enveloped in a big hug from Harry. "Luna, Harry tells me you saved Hermione and him," said Sirius as Luna sat down. "I killed someone," Luna replied. "I'm not saying you, or Harry, should feel good about killing Death Eaters," Sirius explained, "but they were killers. By killing them, you've saved every person they would have gone on to kill or maim or torture. Do you think that they'd be sitting here caring about it if they'd succeeded in killing anyone tonight? They'd be celebrating. I could have stunned him," Luna cried. "Sure. And Malfoy's money gets him let out again in a few days, to terrorize other people who might not be lucky enough to have you or Harry around to stop them being killed. Like it or not, you saved lives tonight." "I still hate it," said Harry. "Nobody's asking you to like it," Sirius pointed out. "I hope you never do. But Harry, you know better than anyone that we're in a war, even if it hasn't been declared. Every Death Eater who gets away means more innocent people hurt or killed, innocent families destroyed." Nobody had anything to say to that, but they all sat quietly for a long time before going to bed and a fitful sleep. For the rest of the night, they were woken by, of all people, Severus Snape. "What do you want, Snape?" Sirius demanded sleepily. "What I want obviously doesn't matter or I wouldn't be here. The headmaster sent me with a message. None of you will be required to speak with the Aurors as they already have enough statements." He sniffed loudly and scowled. "Potter gets special treatment yet again." Snape turned and apparated away before Sirius could think of a reply. After making sure that the others all got safely home, Sirius, Harry and Hermione returned to Grimmauld Place only to have to dive out of the way of a barrage of spells. Instinctively, Harry and Hermione grasped each other's hand and cast their shield, but not before Sirius was hit with some kind of red spell which cut deep into his right thigh. Once inside, Harry Flo called Madame Pomfrey while Hermione tried to stop the bleeding. Once she arrived, the healer swept Harry and Hermione out of the way and quickly tended the serious wounds, then insisted on checking Harry and Hermione as well. She then insisted on calling Remus to stay with them until Sirius was back to normal. Harry's comment that Sirius never was normal was met with a look of disdain by the healer before she left. Hermione slept with Harry that night and he seemed to sleep well, but he was quiet the following morning, refusing even to look at his breakfast. "It's not your fault, Harry," Hermione insisted. "I know, I'm just thinking. I can see the cogs turning." Harry replied, distracted. "Penny for them." Harry didn't reply. Earth to Harry. Sorry," he replied. "Did you say something? What are you thinking?" Hermione asked. "About the Dursleys," he replied. Looking startled, Hermione replied slowly, "Okay, that was unexpected. What about them? Wherever we live, we put those we live with in danger. Except when I live with them. You needn't think you're going back there alone," Hermione snapped. "I won't have it." "So you agree we should go back there then?" Harry said, grinning. Hermione looked annoyed, then sad. Okay. I know we're safer there, and so are those around us, worst luck. What do you mean? The one group of people I wouldn't mind the Death Eaters wiping out seem to be the most protected muggles in the country. Harry almost laughed, then thought of the muggles being ill-treated at the Quidditch World Cup, and frowned. Seeing his expression turn serious again, Hermione said, Harry, I agree we might be safer there, but I don't like what being there does to you. They didn't do anything last time, you made sure of that. Hermione shook her head. It's not just what they can or can't do physically. All the time you're there, they let you know you're not welcome. I watched you last time you were there. No matter how much I tried to distract you or get you out of there as much as possible, it was like you lost a lot of your confidence, your self-belief. Better than losing anyone else, Harry retorted. Harry, you have to defeat Voldemort. For that you need to believe in yourself. Being with them makes you weaker, you must see that. And not being with them, and losing someone else, Sirius, Remus, your mom. That would make me stronger. Losing your dad was too much. Ever since then I've been amazed you can even look at me. If it wasn't for the bond. Now listen here, Harry James Potter almost Granger. If we weren't bonded, you'd still be an amazing boy who cares too much for everyone else and not enough for himself. But your dad would be alive, Harry replied, sadly, knowing he'd won that argument. Harry, promise me something. If I can. Give me 3 days before you make up your mind. I've already made up my mind. Well, give me 3 days before you do anything. 3 days. Just 3 days, Hermione agreed. I know that look on your face. You're planning something. Me. Hermione replied sweetly, trying to look innocent. The next day, Sirius had returned from St. Mungo's hospital and Hermione had asked him to side along her to pay a visit to Vernon. You stay out here, she told Sirius when they arrived outside Vernon's office building. I'm going to have it out with him before I let Harry anywhere near him. I hope you know what you are doing, said Sirius. I really think I should go in there with you. If this doesn't work, I'll let you and Remus prank him, Hermione promised. Sirius couldn't help a smile as Hermione got into the lift. As Hermione stepped out of the lift, she was thinking over what she intended to say to Vernon. But when she opened the door labeled with his name, all her plans disappeared as her mind went blank from shock. She had entered what was obviously an outer office, but from behind the inner door opposite she could hear loud grunting sounds. A few minutes later a young woman in her early 20s came out, wearing a ridiculously short skirt, still doing up her blouse, and with her lipstick smeared. Spotting Hermione, she looked embarrassed. He's a married man, Hermione said, with disgust. The woman replied, Don't tell me, tell him. I will, snapped Hermione stepping towards the inner door. The woman stepped in front of her, barring her way. Please, I need this job. Hermione stopped, taken aback by the woman's desperation. He makes you. He can't do that. To her surprise, the young woman laughed bitterly. Get real. He's a respectable, middle-class businessman. I'm a single parent with 2 kids. So, what has that got to do with it? Duh. Single mom. Didn't you know we're all sluts, society's convenient whipping boys, or girls to be more accurate. Girl gets pregnant, she can't win. Abortion. She's a murderer. Give it up for adoption. She's heartless. Stays home to looks after the kid. She's a sponger. Manages to find work which actually pays enough for childcare. If you can find some childcare, she's a neglectful absentee mother. The venom in her voice shocked Hermione more than the words she said. Is it really like that? Yeah, and you know the really funny thing? They're not even mine. I was babysitting while their goody two-shoes parents, my sister and her husband, went out for yet another all-nighter. He drinks too much and kills both of them. The bastards from social services wanted to take them into care. Not bloody likely when one of them needs a lot of nursing. So ever since, I'm the slutty single mom, at least until people find out they aren't mine, then I'm such a saint. Well, sainthood doesn't pay the bills, but the overtime I get from him does, so long as I'm nice to him. I'm sorry, Hermione managed to get out. So I'd appreciate it if you don't cost me my job, okay? The phone buzzed. She pressed a button. Yes, Mr. Dursley. You haven't forgotten I need you for overtime tonight. No, sir. Only till 6 tonight, right? That's right. The speaker phone went dead as he cut off the connection. The young woman looked up, only to see Hermione's back as she left. She relaxed a little. She might have been less relaxed if she'd seen the look of fury on Hermione's face. Even Sirius was taken aback when he saw how angry Hermione was, so angry she couldn't even speak. Once Sirius had managed to calm her down a little, she asked, "Sirius, are you up for a prank?" Hermione's plan had been quite simple: get Sirius to surprise Petunia, side along her to Vernon's office while he had his poor secretary doing overtime. The aforementioned poor secretary would probably end up out of a job whatever happened to Vernon, but Sirius was not exactly poor and she knew that he wouldn't let the innocent woman down. Sirius and Remus had other ideas though. If you're going to live at Privet Drive, even for a while, it's best that they don't suspect that wizards have anything to do with this, Remus had pointed out. So between him and Sirius, a far more elaborate plan was put into action. Hermione was more than a little annoyed that neither man would tell either her or Harry what was planned, the only clue being, "Have you met my only decent cousin, Andromeda? And her daughter?" The grin on his face told the truth, he was simply enjoying himself too much. "The daughter, don't call me Nymphadora." Tonks had temporarily disconnected the phone line to Vernon's office, then she had made an urgent call to Petunia, pretending to be his secretary. She told Petunia that something had happened at work and Vernon needed her at the office urgently. A car was being sent for her. Andromeda drove the car, pretending to be a hire car and sent by Vernon's firm. Inconveniently, she had car trouble just a short distance from the offices. While Andromeda was driving Petunia to the office, Nymphadora had snuck into the outer office, having disillusioned herself, seen what the secretary looked like, and once the secretary was in the inner office with Vernon, changed her own features to resemble the secretary's. When the time seemed right, she called her mother, and the car trouble suddenly solved itself. Andromeda led Petunia up to Vernon's office. Hearing the noises coming from the inner office, Petunia pushed open the door and saw her husband, with a very beady secretary. As she yelled at Vernon, the younger Tonks disillusioned herself again and dragged a bewildered secretary out of the office. Andromeda quickly gave the poor girl a coat and led her to the lift, while her daughter stood in the outer office, visible and appearing like the secretary again, just in case Vernon or Petunia tried to follow the secretary. Vernon burst angrily out of the inner office and went to punch Tonks, who simply grabbed his arm, kneed him where it hurt the most and twisted his arm around until he fell to the floor. She then ran down the hall and down the emergency staircase. By this time a distraught young secretary was being comforted by Andromeda. She had run to her car, but Andromeda insisted that she was too upset to risk driving. Sirius assured her that he would arrange for her car to be taken home, so she reluctantly got into Andromeda's car, not even noticing that Sirius had got in the back. When she had gone inside, showered and got dressed, she went back out to go and collect the children. To her surprise, her car was already parked outside her house, yet she still had her car keys. Had they got the car towed that quickly? While she was wondering about that, a meeting had started in the house shared by Ted and Andromeda Tonks, a meeting that would see Hermione having to calm Harry down a number of times. The following morning, the secretary was stopped by the receptionist on her arrival at work and handed a letter from the company's personnel office informing her that her services were no longer required. She returned home to find that a car was waiting outside her house. As she pulled up, the man and the woman who had taken her home the evening before got out of the waiting car. They were followed by a girl she recognized and a boy about the same age. "You," she shouted at Hermione. "What do you want?" Andromeda answered, "We want to help you. May we come in? I think you've done quite enough already, thank you." "I take it you've lost your job," said another man, who had just got out of the car. "Who are you people? Why can't you just leave me alone?" To her surprise, the adults all looked to the young boy to answer. "I'm afraid to say that I'm Vernon Dursley's nephew. Please believe me that we really are here to help you, and to try to right the wrong done to you by my family. I don't really want to see any of you ever again. You've done enough." This time Hermione answered her. "Miss Wilson, give us 5 minutes. Then, if you don't want us to come again, I give you my word that we won't. Why should I even listen to you after what you've done?" Ted Tonks replied, "Miss Callie Wilson, you've just lost your job, without which you won't be able to pay for half the things you need. Apart from 5 minutes of your time, what have you got to lose?" 5 minutes, then, she agreed as she unlocked the door. Harry, Hermione, Ted and Andromeda, Sirius and lastly, Nymphadora, all followed her into her lounge. It's not very big, I'm afraid. Ted and Andromeda sat down, followed by Harry. Hermione sat on his lap. Take a seat, said Sirius, you might need it. Tonks and I will stand. Once again, everyone looked at Harry to begin. But it was Hermione who started. This is Harry, as he said, Vernon's nephew. When Vernon Dursley married Petunia Evans, Harry's aunt, although the two sisters were barely speaking to each other, Harry's mother wanted to make sure that Petunia would be secure financially. Given the relationship between the two sisters, she knew that Petunia would never accept a gift from her. James found out that the firm Vernon worked for wasn't doing very well, and Vernon was facing a formal warning for bullying staff under him. James invested a substantial sum of money in the company, on the condition that there would always be a job, at least at the level he was at, in the company, for Vernon Dursley. So it's my father's fault that Vernon was there too. Harry faltered. Take advantage, Hermione suggested. Yes, take advantage of you, Harry agreed. As my parents are both dead, it's my responsibility to help you. I don't see how getting me fired is supposed to help, Callie Wilson replied bitterly. Now Ted Tonks sat forward. My wife and I are solicitors. We've recently been asked to take over the legal affairs for the Potter estate. Yesterday, as it happens, said Sirius with a smirk. In that capacity, early yesterday afternoon, I visited your personnel office and read a number of records, including yours. While, for obvious reasons, I didn't put much weight on what Dursley wrote about you as he had his own motives for wanting to keep you. When he was off on one of his far too many holidays, you worked for other departments. All of those managers were impressed by you, especially your attention to detail. The only negative comments were about the time off you had to take to care for your nephews. I can't help that, she protested angrily. My husband meant nothing against you by that, Andromeda assured her. Your loyalty to your late sister's children speaks highly of your character. I wish all aunts were as loyal and caring, said Hermione, bitterly. Ted Tonks coughed. Perhaps I can continue. He waited a moment, then did so. The extra work involved with taking on the Potter estate, and the larger estate of Mr. Black, here, he nodded his head towards Sirius, means that we are in a position to take on another secretary. I'm sure you know that a qualified legal secretary would make considerably more than you do now. I'm not a legal secretary, Callie said. I'm sure that can be rectified with enough day release courses, Andromeda answered. Callie seemed to be trying to decide. Finally she looked sad. I'm grateful for your offer, but it wouldn't be right. One of my nephews has osteosarcoma in his jaw and I'm likely to have to take more and more time off to care for him. We'll manage somehow. Most of the others looked blankly at that. Finally, Hermione asked, what's a type of bone cancer? Callie replied. Can we get a magical healer who knows Muggle medicine to look at him? Harry asked Andromeda. Harry, protested Tonks, who already had her wand out, remember the statute of secrecy. She's been hurt by something my family did. That makes her family, Harry insisted. The law doesn't work that way, Tonks replied. They're solicitors, Harry pointed out. Getting round the law is what they're paid for. N2. Ted Tonks let out a loud barking laugh to everyone's surprise. For the sake of the magical world, please tell me you haven't let Sirius see that program. Sirius, laughed Hermione. Just imagine the reaction the Weasley twins would have. Get out. All of you out. Callie almost screamed. At their stunned looks she added, you cost me my job, then get my hopes up, then start talking about crap like magic. But, Harry began. No buts. You said 5 minutes, Callie pointed out. She looked towards Hermione. She said if I gave you 5 minutes you'd all go and not come back. As Andromeda drove off, Harry said, I made a mess of that, didn't I? The next afternoon, Sirius took Harry and Hermione to Privet Drive. Petunia answered the door, her eyes red, obviously from crying. Good afternoon, Mrs. Dursley. I'm afraid that Harry and Hermione will be requiring a room again. They won't require food and here is enough money to rent the room until September. Petunia looked as though she hadn't even heard him, but walked back to her lounge, leaving the front door open for them. As Harry and Hermione closed his bedroom door, they heard Dudley's loud voice yelling, what's the freak doing back here? It's all right, Duddykins, they won't hurt you. They're just renting the room until they go back to their freakish school. I don't want them here, Dudley yelled. Petunia yelled back at him, possibly the first time she'd ever yelled at her. Duddykins, with your cheating father gone, we need the money. Sounds like she threw him out, said Hermione. I almost feel sorry for her, Harry admitted. I don't, replied Hermione harshly. She deserves everything she gets, and more for the way they treated you. I wonder where Vernon went, Harry mused, Aunt Marge's maybe. I don't care about any of them, Hermione snapped forcefully, then added, more softly, I wish we'd been able to help his secretary though. Unbeknown to Hermione and Harry, Sirius had another plan for that. The following Monday, Callie Wilson went to the job center to look for work, though she didn't have much hope of finding anything decent, especially without a reference from Vernon. She left 2 hours later, downhearted. She'd filled in a number of application forms, but didn't have much hope for any of them. Even if she managed to get one of the jobs, none paid as well as Vernon had been paying her. She spent the rest of the morning and much of the afternoon registering with various employment agencies. They were all very polite, but told her they had nothing for her at the moment, but they'd keep her details on file, just in case. As she arrived home, the phone was ringing. Hello. Am I speaking to Miss Wilson, Miss Callie Wilson? Yes, that's me. Who's speaking, please? I'm the manager of the job center. Are you available for an interview tomorrow morning? Really? I mean, yes, I'm available. What sort of job is it? I can't really say, the man answered. Something to do with the government. Apparently I'm not senior enough to know. He sounded displeased. Report to the job center tomorrow at 9:30 am and you will be taken to the interview. Where? She asked. All I know is central London somewhere. He sounded cross that he didn't know more. We'll see you tomorrow morning. He put the phone down without waiting for a reply. Callie Wilson couldn't help feeling nervous as she walked to the job center. She was told to take one of the seats near the door. There were a few other people waiting to be seen and she wondered if any of them were her competition for this job, whatever it was. After a while the entrance door opened again and a man entered. He looked tired and rather pale. He looked down at the clipboard he was holding. Judith Collier, one of the women who had also been waiting, stood up and said, "That's me." The man gave a brief nod and spoke again, "And Callie Wilson." "I'm Callie Wilson. I'm here to drive you to your interviews. In the taxi please." Parked outside was one of London's famous black taxis. As the two women got into the taxi, Callie asked their driver, "Do you know anything about this job?" Without turning round, their driver answered, "I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you." He laughed a little, then added, "I've always wanted to use that line." "Are you allowed to tell us where we're going?" Callie asked. "Westminster," their driver answered as he began to accelerate. Callie gasped as they almost hit a bus. She pinched herself to make sure she wasn't dreaming, but she could have sworn that the bus jumped out of their way. "Look out," she cried as their driver sped towards an impossible gap between a bus and a lorry, but, amazingly, the taxi made it through the gap without any problem. Outside the taxi, the world became a blur until they stopped outside a street she recognized. "How can we have got here already?" she asked, but their driver was showing some sort of ID card to a uniformed policeman. The gates opened, and a minute later a very shaken Callie Wilson was being helped out of the taxi by another policeman. She looked up and saw that she was outside one of the most famous addresses in Britain, 10 Downing Street. By the time she had begun to feel less shaky, the famous door had opened. Their driver spoke to the person who had opened the door, Remus Lupin. "I've brought Judith Collier and Callie Wilson for their interviews. We are expected." They were shown into a waiting room. Callie noticed that the clock showed a time of just before 9:45. "You'd think they'd keep the clocks right here, wouldn't you?" she commented to Miss Collier. Before Miss Collier could answer, there was a popping sound and a man appeared in front of them. Holding his left hand was a boy, holding his right hand was a girl. She recognized them at once. "How?" she asked. The man answered, "Would you believe, magic?" He was grinning like it was the funniest joke he'd ever told. "Magic is real." She suddenly turned to Judith Collier. "You weren't surprised. You knew about this. Are you one of them?" Judith Collier laughed. "No. I'm a muggle, just like you. That's their name for someone without magic. I was Hermione's primary school teacher, but I've known about magic for a few years now." I know Hermione said we wouldn't come to you again, but she didn't say you wouldn't come to us, said Sirius, but Callie wasn't listening. Magic is real, she repeated. I wondered if I was going mad at first. Don't worry. You'll get used to it. Magic is real, Callie muttered once more, then her eyes brightened as she asked the boy, can you really help my nephew? To her surprise, it was Judith Collier who answered her. Most magical healers won't take muggles as patients, but I asked one who I'm friendly with. She got hold of his medical records and thinks she can help. Sirius assured her, I'll take you back after all this, and we'll get you all to a healer this evening. And that doesn't depend on you taking this job, said Hermione. My Harry insisted. I'll be right back, said Sirius, then disappeared. He reappeared a few moments later with another man she recognized. He held out his hand. I'm Ted Tonks. We met the other day. Callie just looked stunned at people disappearing and reappearing out of thin air. Ted grinned. You look just like my parents looked when they were told I was a wizard. They were muggles too, so I'm what's called a muggleborn. Like me, Hermione said. What exactly will I be doing? Callie asked. Ted answered her, most of the time, working in our firm of solicitors. We work in both the magical and non-magical worlds, one of the only firms that do. You will have time to study, as my wife promised you. So why are we here? I mean, 10 Downing Street. Callie asked. Ted nodded to Harry, who just said, Hermione can explain it better. As Hermione opened her mouth to speak, Harry added, remember, our appointment is for 10 o'clock, so give her the few inches version, not the 5 rolls of parchment version. Hermione proved how mature she was by sticking her tongue out at him. The magical world is very bigoted. Some rich and politically powerful families, who have been magical for hundreds of years, basically rule the magical world. Many of them think muggleborns like Ted or me, or muggles, are no better than animals, and there is a lot of discrimination. We think that eventually it will lead into a civil war, which will involve muggles as well as us. The Prime Minister asked Harry to keep him in touch with what was going on in the magical world. It sounds dangerous, Callie objected. I have 2 children to think of. Sirius answered that one. If the purebloods get their way, just being a muggle will put you all in danger. This will help us stop that from happening, but if there is a real danger to you or the children, we will get you out of the country if we have to. Trust Harry. He is very good at protecting those he cares about. That's why he insisted on you being given this job, so we can help you and your family. A door opened. Harry Potter and party. He will see you now. Harry led the way, while Hermione followed after saying, Miss Collier, Miss Wilson, Mr. Tonks, please come with us. Let Harry do the talking. Unusually, the Prime Minister was alone in his office. Ted Tonks pulled out his wand and waved it around the room. They felt a sensation rather like the pressure increasing when a plane descends. Ted nodded to Harry. It's secure now. If he was startled, the Prime Minister was determined not to show it. He held out his hand and Harry shook it. Harry began, you already know me and Hermione. He caught Hermione's look, or Hermione and I. Before I explain why we're here, can I introduce Ted Tonks, Judith Collier and Callie Wilson? The Prime Minister politely shook their hands. Last time we spoke, you asked me to let you know what was going on in the magical world. After discussing it with my godfather and a few others I trust, we decided that it would be better to have a properly organized intelligence network, Hermione explained. Ted Tonks is a solicitor, who works in both the magical and non-magical worlds. He is a muggleborn. That's a wizard or a witch with normal parents, yes? The Prime Minister asked. Non-magical parents, yes. Callie Wilson is a muggle, non-magical. She will be working in the Tonks office and be able to pass on anything she thinks is important. Judith Collier is a teacher, also non-magical, but she teaches in what is effectively the only magical primary school. She is also active with parents, especially parents of muggleborns. Of course you already know one of them, Mr. Finch Fletchley, who you have no doubt asked to contact you directly, but all information we can get will be collected together by Miss Wilson, who will, what's the word? Collate it into a report to come directly to you, Prime Minister, Hermione finished. The Prime Minister nodded. We will install a direct fax and telephone line from our main office to your office. Needless to say, Ted Tonks added, all this is secret. They will not tell anyone other than the few of us they are working with, what they are doing, and, Mr. Prime Minister, you must also keep their identities and activities secret or the supply of information will soon dry up. In return we ask that if you ever decide to take any actions based on that intelligence, you consult us first. This is for their safety and yours. The Prime Minister nodded again. He looked at Callie Wilson and said, I look forward to working with you, Miss Wilson. Then he looked at Harry. Is there anything else? Not for now, sir. Thank you for seeing us at such short notice. In the outer office, Sirius said, Miss Wilson. This afternoon, what time is best to meet you after you've picked up your children? 4:30 okay, she replied. See you then, Sirius replied, then took Harry and Hermione's hands and the three of them disappeared with a pop. As Remus drove her home, she asked Judith Collier, is the magical world always this crazy? Judith smiled. Only when it involves Harry and Hermione. Or perhaps Sirius or the Weasley twins, now they are crazy. I keep waiting for a giant white rabbit to appear and look at his pocket watch and complain about being late. Judith laughed. Haven't seen any giant white rabbits, but I know a crazy black dog. Without the overbearing presence of Vernon, even Dudley didn't seem to have the heart in him to do any more than completely ignore Harry and Hermione. Hermione was determined to make the rest of their summer a pleasant one, so they spent much of their time walking together or having picnics on the beautiful South Downs, just spending time alone together. Harry had woken several nights with nightmares about Voldemort returning and being determined to kill him. After they'd let Sirius know, who had passed on the messages to Dumbledore, Hermione had tried flirting with Harry shamelessly, trying to take his mind off things. Finally, in frustration, she'd arranged for Sirius to take Harry out for a boys' day, while she spent her girls' day with her mother. What's bothering you? Hermione's mother asked. Why does there have to be something bothering me? Hermione replied, defensively. Because you got Sirius to arrange this time so you could see me without Harry being around. Hermione, while I love spending time with you, and we can sit in this coffee shop all day if you like, I can't help you if you don't talk to me. Hermione thought hard for a full minute before blurting out, I don't think he likes me. At her mother's puzzled look, she added, Harry, I mean. Okay, her mother replied. Whatever I was expecting, that wasn't it. Do you mean you think he doesn't like you, or he doesn't like you? Did Sirius tell you about the dreams he's been having? Her mother nodded. Well, I've been trying to take his mind off them. I've been flirting like mad and he hasn't even seemed to notice. Yes, I noticed the lack of a bra, her mother smiled. When we've been out walking, he won't even hold my hand. He lets me cuddle him in bed, but even then it feels like he doesn't really want to. Am I that unattractive, or does he just think I'm being slutty? Am I? I think if you weren't bonded, I'd be worried that you're trying to go too far, too fast, her mother replied honestly. But I really don't think it has anything to do with you. What do you mean? How can it have nothing to do with me? Not long after your father and I were married, we were in our last year of dental school. We'd just bought our first home and were mortgaged up to the hilt. He had to retake one of his exams. All he seemed to do was study. There we were, still fairly newlyweds, and he had apparently lost all interest in me, physically at least. I felt like I was losing him. What did you do? Hermione asked. I just hung in and waited, dreading the day he'd come home to tell me that he'd found someone prettier, or younger, or better fun to be with. What happened? He passed that exam and came home and keyed me like he hadn't done in months. Of course I burst into tears, then had to explain what I'd been fearing. He was terribly upset that he'd made me so unhappy. But he'd been so scared that he was going to let me down, we needed him to pass to be able to pay the mortgage, that he couldn't even think of anything else. Hermione smiled, then said, but I still don't see. You know Harry. Thanks to those Dursleys, despite everything we've tried to do since he came to live with us, he's always believed that everything that goes wrong is his fault. He'd had that drummed into him every day for years as he was growing up. Now there were those death wasps at the World Cup, and he's been having those dreams. You know, he still blames himself for what happened to your father and I. I think he's just scared. Not for himself, but for anyone close to him, especially you. And the closer you try to get, the more scared for me he is, Hermione finished. So what can I do? Just be there for him. But don't push. Sometimes I think he doesn't need me at all. I think that scares him too, how much he does need you." The rest of their summer holiday passed without incident. Hermione stopped trying to flirt with Harry, but still insisted on cuddling into him at night. Harry seemed to relax a little, though that might have been because he hadn't had any more nightmares of Voldemort. Soon they were back at school. Dumbledore had announced that this year there was to be a special event, the Triwizard Tournament, a contest between one student from each of 3 schools, Beauxbatons, Durmstrang, and Hogwarts. The arrival of students from the other 2 schools had caused excitement, especially when Ron noticed that one of the students from Durmstrang was none other than Victor Krum, the world-famous Quidditch seeker. Many of the girls were obviously taken with this famous superstar and tried to follow him around. Most of the boys were more distracted by one of the girls from Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour, who had Vila blood in her. Her Vila heritage made most of the boys almost drool over her, even though she was haughty in public and made it clear that she wanted nothing to do with them. Hermione was more interested in their new defense professor, a crazy-looking ex-Auror known as Mad-Eyed Moody because of the big artificial eye which spun around and seemed to be able to see through walls. Sadly, all the fuss about the tournament hadn't made Harry any happier, so the twins took him flying with them to cheer him up. Seeing how much flying made Harry relax, Hermione encouraged it as much as possible. Sirius even sent him a top-of-the-line broom, a firebolt. Hermione laughed as Ron didn't seem to know whether to be more excited over Krum, Fleur, or Harry's firebolt. Harry insisted on taking her for a ride on his new broom on her birthday, and she was so pleased to see the change in him that she agreed. She ended up clinging to him, terrified the whole time, then stumbling to the ground when they landed. As September rolled into October, all the excitement centered on who the champions would be. Much to the twins' disgust, there was an age line preventing anyone under 17 years old from putting their names into the Goblet of Fire, the magical device that would select one champion for each school. They tried to get around it, but merely ended up with beards and gray hair for a day, and a detention each. Halloween came and the day of the selection. It was no surprise that Krum was selected for Durmstrang. The part Vila girl, Fleur, was selected for Beauxbatons to cheers from many of the boys. Even bigger cheers arose from the Hufflepuff table as Cedric Diggory was selected for Hogwarts. Then, as Dumbledore began to speak, the goblet lit up again and another piece of paper came out. Dumbledore caught it and frowned before speaking, "Hermione Potter. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video."